their ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you done, I did it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in hot. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it. Oh, you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. And I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. and I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a sore, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother, soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents, and now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I tell the God in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fam. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Highs and the money like a...
started that off fantastically. I've just been notified that I've been muted, but let me just rewind that one for you. Welcome to the 2023 APAC Closed Qualifiers, also known as the Last Chance Qualifiers. 11 teams, the best that we have from APAC, will go head-to-head across the next 2 days in a best-of-3 format to see who will be joining Elevate and Cyclops. But speaking of joining, I have two wonderful, handsome gentlemen joining me here on the analyst desk. It's Guz and Xenox, who I will be very excited to get back underway with for the very first time in 2023. I've already got the head nods. Don't you worry about it, Xenox. It's okay. I'll allow you. Shake your head. It's okay. It's the first one of 2023. It's been a hot minute, okay? It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a hot minute, hasn't it? Obviously, an exciting time to sort of hop back into it. But, geez, Rob, you couldn't have started it off in any better fashion, could you?
I couldn't have. I think this is what Vast did to himself on his first ever broadcast. It's my first ever broadcast for 2023, so I guess it's only class. But, Guz, you join us here as well, a good close friend of ours. But I think that's all I can say that's too nice for you. What's been happening, mate? It's been a bit of a minute.
Not too much. Just been spending the last several months grinding ranked and becoming better and better at the game. But no, super keen for the next couple of days. Of course, APAC has the most stacked closed qualifier, 11 teams. The other regions, LATAM 8, EU, and I only have 4. So expect a lot of interesting storylines to play out this weekend.
That's just it, mate. I mean, 11 teams. They have technically gone down to 10 teams, but we will get into that a little bit later on. Xenox, as we kind of look back on the year that, has kind of unfolded before us in 2022, the changes that have come through to 2023, obviously separating a lot of what we've known and kind of diverting back to what we previously knew back way in the Pro League. I feel like this is a year for change, and maybe it could be for some of these teams here today.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, every year there's going to be some slight differences, isn't there? And whether that be format related, obviously team form related, obviously this is the sort of time of year as well where there's going to be those kind of roster changes being made going into the sort of 2023 year. Obviously, you've kind of got to get SI out of the way first, though, and that's kind of why we're here today. But, I think it really does sort of summarize 2022 when you think about the teams that have qualified from APAC South, APAC North, obviously Cyclops, again, they are just obviously that sort of ever team that is just constantly performing on a consistent basis from APAC North, and Elevate. Really, there wasn't a whole lot of other teams from the APAC South region that I think were going to be able to challenge them as maybe the top dogs. So it's just a matter of who's going to play second fiddle in terms of going to SI from APAC to go along with those two.
Well, I mean, what we can probably start to do is look at the teams that we are talking about. We'll start off with Northception. Guys, obviously, a team from Japan that really has kind of gone I mean, they've done well in 2022, but I think in terms of the teams that we've got here today, this could be a bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, for sure. I think Northception are probably the one team that have really sort of peaked around the right time heading into the SI quals, finishing first in the North qualifier. They've shown some really good form, a lot of promise heading into today. But again, with there being now 10 teams remaining, it's incredibly competitive, and the teams in that upper portion of the bracket are very equally matched. So Northception certainly aren't going to have it easy, but I would probably put them in as a dark horse. I think they're a genuine threat.
And a team that I feel like could do some serious damage here, Xenox. Scars, a brother team from Japan, if you will. Scars is a roster that we have seen kind of murmur about the Japanese scene for quite some time. Are they likely to kind of contest here and push all the way through to those semifinals where they will meet Sandbox if they do so?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think, kind of what Guz was saying with Northception peaking at the right time. I do wonder if Scars have maybe sort of unpeaked at the wrong time, just recently losing to Dam 1, basically 0-4 over 2 best-of-3s. Yeah. They couldn't get a single map in the Japan Invitational. So, but prior to that, right, if you look at the body of work throughout 2022, they finished first in terms of overall points, hence why they got invited here for the SI Quals representing APAC North, and that includes beating out teams like Cyclops, Fnatic. So this is a team that has been able to do very, very well for themselves. Arguably, when you think about the best team from Japan for 2022, it's Scars, right? So that's one way to look at it. But yeah, the recent losses to Dam 1, Japan Invitational, is a little bit concerning. But one thing that's helped them out is they haven't really made a whole lot of roster changes. Only Rec joining back in June. That's it.
Yeah.
Everything else has been super stable, basically running like a 6-man roster. So look, Scars and Northampton, I tried to look and see if they've played each other recently. Hasn't happened. Despite the fact that both of these two teams in particular have been able to sort of obviously coexist, this will be the first time, and there's going to be some questions, and hopefully we'll get some good answers.
I have no doubt that we will. And guys, you're going to have to give me some good answers here, because it looks like we might have to speed run the rest of the teams. We got Fnatic next up. How do you think that they're looking? You know, we saw that the roster change, I think it was, started last year, a completely new team to what most were used to previous to this.
Yeah, I think obviously the huge storyline for Fnatic was Mag joining the roster, Japanese not being his primary language, but it seems to be working out okay. And they had a really good run through the close quals. The big result, of course, being against Daemon Kia, a 2-1 result, probably shocking a lot of the scene. And they're here to do some damage today.
And they'll be coming up against Beyond Stratos Gaming in the very first matchup that they have. BSG as they're better known. Xenox, do you have much of a look in? What can you tell me about this roster? You did your research. I know you've done your research.
I look, honestly, Beyond Stratos Gaming, a little bit hard to find a lot about them. I'm not even going to fluff it. Obviously invited from South Korea. I think this is a team that one factor that might be able to aid them in this is the fact that they are a team that probably aren't going to be expected to do many good things in this tournament. Rob, I mean, you're going up against a team like Fnatic, then eventually against your fellow countrymen if you do make it that far in Sandbox. I don't think there's going to be many people that are going to give Beyond Stratos Gaming probably the time of day in the sense of being a team that can qualify for SI. So you're an underdog team. You've got to obviously take that in stride and play off of that. And look, it's going to be a tough start. Obviously, they got their matchup against Fnatic. I think many will probably give Fnatic the favoritism tag there. And as is the case with this qualifier run, you lose one, you're out.
Yeah, and you referenced the fellow countrymen in there. Well, our fellow countrymen are going to be competing as well. The Knights roster, guys, that really has just had so many ups and downs throughout 2022. I feel like this could be a really good opportunity for the Knights to come through and maybe shake things up heading into 23.
Yeah, for sure. You look at Knights, you look at the roster, so many big names, and really heading that charge is what we expected it to be, Speakeasy, right? Joining across as previously the top-rated player in the entirety of APAC. However, it didn't quite click for the Knights. I think a lot of that can be addressed by them refining roles, and that's what I'm looking at heading into this weekend. Have they used the time off in their scrims to refine those roles? If they have, I'm penciling them in to potentially take the entire thing. But of course, we just have to wait and see what their form is like at the moment. First in the quals, so we're expecting big things, and the Knights, when they're on, are an incredibly dangerous team.
Well, the last time we expected big things from a team around this time last year, it didn't end too well. Of course, I'm talking about Bliss. They had their opportunity, and really for us, Xenox, this was the talking point for the qualifiers last year, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it in. Now they've got an opportunity to make it all the way to SI, to bypass APAC entirely and just go direct to the biggest tournament of the year. Can they do it?
Yeah, look, I think they got the best iteration in terms of their roster as well. The Jigsaw coming back into this lineup and this current iteration, when you think about what Fisher guy was able to bring when he came to this roster, and obviously they had Shade as well, and who's sort of stepped aside. You got Brendo, obviously young up and coming talent, along with basically the two stalwarts of Team Bliss and Oda and Repix. You bring back Jigsaw. You got nothing to lose as well. When you look at the side of the bracket that they're on, they'll be playing against Fury, who obviously ended up taking down Take Charge Esports earlier back in round 1 yesterday. I honestly think Bliss can beat Knights champion. I think that they can beat Direwolves. The question would then be grand final time would be a very, very difficult challenge. But as I said, I think this is the best iteration of Team Bliss that we've seen so far. Obviously, in terms of APAC South, they've never been in there, but it's always been a team that's had APAC South qualities over the last year. Really, I guess over the last 12 to 16 months, it's about now putting that to the test in this kind of position at this time. This is where it matters the most.
And Fury, one of the teams that went from zero to hero last year, guys, really probably the biggest talking point of APAC South. They really turned their year around. Do you think that Fury will be able to do much when it comes to their experience in this field?
Fury have proven themselves to be quite dangerous, but it has been, I guess, a slow growing process for them. That said, they have shown themselves to be pretty strong even on an international level, so we're expecting them to do well. Again, that bottom half of the bracket's going to be incredibly competitive, and if there's a world in which Fury take down Bliss and we get a Fury Knights match pretty early on in this large bracket, that's going to be pretty devastating for whichever team loses out. So for Fury, we're looking at this roster to show up. They've consolidated themselves now at this point, so no excuses and expecting them to do well.
And we've obviously got two more teams to talk about. Sandbox Gaming, I mean, really, Xenox, when we're expecting the upper bracket finalist, surely Sandbox is the one that comes to mind.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of ways to sort of look at this as well. And the first thing that comes to mind, and obviously this then therefore applies for Direwolves as well, is that you only have to win 2 best-of-3s. Everyone else has to win 4. And if you're Fury, you got to win 5. So you're already in a position of power because of that. And then this is a team that has obviously been to the last 2 majors. There's a feel-good factor about what they can potentially do if they can keep getting back to that kind of level, if they can keep getting back to the majors. Can they get back to SI, of course, being there in 2022, going out in the group stage? Like, it's just a matter of repetition at the domestic level, in this instance, you know, APAC, and just constantly getting back to the international level. Because if you're not getting back there, and all those teams just keep getting better and better because they are fighting at the SIs and the majors, and you're not quite there, you're going to see a dip in quality. So for Sandbox, they're at that kind of level where they're consistently getting there. They just have to then take that next step at a major, at an SI. That has to be their goal, which means nothing short of qualifying is really a failure here.
Look, if there was a bigger team to talk about, I feel like it would only be fitting that we move on to Direwolves for the final team here, guys, in this qualifier. I mean, a roster that has been through so much turmoil in the last 2-3 months, players coming and going, a major appearance, you know. What are you making of this roster coming into 23? Because there has been a number of shakeups.
I mean, for me, the Direwolves probably have the most tantalizing storyline heading into this tournament. I see it going one of 2 ways. They're either going to be a complete disaster with Reaps and ED pretty suddenly leaving the roster, or perhaps they'll be revitalized and refreshed heading into the tournament. I believe Dev was talking to Harambe, and he seemed quite confident in the team's practice. Of course, there's a lot going on behind the scenes that has been quite stressful for the team, but the practice has been solid. So if that's anything to go by, I think they'll still be a threat, but I'm still skeptical that they won't be at their very best. When they were at their best, I'd probably pencil them in to take the tournament, but I think there's a kink in the armor at the moment, so keeping expectations quite low for them. But they only have to win a couple of best-of-3s, right? As Jake mentioned, both them and Sandbox have a huge advantage.
That's just it. You know, the fact that they were able to perform so strongly throughout 2022 does mean that they have that head start. Now, whether they're going to be able to keep that head start, whether they're going to be able to capitalize on it, that's a completely different story altogether. I feel like we're taking up a lot of time right now. So how about we go to the bracket very quickly, just for all of the viewers at home that potentially have not seen this yet. This is how it is going to unfold across the next 2 days. We've got all 8 teams for the quarterfinals sorted, except 1. I said it at the very start of the day. 11 teams now down to 10. Champion have unfortunately forfeited from the tournament, giving Knights a direct through into what is, I mean, essentially that is kind of the quarterfinals, right? I've kind of fluffed that a little bit in a way, but Xenox, when we're looking at this bracket, who are you looking to make that run all the way from the start to the finish? Is there a team on your tongue?
If there's going to be, I'm looking at either Scars or even Northeption, because as Guz said, I think they're peaking at the right time. And when you have that underdog factor, and in a gauntlet run like this, anything can happen. Or Team Bliss and or Fury, probably more leaning towards Team Bliss, because obviously Knights already have the forfeit against Champion, right? If we're talking sort of running the bracket here, I actually think Team Bliss probably have the best opportunity out of all of those teams in the quarterfinals to make it to the grand final. It's a weakened Direwolves. It's a Knights roster that just always seems to succumb on the big stage, never quite able to win those big crunch time games. And I think they've got nothing to lose in terms of Bliss. As I said, I think it's the best iteration that we've seen from them. So, like, if I had to pick a team, Rob, to have my eye on, can they run the whole thing? It's probably Team Bliss. I think the Fnatic roster is definitely curious. I'm not sure how that's going to work. And then obviously, I think Scars, Northeption, there's definitely something there. So, as is the case with APAC, you just can't predict these things. We try, Rob.
No.
We definitely
Come on,
try.
mate. Just pick one.
But
just pick one team.
Just
Come on.
one
Team Bliss.
team,
Team Bliss.
You're dipping
Team
your
Bliss.
toes at everyone.
Nah, what's up, baby? Let's go. I think that they've got the
Yeah.
potential to go all the way. But I will say with a caveat, Bliss versus Sandbox, I'd still probably back in Sandbox in that instance.
Yeah, well, I guess to be fair, we are a little bit biased here for Oath, so we'll wait and see how that one unfolds. Obviously, we still have a lot of action in front of us and a lot to get through. So before we go to a break, I need to remind you, of course, this is for the SI qualifier. You can buy your tickets already. You can secure yourself a spot at SI 2023. Ticketmaster.ca is where you need to head to buy those tickets, and you could be sitting back and enjoying all of the comfort and action that Siege has to offer, the very finest that we have. But we are going to go to a very taking on Scars. Well, we did say it was going to be a very short break, and that it was. Northeption taking on Scars, the very first matchup that we have here for the APAC closed qualifiers. Guz, what are you making of this matchup? Xenox has kind of lent into the fact already that he thinks that this is going to be close, that both of these teams could potentially be, you know, the ones that run through that upper bracket. Where are you leaning on this discussion?
I think it's very difficult. I think the trajectory for both teams is a stark contrast really heading into this tournament. Northeption seemingly on a peak. They're rising in form. They've improved and they did really well in the quals. Whereas Scars perhaps peaked a little bit early. They did really well throughout the Japan League. In fact, they were the top team in the Japan League for 2022. However, question marks have been raised as to what their form is like at the moment. I know, again, James Devmarter Stewart, the sideline reporter, had a word to Scars, and they seem to be a little bit skeptical that their practice has been good recently. So their confidence perhaps is marred a little bit. But we know that APAC teams, generally speaking, are very, very humble. So perhaps they're being a little bit too humble, and Scars, the team that did dominate Japan League, can take this one.
Well, it's time to have a look at the map veto is probably the most important part of this discussion. Xenox, how much do you really think that the maps are going to take effect? Do you think that maybe it could throw a spanner in the works, or are you pretty confident that this one's going to be close either way?
Well, we got Oregon, Cafe, and Bank. I mean, when it comes to Oregon and Cafe, definitely just absolute staples. Kind of look at some of the numbers here, and it's a good map in terms of Northeption getting kind of what they want. When it does reside to Oregon, Cafe, though, then ends up being a bad map where they actually haven't won it in recent times, and that then obviously favors Scars quite heavily. So when you kind of take into account what both teams have picked, it basically comes down to the old adage, you've got to win your map pick in this instance. Northeption has to win Oregon, and Scars ideally then would have to win Cafe, obviously, otherwise it could be just game over. When it comes down to Bank, though, not a whole lot of information. Northeption, nothing that says that they've played it recently, and 2-2 scoreline for Scars. So really 50-50 map. So in the end, it really probably for me is as basic as win your map, and you probably got yourself a good shot on Bank.
Guz, it's always simple, but is it that simple?
Well, the difficult thing for everyone really heading into this is measuring where the teams are in reflection to the veto, because last time they played each other was in July 22. So yeah, that's a long time ago, especially in the world of esports and especially in Rainbow Six. The meta is constantly shifting, and I would go as far as to say it's the most fluid and dynamic it has ever been, especially with the introduction of solos as well, right? So it's going to be absolutely wild seeing these teams adjust to that on the fly. And the only map that cross-pollinates with that head-to-head was actually Bank. Scars took it on that occasion, so take from that what you would, and it was a pretty dominant 2-0 to Scars at the end of the day. But I think the veto sets us up nicely. I agree with Jake. I expect both teams to probably be very competitive on their own maps, and then when it comes down to Bank, I think Scars might just have the edge.
We always like to do this. Give me a definite number. We are ready, so we can do this quickly. Xenox, I say quickly. It's your turn. What are we thinking?
Scars 2-1, I think, for me. And I think, it'll come down to that Bank game.
Guz, you echoing?
Yep, 2-1.
Fantastic. That is short and sweet, unlike I'm sure this game is going to be. It's time to throw it over to your incredible casting duo in Dev and Mandy.
Thanks so much, Rob. Look, this game might not be short, hopefully not, but I think it'll certainly be a sweet treat for us. It's our first cast back in 2023. I'm super stoked. Mandy, how treated we are to have such a banging game to kick us off.
Yes, I can't wait, right? It's two APAC North staples, especially in Scars, who've been so dominant throughout 2022. I just can't wait to see what they have to show. It's a big match here, SI qualifications. Like, it's going to be massive for both of these teams.
That's it. Neither of these teams have ever made it to a Six Invitational, not even a major or an international event of such scale. And as you can see, Scars dominating the community vote. We go to Oregon, Northeption's map pick. And while Scars took the title of the best in Japan this year, Northeption are nipping at their heels and will be gunning to knock them out of this qualifier.
Yeah, I think for Scars, they've had such consistent form throughout the year, right? That they've done so well in the Nationals League in Japan, and they've done some really good stuff against some tier 1 teams as well. We've seen them at a couple odd events here and there. I can say the ROG Masters, for example, the Japan Invite, that type of thing. They are proven against tier 1 rosters, but they've never been to a major. They've never played in Pro League before. And I think if they can push through this bracket, it's going to be a really strong start into that international scene.
Scars definitely have a lot of eyes on them right now. And despite that hype, like you said, they won the ROG Masters, they won the Japan League, they had a phenomenal 2022. We are, of course, turning a new page. It's 2023 now, and Northeption are one of the best teams in Japan. Scars themselves, their coach, Taka, I spoke to him yesterday, and he said he reckons that Northeption is the best team in Japan after Cyclops, who have, of course, already qualified for SI. That's pretty immense respect given to your opponents. And so Scars know this will not be an easy game. I've no doubt they will have done their preparation, and they will be gunned up and ready to take on their countrymen.
Yeah, we've absolutely flown through this ban phase already. Nook, Dokubi, Azami, and Mira being taken out here on Oregon. Nook, of course, going out. That's one of your sets of nades. That's also one set of one entry point that you don't need to worry about if you're on the defense. Things that have slipped through, though. Thatcher slipped through, for example. We've got Kaid on the board. All of your anti-hub breach or your wall denial. It's got a lot of utility here for both sides of the defense and the attack. The only thing that I would say missing here for the defense, Azami taken out. That does make that top floor a little bit more tricky to play because you can't block off those lines of sights from windows and doorways.
Interesting to see the Maverick as well on the start on the attacking side. Yeah. I wonder whether we'll see a switch. It looks like it's a pretty default setup. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with the freezer wall. There's a couple of different ways. Oh, okay, we're going for a bit of a roam here, it seems, with that security hatch open. I like this. This is a not super modern, but a nice innovation with the way that people are holding freezer these days, opening up the full wall. And you can see that Northeption, they want to force this issue on the roam. They don't want to give Scars the map. They're going to play to delay time, maybe find a couple of picks, and then fall back to side.
Yeah, nice as well. They've also opened up the security hatch, so if they want to play in through that Zulu area, there's even a Malusi Banshee. It's going to be the big point of traffic there for the attack, and Northeption have read into that, and they're playing the Oryx Super Mobile in that position.
Interesting use of the Rotero. Is that just to get Vert, or is that just to drone the room? Funny that. I like the unpredictable play from Scars, but they're about to have to deal with Shoe Reap in a moment. Rek actually does clone right past him, sees him, and the position of the Oryx has been detected. It's now up to Scars to deliver on this information.
Sharif, though, deciding to fall back from his position rather than pressing the attack. He knows that his fall-off is inside of kitchen and inside of security. You don't want to over-aggress early on the entry, while the rest of his teammates hold the rest of the map. Nina standing inside of Master, anticipating the solo entry to come through. A player outside of the balcony. He's going to get aggressive and finds the pick. First pick of the series goes in the way of Northception.
And the second as well to follow through. Northception have dominated this roam. Washoy is able to trade 1 kill back, taking down Shuri, but they've still got to worry about this roamer upstairs that took out their player on the master balcony. A lot of work to be done for Scars. Fortunately, still diffuser in pocket for Lua, as we have this cheeky roamer in Nina inside a classroom. No doubt will have detected Lua on this position through the sound call U-kits as well. Just around that corner, making it oh so awkward for Lua. He actually baits out a shot. Not sure if he has the information. He is! He goes for the pre-fire, but he loses the fight nonetheless. And Northception are dominating this round, Mandy. Scars try and claw something back. It's Washoy with a belated trade. And a 3v2 for the defense with Roamers still at large.
U-kits are seemingly gone undetected though inside of meeting. It could be winnable here if they can figure out there's actually an isolated player inside of meeting, but doesn't seem like they do know. The Ying now making their way, that's Pion, his way down the freezer stairs instead, and the laundry stairs for Washoy. So a front on take for Scars, but really that flank could be dangerous.
Very difficult now for Scars in the 2v3, but Incandelas may be the answer. A smoke to follow through as well. Washoy locked out of sight thanks to that gas babe as Pion tries to march forward in from freezer. He might be able to cover this plant. Washoy does get into a plantable position, but the flank is going to come through. Doesn't matter, because Feebar on the site can take down Washoy and the diffuser alongside it. It's an easy follow-up for Northception, and a really strong roams leads to a very convincing opening round.
Yeah, really well played from Northception. They realized that Scars were going to try and clear the map, and they contested them straight away on the entry. We saw the small tower entry come through. That was the Oryx that was being super mobile and a pest on that side of the map. Not only that, but Nina even anticipated the lurk that was coming in from Master. And really, after they'd won that early game to mid game, it was Scars that didn't quite have the information in the late game on the site right. They didn't have time to drone out the site. They didn't have time to figure out where those anchors were, and that last chance to execute with the 2 remaining players just didn't work out for them.
I think that first round has really set the tone for the series, don't you think? Scars told me, or Taka has said, that we're a tactical team. The area where we struggle is against aggression, against really gunplay-centric teams. And I think that's what Northception are clearly trying to force that issue already. We're seeing these extended roams, these aggressive plays, and it is proving to be quite a bit for Scars to try and deal with.
Yeah, absolutely, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon. We've already got a roam down here on the ground floor, and they've actually brought out the Vigil as well in Shurip, who's going to be sitting inside of the small tower, of course, very cheeky there with that Vigil gadget. And so there is some work for Scars to be done if they want to clear from the bottom up.
Spawn peek as well for the Vigil player. Washoy seems to be aware of it. He's on the Amaru. I think he spots the player. Oh no, but he doesn't quite make that micro adjustment to his aim. Can't nail that headshot. Only a small bit of damage, and that doesn't seem to scare off Shurip at all.
It certainly doesn't seem like Northception are ever afraid of giving up the map dev. They continue to play it through this early round really well. A Flores drone, though, is going to take out that shield nice and early inside of Trophy. A master side push seems to be the play for Scars.
Shurip once again aggressive. Just keep him in the back of your mind, as Scars will have to hear a lot of players on Rappel potentially vulnerable to a run out. As Trophy control is next on the agenda. Feebar is holding the position at the moment, watching the stairs. The Rotero isn't actually going to push him back. It's going to go straight into side just to get information. Doesn't even try and shoot it. He's worried about the players. It's wrecked around the corner. Oh no, he almost whiffs the fight. That would have been dangerous. But nonetheless, Northception are starting to fall apart. It's 2 picks now for Scars.
And Washoe as well has just found that lurker of the Vigil on the other side of Small Tower. Scar's looking poised to take this round now. A very contained attack so far. Master side centric. Wall has been opened, although rotation hole is there. So they need to push an attacker on that rotation hole, making sure they have a gun up so that none of the defenders can be cheeky and rotate through it.
That said, UKITS is being pretty cheeky here, aggressively peeking on this strong position. Sayo as well is able to find one, and at the flip of a coin, Northeption spring into action. Rek tries to take down UKITS, does get that shot off. 2v2 now with a lot of time, but Rek decides not to waste any of it. He walks straight into the side, but he's all alone as Tayu goes down. Can it be the double? Rek saves the round for Scars, and they do even up this scoreline here.
Oh, that was a bit close though. The comeback was almost on for Northeption. They realized that they were down in the man count and they were about to be flooded onto the site, and so all three of the players at the same time went for a peek and they went for a pick, and two of them got it and it evened out the man count. Thank goodness Rek was there right at the end for that 2-on-1 clutch to close out the round for Scars, but overall, really well done on the attack. They contained their attack to just that master bedroom side, and it was really the Flores that was a thorn in the side for Northeption. That trophy shield was gone within seconds. It pushed the defenders back, it made the site really claustrophobic, and Scars overall super well played through that early round.
It's nice to see that Scars have the backbone to not just succumb constantly to this aggression. They've proven that they can deal with it. Still a lot of really sketchy moments, even kicking it off here with that kill from Rek. You know, this player had been droned, no doubt called out that Smoke was playing there in Trophy, and yet still almost loses the fight. Really, it came down to quite a fortunate happenstance here with this double, the lineup. None of the Northeption players seeming aware of the player making his way into pit and then kids. But now, Northeption will actually decide to change their bomb site choice. Instead of repeating dorms, we're going to go to meeting.
But look at what the attackers brought. They've actually decided to bring along the Osa and the Thermite combination, so that would indicate to me maybe they're going for a minimalist big tower take. They're just, once again, trying to do a very contained minimalist attack. I can anticipate, but UKITS is here to meet them. He's playing that Wamai in that position really early on. Meanwhile, Rek on the other side of that top floor is going to entry in through Master.
Yeah, I do wonder what the eventual players, usually when I do see that Thermite Osa, I typically think it's primarily on the big tower, because that's where the Osa really can shine. I am liking the IQ pick though. That's a little adaptation we're seeing out of Scars. Every single round Northeption have been running this Valk, and Nina's been doing pretty well on it. Now it's onto Feebar. But a lot of great information you can get with those camps to disrupt the plant, to go for flanks, enable those aggressive players that Northeption seems so inclined to pursue.
Okay, so I anticipate that Scars will eventually rotate to doing something big tower, but the first thing they want to do is utilize those Selmas. That's on Washayo right now, who's in that ground floor. He's just thrown one out of his hand to try and put some pressure on that lobby side of the building. Rek is also holding the cutoff through that trophy room in case someone comes down the armory stairs looking to disrupt that push coming in through lobby.
Good map control taken, but fairly slow here for Scars. And still information, in fact, the temptation for Feebar to go for this play here. Just look at how many default cameras are still up as well. There's so much info, and Rek is fortunate to find that early duel against Shurit. Would have thought the shotgun would be favored there, but fortunately, Scars do find the opener.
This could be dangerous though for Scars. They've really only given it a minute for them to make this big tower rotation work, which is what they're trying to do now. Feebar so far is undetected. Not only that, but there's an aggressive line of sight inside of meeting. Feebar, of course, the one to find a second pick from Northeption. So-chan as well to double down on it, and now 4-on-2 for Northeption.
Yeah, man, it's just constant, isn't it? Northeption always looking for a cheeky way to get themselves back into the game, and now it's Lua and Pion to do their darndest, but it's an aggressive peak once again. Doesn't actually work out for them, and perhaps Northeption's own medicine. They will have to swallow UKIDS and Feebar now to try and hold on. 25 seconds. Lua looking tempted to go for Kitchen as Pion tempts with the idea of going meeting, but it's a rotate off and back again. They can't decide. No time to fret, guys. You've got to commit here as UKIDS holds down the line. A C4 still in pocket for Feebar. UKIDS with the impact. It could be so impactful. It does deny the plant, and the double is all he needs to close the round.
Yeah, once again, really well played from Northeption. They realized that Scars were taking quite a long time to formulate the attack that they were going for. And through that mid-round, they got into some really cheeky positions. I can note Fever, he was the one inside of Tier 1 in Big Tower. He snuck his way in, knowing that eventually that rotation would come through into Big Tower. They need to get the hard breach on the wall. And he found that pick, and it really stunted the mid-round of Scars. They couldn't get any more hard breach on the wall, even though there was a last chance, last-ditch effort to make their way in through that kitchen hallway. There just simply wasn't enough time. And I think that, like you said, Northeption, they're just so good at being slippery and slimy, right? They keep Scars on their toes, and like you said, Scars really, really struggle against that aggression.
Yeah, it's nice to see that Northeption, even when they do lose a couple of picks off that aggression, they know how to play these tight engagements at the end. I think they would much rather play a 2v2 than a 5v5, right? And that's why they're forcing this issue early. If Scars was allowed to get to a 5v5 execute with a minute to go, I'd probably put my money on them. They're a team that knows how to execute those tactics. Whereas Northeption, they really flourish in the more intricate, the gunplay, the playmaking. Even like you said with Feebar pushing up that hallway, just a demonstration of teasing, tempting. Can I get away with this? Let me just try it. Let me just see if maybe I can sneak into this corner. And that's the kind of thing that's constantly going to catch Scars off guard. My question is, when are they going to start reading into it? Because there's so many free picks up for grabs if they do.
I think that's the thing, right? So far, Northeption, they're dominating in the micro decision-making. Even though Scars might have a big macro concept that is working, it feels like Northeption just once they have a read of the big macro idea, they're making the plays work much more in their favor. Rek, though, he's got a very early entry in through that small tower side of the building, supported by one of his teammates as well, going through that Zulu hallway, starting to clear out the roam.
Yeah, and you can already see from Northeption the change attack compared to their previous defense of this bomb site. Nowhere near as heavy a roam. Still got a couple of cheeky little plays. Why is it the Smoke, the one making this aggressive play in T1? I don't know. And the Warden as well. Is that a Warden shotgun? Is that why he's using the SMG-12 right now? Quite strange. Oh no, Lua has spotted the Smoke. Nina thinks he's gone undetected, but Rek might be able to backstab here. Trap now in T2. Can they get the ping? No, not in time. And Nina fortunately falls back. Decent amount of time delay. And Scars have also droned out. Shu Reap and Tayo's able to secure that kill. So honestly, a really good start for Scars. Much better than their previous attack.
Yeah, really nice and diligent from Scars through the early to mid-round. Tayo, there on the cutoff inside of lobby, will open up the round for them. Not only that, but he's got the Hibana as well in hand. He can start to open up those hatches and work his way through the mid-round.
Bob, aggressive position from UKids, does try and activate that Vulcan canister, but not able to. Does finally get it, but not until after the hatch has been opened, so he's kind of trapped here. Difficult play to try and sneak up and around, get back to site. He does go to peek the hatch, but the timing is as such that Rek does survive. That's just UKits though. We might actually be ending up in that kind of late round scenario where Scars have all 5 alive, Mandy.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and it could be very dangerous for Northeption since they are down in the man count. In theory, Scars will win out the trades here, but there's only 38 seconds left to do it, and Scars have certainly taken quite a lot of time.
Still execute utility in the Ying. Rek to find a beautiful nade and march on forward. In through Freezer. Sayuchan's hidden in the corner though, and might be able to pounce at the opportune moment. Lua starting to get that plant down. Sayuchan knows about it. He's gonna wait for the opportune moment, but the trade comes through. All up to Feebar now on this big flank as Nina is down. It's a difficult play for him to make. Nice shot on the drop. Nice double, but Rek to trade. Oh, far too close for comfort, Scars, but they do finally nail down that last defender. And honestly, with it, evening up the scoreline with a laundry attack, this is looking very nice for Scars.
Honestly, I think you called it, Dev. I think as soon as you said when Scars end up in the 5-man execute, they're going to win it out, they totally did. That was excellent from Scars. They were super diligent through that early to mid-round. They made the entry work very quickly through the small tower. Not only that, but they had the cutoff. That was the first pick. And then as soon as it came to the execute, they pushed through that front side of the map at the exact same time. That freezer push and that laundry push was perfectly timed with each other, even going through the smoke. And although Sayuchan was in the corner, they had so much redundancy in the amount of players that were there that they could just simply trade him out and eventually win out the rounds.
Yeah, Yeah, they certainly still made it scary though, Mandy. Hey, like, wait, what was a 4v1?
Yeah.
Almost ends up as a 1v1. Bit scary, and it just goes to show North Eption, right? Like they just find these cheeky little positions, and Scars just seem to really struggle to read into any of these positions. Like they get a lot of trades, yes, but not before North Eption is able to find a kill, or in some cases two.
That's exactly right. I think Scars, they don't leave a lot of wiggle room for themselves, right? When they get to that execute, there was about 30 seconds left, so it was do or die for them. They had to go for that, right? But they are a measure twice, cut once type team. North Eption, they're sort of the contrast to that. They completely juxtapose that, and that's something that Scars are slowly learning to deal with. They're slowly learning to sit outside the building a little bit more, wait for that peak to come through from those North Eption players, because they know that they're going to aggress here in the early rounds.
In terms of reading each other's playstyles, we can only theorize who scrims who and whether these teams have played each other in practice, but it's been a long time, as Guz said, since these guys played each other in an official match. It was back in July last year during the Japan League Season 2 when these guys last came head-to-head in the server for an official, and it was Scars that won that series 2-0. Since then, North Eption have looked a lot stronger.
This is pretty interesting from North Eption, though. They've got the setup inside a trophy. Now, last time the Flores dealt with that pretty quickly, but this time they've also got the addition of the Pulse down in that ground floor. That's going to call out to the defenders exactly when the attackers are walking in the building. However, Lua completely knows about it, and he's just sent Wrecked down inside of that ground floor and taken him out.
Yeah, it's a really good play there from Scars. They're starting to spend a little bit more time on flank watch and punishing these plays. They better be doing it as well for the other flanker down here, Shuri. But of course, they've struggled on the site with Tayo going down. Washoi's made his way into tier 3. Did they manage to spot that Oryx down below? He's in classroom now. I think he's managed to dodge most of the drones. No, there you go. Is spotted, takes out the flank watch drone. And I like this from Feebar, using the smoke to delay time, because that's what Scars seem to run scarce on.
The breach has been open, though, from Lua. They're on that thermite, and Yukit's actually getting aggressive on the breach as well. I think he's just made his way through that rotation hole. Lua, though, can shut him down from just outside of Closet, and now, once again, Scars sitting in the man advantage come the execute.
Oh, Feebar, though, is able to trade it. And it seems like there are multiple things certain in this world. Death, taxes, and North Eption continuing to peak again and again. 2v3 now, a winnable position as Sayu-chan sneaks his way into Master, but Washoi from Attic is there to trade before Shuri finds him. A 1v2 now for the Oryx. He's ran the corner, the pre-fire is perfect, and Rek goes down. Pyon now to clutch it with the DMR. 3 flashes to his name, Shuri. Is he gonna peek it? The pre-fire is perfect for him! Wrecked 1 HP. Is Shurip gonna hear it? Round in the corner, another pre-fire. Gets the job done. North Eption take the lead once again. What a clutch.
Wow, and once again, North Eption are so fluid through that top floor. They are using every bit of aggression that they can against Scars. Everything that Scars open, there's a North Eption player there. You open up a window, there's a North Eption player there. The breach open, Ukits walks through it. Something like that, right? Even the player on white stairs, someone is coming in through trophy door. There's a player on that white stairs rotation that's about to take that gunfight. It just feels like North Eption are being super proactive on contesting Scars wherever they might be super early on. And Scars, although they're doing their due diligence with the drones, although they are sitting outside their building for a little bit, playing that cutoff position, waiting for someone to get aggressive, it's not working out come the late round because there's simply not enough time to deal with it.
Well, one last chance to defend now for North Eption, and they're going to go back to the basement. They won this once and lost it once. The first time it was very dominant based on that roam. I think they found 2 picks before Scars managed to fight back. But then, like we've talked about, Scars managed to find that really nice execute because they kept their 5 players alive right up until that execute. So if I'm North Eption right now, I'm probably thinking we need to stand fast on this roam for as long as possible, because even if it ends up as we find 1 kill and we die, we don't waste much time, like you just want to disrupt the Scars execute strategy.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And Scars, they are once again looking for that roam clear through the small tower. Last time, it was very, very quick. Rek was able to get in straight away, I imagine, off a set of pre-placed drones or something like that. But this time, it's being contested early, just like you alluded to. It's Ukits inside of that dining room, contesting the hop in through the window, shooting out some drones, and not allowing Scars that early entry.
Just because you mentioned pre-placed drones, I'll considered Solus. We haven't actually seen any Solus played as of yet, but I feel like Northeption would love Solus. Imagine the plays you could make, imagine the drones you could deny. I feel like it'd be one of the perfect operators to counter Scars, and yet we're not seeing it yet.
Not quite yet, but just look at this. It's 2 minutes on the board. Last time that Northeption played this ground floor, we already saw Wreck inside of Kitchen within like 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. So they've denied plenty more time this time on the roam. They've got a lot more value out of this mid-round for this attempt at the defense.
Yeah, still missing a bit of info though, aren't they? And Shuri has been droned out, I think. No, UKITS definitely has, but Wreck knows he's got 2 players to watch out for. Feebar was also up in T1 as well, still is in fact. So what's the play, Scars? You got to start flushing out these roamers with util or something. Oh no, the timing could not have been worse. And just look at the way Shuri continues to go aggressive. Lua is able to trade that pick, but still Northeption are getting what they wanted, and on top of it, UKITS falls back.
Oh, not just that as well. There's a Goyo shield to a Goyo canister to deny that freezer entry. That's typically what Scars have gone for time and time again. We've seen them attempt this front-sided execute, and putting Goyos there on the other side is going to delay that push just a little bit more. Not only that, but it's compounded with the amount of time that they've wasted on the roam in the early game. So far, Northeption looking really poised to take this round. There's not a whole lot of time left for Scars.
All right. Hatch getting opened. Only one firebolt left for the Capitao here, though, on Lua. Pion looking to push from the rear side, but that Mine Magnet prevents him from clearing the barb with his Gon 6. Feebar here at Pillar. This is looking very dicey, Mandy. What is this execute going to be?
Once again, it looks like it is a front execute. Lua is taking the diffuser over, but he has the Capitao in his hand, so if he wants to make some of those smokes and firebolts work in tandem with the push that's about to come through, it could still be on for Scars. It's not over yet.
Oh, but the area denial is there for Northeption. Smoke canisters, Vulcan canisters. What more could you want? Tayo now to get aggressive in Freezer. He's going to have to make a play from this position, and he does. UKITS goes down, but the traders are red and hot and ready to go. Lua goes deep into sight, finds one traded back, and it is pure, undiluted chaos, which is right where Northeption want to be. They win the half, 4-2.
I think a small misplay right at the end there from Scars. I felt like they had the utility they needed there in the top down to go for an execute that they had in the previous attempt they did this. They had the Capitao in hand, they had smokes, they had denied out of closet with that firebolt as well. But right at the end there, they actually decided to go for a flood execute. They all pushed in deep to try and look for kills, and it was just ever so slightly mistimed from each other. We saw Tayo go in from his push inside of Freezer, but the laundry trades didn't quite come through at the same time. And as a result, Northeption, they've been so good once again in that micro game. They win out a lot of those gunfights, and I feel like if Scars tried to get the bomb down there, they actually might have had a chance. I think they had the utility to do it.
It's a tough call, isn't it? And, well, it's up to the IGL team from Scars on making those decisions at the flip of a switch in the heat of the moment. And sometimes you make the wrong call. You just got to own up to it. And in fact, you just got to move on, right? Like, we're in the second half now, and this game can very much be a tale of two halves. I think particularly with teams like Northeption that really play off catching the opponent off guard, testing their drone work, testing their thoroughness. That's what Northeption did on their defense. What are they going to do on their attack, I wonder, though? And will it have as much success as their defense?
It does make me very curious how Northeption are going to play their attack. They're actually bringing along the Jackal, which is something that we didn't see Scars doing when they were on their attacking half. It's really expediting this roam clear process. We don't really see a whole lot of roam presence from Scars, however. Most of them, actually all 5 of them, already in that basement, not contesting early. Completely different philosophy to what Northeption brought.
Yeah, just look at how fast Northeption are, though. They're going to have a lot more time for this execute than Scars were afforded, even with the 5 players on site of Scars, even with a really strong hold. I have a lot of questions. For example, will the hatches be open? We've got the Kaid on the board, no EMPs, no Maverick, no Thatcher. What is Northeption going to do to open up these hatches to try and prepare for an execute?
Well, I think the thing about these hatches is that if North Eption want to go for a front-sided take, which it looks like they do, getting open that E-box hatch isn't mission critical to the push. They don't actually need to do that. They only need to get open maybe this lobby hatch if they want a utility dump, and maybe the freezer hatch if they want to go for a cutoff from it. But really, this is such a reserved attack from Scars. There's no point in playing that freezer hatch cutoff anyway, right? So I think the front take is still on for North Eption if they can identify it early enough.
Just look at North Eption's drones walking all over site. Scars letting it happen. Not playing aggressively at all. So timid in this position. V-Bar does a heck of a lot of damage to Tayo on the Kaid. And the initial trades start to ring out. The Flores drones are no more, as is the Goyo's C4. There's a little line for you. Let's see what Hibana can do. Getting to work here on the freezer wall. It's going to deny a lot of positions, give Nina a lot of control.
Yeah, and Scars as well being very passive about this. He's got control all the way into that freezer door. He's about to find one player inside of that highway hallway, and that's Wasayo going down.
So difficult now for Scars to fight back as North Eption are flooding into the site. Feebar with 2 swift kills. 1v2 now for Rek, top fragger in the server. Is he able to deliver in the 1v2? It's up to Nina to hold this cross. Waiting out the fires from the Vulcan canister. Rek is not able to land the crucial shot. Nina wins out the round for North Eption, and they are up 5-2.
Just really timid from Scars overall, right from the beginning of that setup to the ends, right? They let North Eption take the entire map. They even let them have the site. Once those utility came through, once that flood came through, it took a long time for North Eption players to meet Scars player. They were very, very deep into the site. They weren't contesting that entry early, and they just had so much time to make that flood work. North Eption, they're very happy to go for it, and then they start to get the plant down in a very comfortable 1-on-2 position. It just feels like Scars is giving them far too much wiggle room.
I think this is also a bit of a tale of map pick diff for North Eption. Last time they played Oregon, it was a 7-1 against Enterforce in the open quals. And before that, they beat Reject 7-4 back in November. So North Eption, they're a real confident team on this map. In contrast, Scars have lost it to Dam1 the last 2 times that they played it in fairly convincing scorelines. They had some wins during the ROG Masters, including against Gladiators, GG, which is a pretty big team to beat, but there's no 2 ways about it. This is North Eption's map through and through. And if they can take it in quite a dominant scoreline, I wonder what that will do to Scars when Scars go onto their favoured map. Will North Eption have enough momentum to carry through?
Not just that, but North Eption have brought some pretty exciting things onto this attack. They've decided to pick the Ying on Sayo-chan. Not only that, but they've got a combination of double hard breach with the Maverick and the Ace as well. So they could put pressure from literally everywhere. We've already got the Maverick inside of that big tower starting to run out stage. We have the Ace on the other side inside of Master who can open up and start to choke out that top floor closet wall. It's just, it feels like North Eption have a lot going for them with the operator picks and with the philosophy that they're bringing into this bomb site.
Bit of Maverick action. Not every day you get to see this these days. Since Maverick lost his nades, since the mini EMPs came through, we don't get to see a lot of it. And it's not even to Mav trick a wall, it's just to make some lines of sight. Pion, of course, keenly trained on it. Would not recommend Shuri peek this one.
This is really nice. I actually really like this from North Eption. They're putting pressure inside of that big tower. Not only that, but they're putting pressure inside of Master, while 3 players consolidate outside of that big window, getting ready for an execute. Yeah, inside of the small tower and big window side, getting ready to either clear a room in the ground floor or flood in through the double window. I really like this. It's putting a lot of pressure onto Scars to try and figure out what they're doing.
Yeah, that said, hard breach are down now for North Eption. Nina being taken down by Rek. And Scars are quite patient. UKITS walks all the way to the top of White Stairs. I really hope Scars are aware of this, or at least cautious of that White Stairs position, but no, you can see that they certainly are not. Easy kill for UKITS as he walks straight onto side, but the trade is there, as it seems to oh so often be for Scars. Saya-chan does end up losing out that awkward gunfight, and Feebar left in a 1v4, not likely to achieve much. Reveals his position with a quick spray. The shoulder pick, that's not what you want to come up against when you've got a 20-bullet weapon. Pion, though, tempted to overextend, but doesn't want to get caught out by that air jab. And now it's really just up to North Eption to spectate Feebar for a little bit as he tries to make a very unlikely round work for him.
Yeah, I think it was really Lua there in the mid rounds that made the gunfights work in his favor. He didn't only win one, which was the player outside of Must, but he won another one, and that was the player in Attic too. And he can collect a third for himself to close out the round for Scars. It just felt like even though Northeption had a nice philosophy going for them, Scars, they went for the picks. They identified that there were some solo players around, and they took both of them out straight away. And so overall, really well played from Scars, keeping them on their toes this time, putting a lot more pressure in the early round, actually not giving them as much respect as they did when they played that basement bomb site. And I think it really worked out for them much better.
Yeah, that's right. Scars are a team that tends to prefer that kind of more tactical passive play, but if they do have confidence and, like you said, treat the opposition with a little bit less respect, go for a couple of more plays, I think that just throws their opponents off kilter because they're not necessarily expecting it. And, you know, what's more, even though Scars do often to succumb to these like cheeky plays like Northeption getting that player walking up the white stairs last round, managed to find a kill, Scars are at least very good at trading when these Northeption players get into these aggressive positions and throw a spanner in the works. Scars, it feels like 9 times out of 10 are getting those trades back, which at least redeems the position.
I think that's exactly right. When you play around a siege, something's going to go wrong. Nothing is always going to go to plan, right? And Scars know that even though they are a more methodical team, more a strategy-based team, I think they still know how to play tactics quite well. They know how to use redundancy in their man count. They know how to go for trades really well. And I think that's what makes this team such a strong team within the region, right? They're so consistent as a result of that. And Northeption, even though they are being a bit cheeky about it, I think Scars can definitely keep pace with them.
I love the speed at which Northeption gets into the building. They're steps away from the bomb site, and there's only 30 seconds have passed. Goes to show these pre-placed drones are doing wonders for both teams. I wonder if Scars are aware of this early position. Shuri just finds a pick and walks straight up, almost into sight. With players in dining, this is such a dangerous position for Scars, but of course they're playing the vert. They know the strats, they know the tactics and how to play this bomb site in what has been proven to be one of the most effective ways. That said, Northeption does not let up. They've got this pressure and they just continue to squeeze.
Tayo as well sitting on that top floor, anticipating that more push come to shoves will happen inside of dining. There was really early aggression that came in. Oh no, this is a classic drone moment. Oh no, the game has decided to not give itself to us. There we go, we're back now. Fever on his drone going through that top floor. It doesn't seem like there are any players though. Most of the players have fallen back to that ground floor, bar one roamer. That's Tayo, who's still holding on to that vertical inside of kitchen, making sure that no one can enter in through the doorway.
I think that Gon 6 was trying to destroy the mute jammer. Nice attempt there. Ooh, Nina, very aware of the position. Going to be able to do much of the skeleton key, I wonder. Tayo trying to duel this position, but Feebar gets the better of him. Difficult position now for Scars, 2v4. Washoy looking to make a play here from the freezer stairs. The Sayo-chan's holding his position in dining, just waiting patiently. Lua caught in a really awkward spot here. Wall open from kitchen. Drone's no doubt about to come through and reveal his position with the vert above as well. This is not enviable at all for Scars. XQ starts to come down. Lua tries to deny it, but even with a smoke here, Sayo-chan will be able to stick it. Takes a bit of tick damage, but it's more than worth it to get that diffuser planted. Washoy now trying to push in through Z. There's a desperate attempt, and Feebar can take him down. All on Lua now, who attempts the same as his fallen comrade. Round in the corner, SMG-11 is nice for one, but not for the second one. Scars, I believe that's calling their tactical timeout, oh so desperately needed, as Northeption have found match point.
Big player to point out there, I think, actually not just in that round, but in the series is Shoe Reap. The way that he conducts himself on the entry is so dangerous, right? He really is one of those players that builds off momentum. He's a true entry player in my mind, right? He gets that entry kill. He doesn't stop. He goes in to the next room. He builds off that momentum, trying to find the gap, trying to not allow Scars any time to recompose and go for that trade. And even though he died on the reattempt, it allowed so much room for his team to back him up and make their way into small tower. Just playing the entry like that, that's so momentum based and so front on, is really enabling Northeption to make the mid round work super quickly. Scars need to be way more on their toes if they want to deny what Northeption are trying to go for, because that is terrifying, and now they're on match point.
And the timeout is about to subside as well. What will Scars have discussed during this period? And firstly, they need to decide which bomb site they're going to go to. You've got Kitchen Meeting and Laundry Supply, both unlocked, but both yet to be successfully defended. Dorms are still locked for one more round here for Scars, so they can't go back to that. In fact, they're going to go downstairs. Difficult position for them to be in, knowing that they lost this last time. And what's more, just look at some of the operators that North Epsion are teasing out, bringing the Ying once again, and the Monty. On top of that, the Thatcher, which I assume is to go in tandem with the Ying's secondary hard breach to open up these hatches. It's just a scary prospect, isn't it?
Yeah, it is scary, and it isn't like Scars have brought any breach and null either. There's no KE there for the hatches, so it could certainly be on for a hatch drop execute. There are a lot of options here for North Epsion with the lineup that they're trying to go for. They could go for a back take with the Flores. They could try and clear out the shields. They could also do that with the Monty. They could go for a front take as well in tandem with the Ying for the utility dump that comes through the hatches as well, right? There's just a lot for Scars to worry about. They need to be contesting the map early if they want to deny North Epsion's plans, because there's just way too much on the cards for the attack at the moment.
Well, I assume the op changes on the defense is to enable this more aggressive play. I know we got rid of the Qayyid, we've got the Alibi, we've got the Aruni. I mean, Aruni's only a 1-speed these days, so perhaps not a roamer, but good just entry denial, slowing down the attack. Alibi, of course, is a very strong roamer. Here comes Washoy. Found this Monty, but it's really awkward to try and deal with the hip-firing Monty, isn't it? Tries to spray the position, but really well played by Shuri not to expose his head. Just putting this immense pressure down on the site. This is also going to pressure the roamers to fall back as well.
Oh gosh, Sharif is so scary. He's just a train that does not stop. He just continues to press W. Not only that, but he's pushed that player all the way down into the basement now. Tower control is there for North Epsion with 2 minutes left to go. Now, I'm not sure where the rest of Scars are. Have they all fallen back into the site, or is there still a bit of a roam presence? Oh, a double impact coming out from Washayo does take Sharif down pretty low, but he's got no more in his pocket.
Oh, and Sharif's going to continue pushing the issue aggressively. Finds the hipfire kill and hungry for more. Rek in Frieza is going to have to do the damage, but it's Pion that comes to support. Ukit's now aggressively in the pillar position. And this pressure is mounting on Scars. Really strong control from North Epsion already.
Oh, and that elbow control has been given away as well to Nina. No reinforcement came out from there, and so that takes down the crossfire that Scars were holding. Now only 2 players left in the 3-on-2, and those Yin Candles are flying out.
Oh, deaf, dumb, and blind. Tayo doesn't stand a chance. It's all on Pion now. Got a C4, but is he going to be able to do much with it? The nade and the peak from Feebar is more than enough to take the map for North Epsion. A dominant 7-3 scoreline is all that is required. And North Epsion kick off the series with a bang.
Yeah, really well played from North Epsion. Overall, I felt like they just won in the micro game almost every single round. Although Scars seem to have a pretty okay macro understanding of the game, North Epsion always seemed to be a step ahead. They always seemed to be a pace ahead, I think it was, against Scars. And as a result, Scars, they just took a little bit too long to get on the same page and to take those gunfights with the same pacing. I think the trades always ended up working out for North Epsion consistently throughout that series, and eventually they took the series.
What a game of confidence as well, especially Shurip. We talked a lot about him near the end of the game. Insane entry. He goes from sprinting into sight in the space of about 20 seconds in the second last round, and then in the last round, he's entry frag Monty. He can do everything. Credit to him. What a game. North Epsion really showing that they are here to play, that they know Scars all too well, and that while 2022 was a crazy beast for Scars, 2023 may not be quite the same. Is there a chance at redemption in map 2, I wonder, for Scars? We are going to Cafe.
I think so, personally. I think Scars look really good on Cafe from what I've watched them play. I think overall, Oregon, they're not super strong on it in terms of, I think, strategy understanding, especially against a team like North Epsion, who just seem to play the map very fluidly. I imagine that Scars, feeling more comfortable on their own map pick, will be able to keep pace with those gunfights, especially in the early rounds. I anticipate that's going to be a lot closer than that series.
Well, that's map 1 in the books. North Epsion may be able to 2-0 Scars, but they're going to have to do it on Cafe, which will come up after this quick break.
Welcome back. The first map of the APAC closed qualifiers. Well, it's done and dusted. And to be fair, Northampton have come out swinging, but there's a little bit of an asterisk to that, Xenox. Their map pick, we somewhat expected them to be the team to take it, but maybe in the way that they've done it might have caught some by surprise.
Look, I mean, I think we did specify, obviously, Oregon was going to be a map that Northampton should feel very comfortable in. They haven't really lost it in recent times. You know, it's over the last couple of months. It was essentially going to be a case of you've got to win your map pick. Okay, job done. You've done that. So now it's a case for Scars to do the same thing over on Cafe. It's their map pick. It's a map that also we haven't really seen any success from Northampton, only a 1 loss on it. And that's it. That's the only game they've played. I think that was against Reject a couple of months ago. So everything does still kind of point to this going to a third map, provided Scars could just perform, obviously, on their map pick.
Guys, is there anything to say that Scars won't? Did you see anything throughout Oregon that has you a little bit worried, or is this kind of a bit more of a clear-cut decision?
I think a lot of that first map was based on just Northampton's skill on Oregon.
Okay.
I don't think Scars overall played particularly poorly. However, Northampton, especially in that first half on the defense, did a really good job, I think, in sort of maintaining pressure and really set the tone for the map as a whole. And Scars didn't have too many rounds in response where we were looking at it and going, this is the moment they can start to mount a comeback. And after that timeout was called so late in sort of an act of desperation, I think at that point everyone sort of knew that that map was already done and dusted. So at the moment, I think we're going along the lines of the storyline we set, probably expecting Scars to have a better showing here, and it sets us up for that third map decider on Bank.
We've also just been given a bit of an update in a match off stream for those that might be interested. Easy, our incredible and wonderful observer, has let us know 7-4 to Bliss over Fury, which was actually on Fury's map picker clubhouse. So potentially, Xenox, that discussion of Bliss making that lower bracket run. It's not really a lower bracket, but you know what I mean, in the lower portion of the bracket, that really could still come through.
Yeah, and look, obviously, I think if they can obviously ward off Fury in the next map 2-0, or even if it goes to a 2-1, whatever, like that Knights Bliss matchup, talk about a way to sort of finalize maybe a bit of a chapter for 2022 into 2023. Those two teams, there's history there when it comes to the Oceanic Nationals. Obviously, Bliss not being in APAC South, but I think they look to probably a team like the Knights who they'd like to be in that kind of position. So that could be quite tantalizing, as we like to say, Rob. But bringing it back for obviously Scars and Northampton, and the question you actually posed to Guz was regarding, was there anything there from Scars and made you think maybe going into Cafe that they can turn it around? I don't think there was anything from that Oregon game that makes me go, oh, Scars will be fine on Cafe. I think it's just simply based on the actual history of the map itself for both of the two teams. If anything, you flip that around and say, is there anything for Northampton that says that they can actually 2-0 this? And what I would say is there's not a whole lot of history. A 5-7 loss on Cafe, that's it. So if they've worked on their Cafe and they're ready for it, that was a really clean Oregon for them, 7-3, their map pick. They really just dominated Scars, and now you're just one map away from knocking them out. The pressure is on Scars. The pressure's not on you. So that might aid them in that quest of 2-0. If Northampton get off to a good start on Cafe, I think they can really play spoiler.
Well, an immense amount of pressure on Scars at the moment as we head to their map pick. They're down 1-0 in the series. Devin Mandy will run you through the action.
Thanks very much, Rob. Look, a few reservations to be made about Scars at this juncture with how well Northampton played in Map 1. It's going to be a Herculean effort for the reigning Japan champions to get back into it for Map 2. Though not impossible, it is, of course, their map pick. They should be favoured on paper, but if they got the confidence to deliver after Map 1 was such a Northampton game, have a look at the poll results. Wow, that is a night and day difference from Map 1. I tell you what, Northampton, the fans are rallying behind them. Let's see whether their faith is well placed here on Cafe.
Wow, yeah, that is a bit of a turn of the tide as well. Not only that, but it's also on Scars' map pick. So, Chat, hopefully you've got it right. Hopefully you've got something going for you there for your points. We're going to Cafe. I really am backing Scars personally on this map. I really want this to go to a third map for them. Oregon, I think, is not a showing. Oregon is not showing of their, I suppose, of how good that they can be. I feel like they're just not as fluid on that map as this one, and I want to back them into it. First ban to go out is going to be Ying, actually, from Scars, and really, I think this is a good one because Northampton made really great use of this operator in the last map.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. The knock is a little bit more run-of-the-mill. It's what we saw Northampton ban on the first map. They're going to get rid of the mirror, I wonder. I feel like it's probably the right play. Northampton don't really want to be playing up against mirror windows where they like to just walk into sight. Mirror puts a bit of a stop to that. It's actually the Valk. Funny, since Northampton seemed to dominate so well on Valk in the previous map, and since that tends to enable aggressive plays, I'm a little bit surprised that that's the ban for them, and the mirror actually stays in as a result.
I'm actually quite surprised that Scars decided to ban out Azami here. Now, I haven't read too hard into the operator bans across the year, but I felt like Scars would be one of those teams that, because they're so strategy focused, they would try and architect the map through the Azami, and so it shocks me that it has gone out. That does mean that things like Castle are in and your Breach into Kaid is left in, which is what Lua is bringing, and they're starting out on that top floor as well and bringing a very Anchor-centric, utility-centric lineup. We've got the Jaeger and Wamai combo and the Aruni, as well as the shield on the smoke and the Waldenal from the Kaid, so it's going to be a bit tricky for Northampton to try and work through that.
Just on that Azami note, and in Scar's ban philosophy in general, I'm having a look at their previous results, and they really change up what they're banning. It's not like they just have one staple, like for example, Northampton on the attack, always ban the knock. Like I can count like 3 scenarios where they didn't. Whereas Scars on the defense and attack both, it really changes from map to map, from game to game. You know, sometimes they get rid of the Kaid, sometimes they get rid of the Mute, the Valkyrie, the Wamai, the Goyo. Like it's just, they have a lot of variety. It seems very map dependent, very opponent dependent. They're a very countering team. They like to read into their opponent and try and play to counter them. So perhaps it's less about whether Scars like to use it and more that they've identified Northampton are good with that Azami and they want to ban it out. Though it didn't seem to affect them on the first map, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, actually, now that you've made that comment, I would have to agree with you. I think that Azami in the hands of Northampton, especially I imagine in like a power position like Piano, could be very, very painful and frustrating to deal with. You have your really aggressive plays in Shurip or even in U-Kits, for example, that could definitely make use of that architected space once they get onto their defense. So honestly, not bad from Scars. Now that you've said that, I completely agree with what they're going for. We're starting out on the roof, of course. This is a cafe attack, so taking their time to rappel up, open up some of those windows and put pressure inside of that hallway, inside a bathroom, and any players playing inside a cigar from the hatches.
You know how there's AIs these days that can like write paragraph essays about, you know, write me an essay about Rainbow Six Siege.
Yep.
You know, I reckon it wouldn't even need to be a very smart AI to write out a cafe top floor attack. These things are so scripted every single round. It's the same thing. It's like, all right, we're going to take Piano. Let's util clear. There's a little bit of difference. I like the fact that we've got the BPC instead of the shield, but hang on a second. Nina's thrown the script right out the window and he's got a face full of buckshot for his trouble. What are you doing, Northampton? Washoy is having a laugh. Finds 2 before he's traded back. There you go. I stand corrected. That is not something you see every day.
And well, the Thatcher is on the board though for the attackers, so they can start to get open this bathroom and freezer wall with the Hibana in hand. Lua is now, I believe, stuck inside a freezer, unless that wall hasn't been opened quite yet. And Ukits, of course, off the back of the nade, is going to make an entry into that white hallway. Explosive. Here we go. The player in C2 taken down. Wreck there for the trade, but not before yet. Sayo-chan is there for the backing, and now a 2-on-1 for FIBA.
You blink and you miss it. They just don't stop. The 1v1, Pyon and FIBA. Now, FIBA's made a hell of a lot of noise. Both of these operators newly 1 speed, making a hell of a lot of noise when they move, but Pyon hasn't flinched. And you can see in the way that FIBA's moving around, he's got no clue where this last defender is. There's no doubt the Iruni would have heard the Thatcher. Is FIBA going to make a play here?
Oh, no.
He's going to push in. It's just dead silence from Pyon. Doesn't want to reveal his position. As soon as he moves his feet, that shuffling will be audible to the Thatcher. So it's patience that is the virtue for now. That said, FIBA has now taken down the bulletproof camera and moved into Cocktail. He can plant. And there we hear the case be open. Pyon slowly starts to make his way forward. Oh, and FIBA fakes it. But the sprint comes out. He might have heard the position, and he does go for the pre-fire. He knows the position. A pre-fire should lock us in, but what? He looked away at the last moment, second-guessing himself. Proved fatal for FIBA. Oh. Well, if this is the kind of cafe we're in for, Mandy, I am stoked to be here.
I am so in on this. This is going to be a great game of Cafe. Northampton, they identified that all 4 walls were closed inside of Piano super early, right? Inside of that piano room. So they went, hold up, there's no one contesting Pixel. There's no one contesting bathroom angles. Let's just walk in. And that is what Northampton are so good at, but not before being met by Washayo, who's just sitting in the corner of bathroom with a shotgun. They got a little bit ahead of themselves. Scars, they went out their gunfights in the power positions that they needed to. And even though it came down to a 2-on-1 situation, I think overall that was a very Scars-like strategy in my opinion. I think that they played their positions really, really well, and eventually the trades did work out in their favor and they close out round 1.
Well, Northampton have once again set the pace. They've said, look guys, we are going to be playing quick. We're going to be getting in the building early. We're going to be identifying things off these pre-placed drones right at the start of the round in the prep phase, and then making plays based off of that, wasting no time whatsoever. I wonder what their strategy is now going on to the I was going to say basement. I always say basement. It's not actually a basement. It's just the ground floor, the kitchen
floor.
And cooking bomb sites. Are they going to go for this map clear, this roam? Because we do have a little bit of presence offside at the moment from Rek with the cap can. I like that, the triple cap can trap. We also have this hatch here in Fireplace opened up. So if Northampton do go for map control, they'll already have that available to them.
Yeah, but not just that. Scars are still holding onto the map adjacent to the bomb site as well horizontally. We've got pressure still inside a bakery. That's Tayo just sitting behind the cupcake bench, as some like to call it. Meanwhile, the roam clear is starting to come out though, just like you alluded to. Already a player in that top floor, making his way in through the white hallway.
Bit of a standoff here. I like Shuri with the Twitch drone. All right. I don't know how that happened, but taking down the smoke nice and early is very good, especially if that was the VIP player. But the trade comes through eventually. Rek does find Nina. Now, there was a player, I think it was Rek earlier on. It was Washoy who was playing on the white stairs. Ukits does miss out on the chance to take him down. Rotero going in. Oh, no. Oh, the pre-fire from Shuri. How does he always land these shots? So consistent on his gunplay. Almost lost his life for droning there, but instead he pulls the Uno reverse card out of his pocket and puts the man advantage back on his side, furthered now by Ukits. He's got this vert potential as well with the breaching charges and 2 breaching rounds from Ash in his pocket. Doesn't get caught out by the Capcan traps. I think there might have been a couple of more on the other side of the doorframe. No, apparently not. So this is a really good position for Northampton.
Yeah, pretty messy early rounds so far, but Northampton do come out on top and furthering that advantage as well. Now, Pyon in the 1-on-4 is going to take the fight onto Ukits, but doesn't connect the shots. Now they know exactly where he is, and the bomb is going down. He can, though, eventually find it. Vertical is available to him, but where has that bomb gone down?
Tough position now, dropping the hatch. His legs will be seen first. Tries to bait it out, but FIBA Can scare him off with a couple of return shots. Making his way down the white stairs now. Difficult position, I think, solidified in Coffee and just on the other side of Freezer. One player at Whiskey, and Shuri can take a sip before he shuts him down. Lovely round there from Northeption, much better than they started in the first.
I like the philosophy that Northeption have brought into this series, not just this map, but the series in general. They're really good at holding their ground as individuals. They like to put pressure kind of everywhere. Even though Scars were defending adjacent to the site, they were also roam clearing. There was also Northeption players there to contest everything. They're not telegraphing their push ever. They never do that. Even when they were in fighting the attack in Oregon, they still had players trying to do each thing in each different part of the map, keeping the defenders guessing. I really like that in that last round. They had the roam clear happening, but they also had pressure in Bakery trying to fight that player there. They also had the fluorized drones going in through VIP at the same time. It just feels like a lot for Scars to be thinking about and trying to deal with, and Northeption are super good at playing that early rounds.
That they are. What's more, you know, they now seen this top floor defense that Scars have played, so when we eventually go back there, and even to some degree when Scars play the Fireplace defenses, Fireplace Mining and Fireplace Reading, those bomb sites in a lot of ways do resemble the top floor in that you'll typically have some cocktail presence or some piano presence, as we're seeing right now. I wonder if Northeption will be quite so efficient at clearing this map control as they were in the first round. That said, they sometimes fumble the ball when they overextend towards these setups that Scars have got waiting for them.
This is different from Scars, though. The way they're holding this top floor, completely different to how they actually defended it when the top floor was the bomb site. They're playing open angles into that red for hatch drop. They're making the piano room and the cigar room one of the power positions, somewhere that they can toy around for a little bit, contest that entry nice and early on. Even angles inside a bathroom to play that crossfire, but when the entry comes through, it's very different from Scars. It's much more aggressive.
Nice upside down repel from UKits. Nina already opening up the avenue from top red into piano as well. Now it looks like, while you did say Scars did have that aggressive setup, there's no one actually in piano aside from the pixel position. One in bar, but starting to fall back now towards Cocktail. Not sure, but feel a little bit of pressure shortly. 3 players on the top floor for the defense at the minute.
The thing about Rek's position, although he is inside a Cocktail, he can still rotate through that top floor relatively easily by hopping over the bars. Although Shureep is here on the cutoff for that player inside a Pixel. He's stuck, is absolutely stuck there, that player. It's Washoyo on the other side now playing his life. There is no way he's going to be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect angle from Shureep. The suppressor pays dividends for him there. Washoyo taken down with that piano control for Northeption. And these 2 Cocktail players feeling a hell of a lot of pressure. Lua does find Shuri though. Rek aggressive inside a bar. Oh my god, Nina goes down. The skin of his teeth, the last 3 bullets in the mag. Rek finds the pick, looking for a second one now in bar. But he is shut down. Feebar gets the better. 3v3 now as Pion has to make the call. Does he try and fall back? Does he try and hold on?
It seems like hold on is going to be the play. He's aided by one of his teammates. That's Lua on top of the white stairs to play the trade if he needs it. And there it is, that crossfire perfectly played from Scars.
Fortunately for Northeption, they do get a trade back once again. Blind C4 nets, nothing except for Verd that potentially the attack side could use. Feebar and Sayachan now to try and clutch up. Sayachan has the diffuser, so he's not going to be able to cover from above. He's going to have to rotate down to his teammate. That could enable a flank from Lua potentially. That 1-speed Malusi. Sayachan, does he realize he's the one with the diffuser? Perhaps he doesn't. Blown another hole in the roof of Library now. 15 seconds, mate. You've got to start getting into a plant position. Feebar's going to have to start with the entry. A breach on the wall. Feebar's gone all the way forwards. And it doesn't matter because Tyre's found both of these kills. Scars, really good late round there to lock out Northeption.
Nice from Scars. They realized that they needed to get some value out of that top floor setup that they had. One player going down inside a pixel is not going to be enough for the amount of utility and the amount of effort that they've put into that setup on the top floor. So Lua, even though there might have been a play on the right window, realizes Pion needs help. I'm going to come up those white stairs and play that crossfire. Pion, even though he eventually went down, did play that roam pretty well. He held his ground inside of that Timbers area, made sure that the attack had to do their due diligence to get in. Eventually the time just kind of ran down for North Eption, and when that execute came through, it was Tayo that was in a perfect position. He was in that 90 hallway, he was in that pillars position, ready to deny that entry that came through the reading door, and that was just super well played from Scars, making full use of every part of their setup that they had.
Well, now, Manny, we do go back on the top floor. You made a really interesting point about how Scars didn't have any holes open from washrooms or backstore looking into Piano, so North Eption took it for free. I wonder, is it the same strategy again?
It kind of does look like it, to be honest. If we get a quick look inside of what Piano looks like at the moment, it is exactly the same. Rather, instead of doing this, they make Cocktail their power position set. They have a shield on that double doorway. I know that's really painful to observe. I'm sorry, medics. And instead, they're opening up that long bar and the bars in B2 and B3 as big as they possibly can to try and deny the actual site control. They're giving away everything adjacent to the bomb site, but the actual site itself is wide open. Everything is open for the line of sight for the defense.
It's almost a bait, isn't it? To try and convince North Eption to go for this Piano side. If I was attacking this, I would consider actually going for the other side of the map. Like, if you go for a Cocktail execute, they can't play in Piano to deny plan. If you take Cocktail, the round is kind of over here. North Eption, though, not opting to go for that side of the map at all. It seems to be Piano once again.
It certainly seems like it, and the Flores is going to be there to aid that clear coming in from the Piano side. Feebar is actually able to take down the first pick. That's Rek, I believe, was the player in the white hallway from last time. I remembered. I actually have no idea where he's died in this defense. Oh, and it seems like it. There we go. The player just inside of that white hallway around the Timbers area. Cutoff already done for North Eption, and once again, early Piano control. UKIT's there on the cutoff inside of that white hallway. He's able to take down the player inside of bathroom. That's a shotgun of Washoy instead. Oh, Lua, though, getting aggressive on the skylight too. It gets punished for it by Shoe Reap. It's not looking so good for Scars.
That's a sign of desperation, isn't it? Here we go, though. Pion, another desperate attempt, but that does tell North Eption there's only one player on site. It's Tayo here in Cocktail, but there's too many angles for him to worry about. It's all up to Pion now. 1v3. This would be a huge clutch if he could get it done. That's a triple kill on the round. He's going to have to ace it, Mandy. 2 players left to go as that diffuser is down. 40 seconds left and a hell of a lot of work ahead of him. Pion, oh no, he whiffs every single shot. This is an abstract art, mate. You're meant to shoot the head. And as a result, North Eption dominate that top floor attack.
Goodness gracious, North Eption just absolutely went for it. Not only that, but Scars, I think, maybe over-rotating early in that round. They played the cutoffs really well, North Eption. Not only did they get on that white hallway cutoff, that was UKITS, who took down the player in bathroom, they also had a player that was cutting off the stairs, and a player on the skylight as well, anticipating that Scars are just going to be playing on the side. It's very claustrophobic, the setup that Scars went for there. There wasn't a lot of wiggle room that they could go between. And as they were getting caught off on the rotations, it completely opened up the site for North Eption. They were able to go for their flood and just win out that round nice and easy from there.
Mandy, I got to admit, I'm scared for Scars here. I really feel like a 4-2 has to be on the cards on Cafe defense. Of course, North Eption would have had the choice of which side to start, and they did end up choosing attack, so perhaps there's something in it there. Perhaps North Eption knows something we don't. Perhaps this map is more attacker-sided than we realized. Perhaps we're going to see a crazy attack this round. We've got Glaz, Lion, Dockerby, Sens. I don't know what we're in for, Mandy, but I'm excited.
I think we're in for a treat. This is so exciting. I can't wait to watch how they're able to use the Sens on Shoe Reap of all players as well. You know it's going to be chaotic when Shoe Reap picks an operator like this, right? He brought along the Monty, he entries with it. He brings along Sens. What on earth he's going to do with this one? I have no idea. Sao-chan immediately putting pressure onto that garage position, a Selma to go down and cut off that hallway. Rek, though, he does know from above what North Eption are going for, and there you go. UKITS on the upside down rappel can take down Pion inside of Whiskey.
Very nice. nice, and the jig is up. There's the Glaz, here's the Sens. Oh, don't you just love this? I'm almost more excited for the Sens than I am for the Solus, even though this is the first Solus we've seen all tournament. And, well, Scar's not going to give up as of yet. Feebar goes down. The Glaz hasn't been able to double up on this position, even though he has taken control. Hang on a second. Saya Chan's marched straight into sight, taking down Tayo. And now a 4v3 as the defenders become the attackers. A-side control completely seceded for Northeption. Scar's desperately trying to retake. Rek pushing up. Here's a good one. The Glass has gone down. Rek's found. Oh, beautiful double. Suddenly it's a 3v1. And Nina on the Lion. 1 scan remaining. 0 kills to his name so far in the match. He's going to have to find all 3 here. No diffuser. And Scars are just waiting patiently. There's a beautiful reaction time and a beautiful first shot flicking up to the head. Nino might be able to make himself a rotate in here with the DMR. As that scan goes out, nobody moves. Washoy and Lua, the Sass brothers, they're going to easily hold it out. I think that was through the vert. Indeed it was. What an angle. And Scars put an end to that very scary looking lineup and take the lead here on Cafe.
Northeption were like, chaos, we're bringing chaos. And Scars were like, okay, that's fine. We can deal with that now. We know that you're going to do that. That's fine. And it was so composed from Scars, really, especially Rek inside of the bomb site. He realized, all right, at any second now, someone is going to walk in. That is what Northeption do. That is their thing. That's what they've been going for this entire series. At some point, someone just presses W and is in the bomb site, and that's bad. And so Rek was there for that double kill. Even though the player inside of Kitchen got turned on and backstabbed, there was still a player on the vertical that was able to deal with that. He remained composed. He didn't feel the need to come and rush back onto the site because he knew that Rek was holding his ground. And that's this double kill that's coming up in the replays right now, right? This power position he was playing just outside of that double, stalling out himself from being entryed on from inside of Garage, being entryed on from inside of the breach, anything like that. He was in a very tricky position for Northeption to deal with and eventually really opened up the round for Scars to take it.
What you said before about Northeption just creating all this chaos, it makes me think of that that meme, you know, the house on fire, Scars sitting in the middle of it saying, this is fine, this is fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Little nervous laugh. Well, one last chance to hit the 4-2 for Scars here. And even though Northeption did tease out the blitz for a second there in the prep phase, they are not going to stick it. In fact, it's the Yamaru. What is the play? Is this to go in just Fireplace, which is, by the way, the site?
Oh, surely.
There's a play or what?
Surely that is the play.
Making a hole right now, so...
Oh, okay, maybe it's not the play.
The timing needs to be everything here.
This could be dangerous for Northeption if they're going for what they're going for. That is ill-advised, but it seems like Dronework has come out and they've actually decided, all right, let's entry in through somewhere nice and safe instead. It's Nina, the first in the building, but not before taken down by Lua, and no trade to come out just yet.
Attackers have located the bomb.
Nice and safe, you say? Not so, says Lua. UKids gets in the site, but immediately taken down. It's Lua once again. He's been the savior for Scars this round. Shuri does get one back, but of course, Scars have a player there to trade once again, as they always seem to. It's now Saya Chan and Feebar to attempt and clawing this back. Lua is once again there, triple kill on the round. White Stairs is his territory. A 1v4 now for poor Saya Chan. No point saving this one. Minute and a half. Get to work.
I think Scars are starting to figure out the formula for Northeption. It's just, yeah, we can roam a bit, maybe, but someone please look after the bomb site. And they've done that so successfully for the past 3 rounds in a row now. This time, last time it was Rek. This time it was Lua. He was the one that was in the perfect position to deny that easy, cheesy access into the bomb site. And that's through the window and through the White Stairs, right? They always know that Northeption are going to go for something cheeky, something a bit cheap like that, right? Rather than doing their due diligence on the roam clear. That's what they're going for. And so having those plays, looking after the bomb site, sitting there, and there we go, perfect C4 to connect inside of that freeze position from Tyre. We'll close out the round for Scars, and what a dominant defense that was.
Indeed it was. I like what you said about how Scars thinking and finally realizing, yeah, we can roam a little bit, but kind of we just need to have someone holding right click, looking at the windows on the site, looking at the doors.
Yep.
the easiest point of entry. Really, it reminds me of playing ranked. You know when you're playing ranked and you like spend all this time setting up, making vert, whatever, and then you're finishing your setup 10 seconds into the round, and someone's like, "Wait, they're on site." Sometimes you play against those players that like to really set the pace, like to really punish you for not being ready. And the way to deal with that, one of the ways to deal with that is just to be gun up. Just be gun up. Just be ready. It's that simple.
It really is, but can Northampton replicate what Scars were able to do on their defending half? We've swapped sides now, so all that philosophy that we've thrown about, that we talked about, thrown out the window. It's gone now. It's up to Northampton to set up, to construct this map the way that they want to play it. Now, we know that Northampton are very good at pressing the attack, especially in the early round. And so it makes me wonder what they're going to bring out here inside of this top floor with the mirror. One is going inside of bathroom, facing that long desk inside of backstore, right? They've also opened up a line of sight. Yeah, that's a standing hole just inside of the long bar near the trash cans. I'm wondering what they're going to do with this wall. Are they going to open this one up as well with a second mirror there? Because that would make Piano a very tricky place for Scars to entry in through.
Yeah, these mirror windows, considered in the ban phase, was saying that Northampton banned it out on Oregon, and I would have thought that they're the team not to enjoy playing against the mirror, but they're in fact going to use it. That's the play from Scars, just droning up, checking Cocktail. Pretty impressive that he managed to actually get a drone in a Cocktail to begin with. Usually you'd have someone on the defense playing Cocktail ready to shoot any drones that come in the window. That's a lot of information Lou has got.
So this is interesting from Scars. They've actually got the diffuser outside on this Cocktail balcony, and they're situating a lot of players as well here on this Cocktail, and they're going to try and use this utility dump to try and clear out any power positions of the defenders. Sayo-chan is going to get the first pick from a run out, followed by two more. The man advantage still for Northampton though. Oh, no. Rek, he's managed to find his way in through White says, but Fever is there for that kill instead, and now Pion in a 1-on-4. I was giving them so much praise for some innovation and exciting push they were going to do, and it has completely been blown out the window and failed.
Oh, it was such a fumble though, wasn't it? Rek had a free kill there. Oh, really should have been a punish on that player running out as well. Man, difficult position for Scars to find themselves in. So awkward. Caught out. 1v4 now for Pion. Looks like he's just going to take a little bit of a tactical pause. Bait for kills. More likely just sit there and chat with his team about the next round. They can say, well, look, we've lost this round. Next is probably kitchen cooking. How are we going to attack that?
Well, and that last round was just, well, this current round is just so Northampton, isn't it? They identify what Scars are going for immediately by just dry peeking things, going for jiggle peeks, looking for that intel actively when they can. And then as soon as they are all on the same page and go, all right, guys, they're going for a Cocktail take, everyone fights them. Everyone fight them at the same time. It's such a Northampton thing to do. And they've done it so well through the whole series, and it scares me now that they're on their defense. They are still so good at setting the pace, even as defenders.
Ooh, wow, almost a lovely shot there by Pion, but there you go, just a formality for Northampton to close out that round. Now we really see what Scars are made of on this attacking side. You can just put that round to bed, don't worry about it. Here is where Scars can maintain their lead or lose it. 5-3 would be huge, really put that pressure onto Northampton. And keeping in mind, Scars, to a lot of people, were the favoured team in this series. They won the ROG Masters last year, which involved taking down teams like Gaming Gladiators. It involved... they also managed to win the Japan League at the end of last year, so huge for them. Northampton, in contrast, had to play the relegations for that. And yet, it seems like the tides may have turned. Northampton are looking like one of the strongest teams in Japan right now. If they can take down Scars, that really all but confirms it.
I think it's quite a unique situation here for Scars. It's really a playstyle clash that's happening at the moment for them, right? Scars, they're a bit more methodical. They get caught up doing the things that they feel like they need to do, right? For each push, they're a lot more diligent than what North Eption are. North Eption are, as soon as we get intel for it, we're going to have the swarm mentality. We're going to go for it, right? As soon as they find an opportunity, they all do it together. And for Scars to not be so caught up, oh, there we go. For Scars to not be so caught up in their idea and to take a step back and let North Eption just do their thing, I think is the step that they need to take, because this is very, very dangerous. And there we go. Shuri has just been given the license to not only get 1 but 2 before being downed, not even traded out yet inside of that small tower. Need to follow through. Will surely secure this. Oh no, it doesn't. Things go from bad to worse for all Scars.
Oh
not looking so good.
2 nades used to try and get 1 kill. That is so worth it for North Eption. Like, even if that was a 1-for-1 trade, I would say that favors North Eption. It's just Scars flourish when they've got all their players up. I mean, they sit there, they have these strats, but they struggle when it comes to adapting when things go wrong, and that's where North Eption flourish.
North Eption now, man advantage. They don't want to give anything away at this point, right? It's a 3-on-4, so it's not losable for Scars. If something magical happens, we can see Rek very eager to jump in through this small bakery window, try and look for the timing on a peek, try and look for someone getting a little bit antsy in the hallway maybe, right? It could still be on for Scars. It's not over yet.
And there's still a little bit of hard breach as well on the Capitao, so I wonder if Scars are going to turn their focus to just going for a proper bakery execute. Rek may find an engagement here. Does take out that default camera in bakery before taking a bit of damage to the electrified wall behind him. Drone watching the hallway now. Where's the rest of the team, I wonder? Are they going for Vert? There you go. Perfect timing, Sledge. Starts opening up the roof above. I wonder if the Capitao is going to go for the hatch with his hard breach or come bakery way. Rek dueling 2 people. Very awkward position to be in, but 2 have also rotated into bakery, retaken that away from him. I think they realized all the other players are elsewhere, and they capitalized immediately.
See, there it is. It's the North Eption swarm. They know where 1 player is, and all 4 of them are like, oh, let's go. Let's all go together. And they're doing it again. A player outside of that reception double, that's Lua, being taken down by 2 or 3 players, picking him as well, swarming towards that side of the building. And now it's Tayo in a 1-on-3 situation, coming down Rezes on a slither of health. It's terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Certainly is if you're Scars, especially because you've just lost the lead that you gained on your defense. What a shot as well. I gotta say, it's a bit of aim diff, isn't it? North Eption are pretty cracked. Whereas when we're spectating Scars, I don't have that same feeling. I mean, they're a great team in their own right, but North Eption just got gunplay diff.
They absolutely do, but just imagine you're Rek in that situation, right? You hop in through the small bakery window, and not only do you take a 2-on-1 engagement straight away, you round the corner into somewhere that you were just in, that was just safe, and there's 2 more North Eption players there.
He's literally fighting all 4 players at once.
He's fighting all 4 of the players, and that is North Eption. That is North Eption in a nutshell, isn't it? They identify what Scars are going for, and they all jump on it straight away with absolutely no hesitation. It's just in their blood. They have the killer instincts. It's crazy.
Killer instincts. Love that way of putting it. Well, North Eption certainly are not lacking confidence, that's for sure. When I spoke with their translator yesterday, because they don't speak English, any of them, I said, are you guys feeling confident? Are you worried about the other teams? He kind of laughed and he's like, they're feeling extremely confident. Despite all of the teams in the bracket. He said, we still think all the teams in the bracket are really strong. We're just really confident. So I don't know why. I don't know if they're just, slamming everyone in scrims or where this confidence come from, but out of seemingly nowhere, North Eption has just, buffed up into a really formidable team.
I don't know what they eat for breakfast every day, but whatever they're eating, I want some of that. That's great. Rek has just made his way in through the ground floor. There was a player inside of the ground floor, I believe, that's just made his way back up the white stairs, though. Oh, but look at all the space that Scars have got. Oh, but no! He can't connect the shots into Fever. Like you said, aim diff. Fever taking down the first pick, and North Eption 1 up in the rounds.
I just don't understand, why is Fever watching that? Or did he just, happen to look that way and then quick ADS, quick win the fight? What the... There's no way. They didn't have info he was coming up there. He didn't make noise.
He's spidey senses.
North Eption diff, I guess.
Oh gosh, this is terrifying for Scars. Really, everything that Scars have tried to do, whether it's play fast, like just then, play slow, like the previous round, right? The previous round, they get spawn peaks for a double. This time, they try and make a quick entry off the back of a drone, and that gets shut down. It just feels like everything that Scars have tried to do, they've been met by a Northeption player and another one making his way up the red stairs. They just don't stop. There's no stopping the Shoe Reap train.
Yeah, they're putting the fear of God into Scars at the moment. Northeption don't know when to pump the brakes, and well, it seems to not matter for them most of the time. Twitch drone trying to get in and clear some of the util covering this shield, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to get in there safely thanks to those mute jammers. And look at Nina. This is the easiest position to kill if you have someone on the skylight, but they don't. And it doesn't matter because there's just gunplay diff once again. Northeption make these plays and put Scars once again at risk of losing their lead. In fact, Northeption are about to steal it away from them. 3v2 now. Tayo solo HP. Position revealed on the sound call. Wow, nice little wallbang there, but the immediate trade on back. It's a 2v1 for Pion. Got a good gun for it, but is he going to be able to find these two players?
Yeah, the IGL of Scars now left in a pretty tricky situation. He does have the diffuser in hand, but only 30 seconds left, and still 2 smoke babes in the hand for Sayo-chan as well. So it's pretty dire. I reckon no matter what he goes for, he will be denied looking for it on the entry.
Pop in the Vulcan canister. Thing is going to burn for probably the rest of the round, to be honest. Oh, a nice pre-fire. Takes a bit of damage onto Sayo-chan. Awkward position now. Can't get into sight to plant. Can't get into either side. Completely locked out by this gas babe.
5 seconds left.
Starts to walk on through it. Starts to try and take these 1v1s, but he's walking straight into a crossfire. The quick peek, and he's not afforded either of them. Northeption on their defense seem flawless. They take 3 rounds straight, and along with it, the lead.
Northeption are terrifying, really. There's no such dialing it back. That's not in their vocabulary. You know, there's nothing there for it, right? Especially through that early to mid round. When it comes to late round, Northeption are actually relatively disciplined. When they don't have any info, when they know that there could be a Scars player somewhere sneaking around, they actually do dial it back. We saw it on when they played their ground floor defense, right? Even though they had the man advantage, they didn't get too over aggressive until they knew that Rek was inside of Small Bakery. Then they had 4 plays rush at them. Right. Same thing in this round. They dial it back until they realized that Scars were going to go for their hatch drop, and then they had 2 or 3 plays run it up through inside of Piano, run it up through inside of Longbar. It just feels like a Northeption, they act purely off intel. They don't go and dry peek things. It's not like they're undisciplined, right? It's not like they're being stupid about it or something. It's smart, it's calculated because it's off the back of intel, and they just do it at a pace that's way quicker than what Scars can keep up with.
Well, let's see if Scars can stave off a match point against them. No second chances here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
Northeption have really set the pace this entire series long. Oregon was a real fiesta. Running all over the map, and it hasn't stopped here on the second map either. Even though Scars did manage that 4-2 lead in the first half, it didn't seem to be enough of a leeway. Because Northeption have proven how good they are on their defense as well. Now, if they'd gone top floor for a minute, they had actually selected Mining Fireplace, which would have been nice. Would have been the Around the World tour, all 4 bomb sites. Now, instead, they're going to go back to Bar Cocktail. Now, this was, if I recall, quite a dominant round in their favor. Can't really remember what did Scars go
This
for
was the round that Scars tried to go for the cocktail execute. They had Tayo outside of that cocktail window with the diffuser, and then like 3 Northeption plays all ran at the same time and they died. That was that round, right? So this round got to be a little bit different if they want to claw themselves back to even up the man count.
Just look at the way Scars are checking these spawn peaks as well.
No.
They consistently lose players to spawn peaks every single round. Almost a second one. Lua does manage to trade Nina back. Bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but of course you kids are still spawn peeking. Shurip is still spawn peeking. Tayo's been taken down to about 1 HP. Well, not quite, but you know, in the vicinity. And Washai still hasn't got out of spawn. And there's still a player spawn peeking. Like, he is still here. Shurip is still here.
They know though. They know. That's a yellow ping. Oh, he's gonna run out off the back of that instead. Oh gosh. Okay, Shuri. There we go. Finally taken down. Tayo. He makes his way into the building. Is able to finally claw one back. It's actually Tev. After all that, it's even in the meta. Can you believe it?
But the asterisk there is that, you know, Northeption, the operators that have died, have already used most of their util, and whereas for Scars, you know, you don't have the Geminis, the Nades, the Roteros left. On top of that, Tayo's like, what, 30 HP or something. Really low, gonna die to one bullet no matter what. Really sketchy position for Scars. There's no doubt Northeption won this early game. On top of that, you know, you kids can stim up Saya-chan back to full HP as well.
So here is where I want to talk about the discipline of Northeption. Yes, they go for some crazy, wild stuff, but now they don't know where any of the Scars players are, right? They've gone, okay, we can hold ourselves, we can hold our ground, we can control ourselves, right? At this point, none of them are like walking it through Longbar, trying to retake control into Piano, or doing anything crazy like that. At this point, they go, we have lines of sight in Bathroom, we have lines of sight in Cocktail, let's just chill for a little bit and wait for Scars to take their time until we get some info, and then maybe we'll jump on something. That's what scares me about Northeption, is they really play off intel, and then they have this crazy swarm mentality to deal with it.
Now they got the man advantage as well, thanks to a nice peek from U-Kids, who's once again stimmed back. Full HP. Does get traded though from Lua. Will there be an attempted trade back from these two last Northeption players? Maestro spotted. It's a big bit of information from Washoy. Dueling this long angle, but he loses the fight once again. This Jaeger. Saya-chan, 9-4, about to break double digits, about to find match point and series point for Northeption to march forward. In the bracket, Lewis starts to send his way forward. He's caught in 4K on this Maestro's Evil Eye. Trying to deal with two players, full flashes himself. Really awkward position for him to find himself in. It's a 1v2 and he can't even seem to find the one. He gets it and he's going to have to force this plant down. By the skin of his teeth, he might just get it, but Feebar rounds the corner and can easily dismiss him. That is series point for Northeption.
Northeption are terrifying, aren't they? They really are. Scars can't even get out of spawn. At this point, when you're Scars, you go, we need to drone not just the building, but out of spawn, right? That we need to drone to see what windows are open and which ones are closed. Okay, wow, we suddenly got like 2 or 3 Northeption players peeking us. We've barely just gotten out of spawn. We can't even get into the building yet, right? Let alone execute anything through that mid-round. Scars just can't be in their element, right? If they can't be in the building and they can't do their plan, if they can't pull together a method with all 5 of their players, they fall apart. That's what Scars are strongest at, and Northeption are shutting that down really early.
Yeah, damn, look, this has been quite a reverse story to what happened, what, 6-7 months ago. Back in July, Scars won the 2-0 over Northeption in the Japan League. Since then, Scars have went on to win Japan League and the ROG Masters, which was an inter-APAC tournament. And yet, Northeption have shown that 2023, they've turned a completely new page. They're about to 7-4 Scars on map 2. Scars have not even won a single attacking round as of yet. Northeption going for their 5th in a row here.
Shirip, of course, looking for the spawn peak on the Vigil. Signature move coming out from him, but no one to find just yet. It's Pion. He's got the Monty, and he's walking out of spawn with the Monty shield deployed. Nice. This is the way to deal with. This is the way to deal with. Yeah, this is the way to deal with Northeption spawn peaks. I like this one. There is, of course, a yokai though inside of Bakery. That's what Pion has just identified there with the drone. So even if he walks in, he's afraid of doing that because his animation of that Monty shield could be cancelled. He just needs to take his time and be careful and wait for some of his team to come around and help him out if he wants to make this Bakery entry work.
Slow and steady can win the race here for Northeption, for Scars rather. Good bit of util cleared. Oh, there's a yokai there as well. Gonna try and nade that off. Really nice work there from Scars. That echo would have been detrimental to the Monty. Feebar still holding behind the cupcake counter. The second yokai comes along and can try and time that with a peek from Feebar to take down this Monty, but the Monty survives it. Feebar's not able to get it as of yet. I like this breach as well, but how does Nina win the fight? Lua goes down, hard breach is gone. Feebar still holding in Cupcake, and Pion is all alone.
Oh, and scary for Pion as well. Once that second yokai charge comes back up, he could be under threat from having a shield taken away from him. It's Rek that's making his way down the red stairs, anticipating that there might be some roamers inside of that hallway or coming down from that top floor. Oh, they've even got some intel on the site, on the position of Nina, on that in that yellow ping, but he's going to be taken down from Rek using the line of sight from the red stairs. It's all coming together for Scars. This is a method, and it's working for them.
That said, Feebar goes for the aggressive play, finds one. Not able to find a second as of yet. Still information on him. Beautiful pre-fire, takes Rek down low. Saya Chan taken out by Rek now, but UKIDS to manage a trade back. Feebar and UKIDS to try and 2v2 against Tayu and Pion, but this Monty has got to have the impact. It can't be a 2v1. Pion goes down. How does that happen? The Monty gets knifed. Now it's a 1v2, it's just not happening, not now, not ever. Scars have been eliminated. It's Northeption to march forward in the bracket. And we have a brand new face from Japan as one of the best teams to represent the nation. Northeption march forward one step closer to the Six Invitational.
And what a way to take down Scars as well in such dominant fashion. 7-4 and 7-3, I believe it was, on the previous map of Oregon 2. Northeption are really proving to us that, wow, even though they're a roster that has sort of just come together, even though that throughout this year they went through so many changes and they've had to develop in such a short amount of time, that they're really up to the pacing. They're really up to it against these big names like Scars. And that is just such a big series for them to win it, and such a great step going into this bracket for the 6 invite.
Yeah, wow. Scars, won the Japan League. They won ROG Masters. They're going to be the favored team. After speaking to the players yesterday, I got a really different vibe. And Northeption, it shows that their confidence is more than warranted. What a team. What a play style. I'm so excited to see their run throughout the rest of the tournament. They'll be playing the winner of Fnatic versus BSG. I'm super keen to see who takes that game. It'll be our first international clash on the A stream so far. But before then, a quick break, and then we'll have the interview with Northeption, so don't go anywhere. Well, it is a clean sweep from Northeption. Scars unable to put up the fight that we had hoped for on Cafe. Guz, this matchup was something that I think we all expected to go the distance, probably be a little bit closer than what it has been. Unfortunately, it just looks like Northeption were well and truly the better team on the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that links back to the conversation we were having in the pre-show, right? Where are the teams standing today? Because Scars had an incredible 2022, potentially tapered off a little bit throughout stage 3, and that has flowed in to 2023, whereas North Epsom showed really good promise throughout the quals and have shown that today once more in the closed. So really well played. Overall, just looking a lot cleaner. Scars making a lot of mistakes, incredibly reliant on a lot of these really isolated 1v1 duels, and North Epsom were up to scratch from the very, very start. Looked a lot cleaner, a lot sharper, and both maps really were comfortable wins.
Well, I think we got a little bit of false hope at the start. There's an Ox 4 map too. Obviously, Cafe started out 4-2 in favour of Scars, but we all know the nature of that defensive-sided Cafe. It never gives us too much promise until we've seen the whole matchup, and I think that ultimately we do have to give credit to North Epsom and what they've achieved.
Yeah, and look, obviously, that 4-2 half probably shouldn't have even been 4-2. I think the opening round 1v1 arguably should have gone the way of North Epsom anyway. I think even the third round as well was a bit of a choke round too. So North Epsom were just the better team. You know, we were sitting back in the green room and talking about the game as it was happening, and we all were in agreement that North Epsom just looked the better team, not just on Cafe, but obviously on Oregon as well. So disappointing from Scars when you take into account the entire body of work for 2022 coming into this year, you know, winning like Japan League playoffs and being the best team basically from the Japan League with the most points over top teams like Cyclops and Fnatic. It's a disappointing way to basically end their campaign, because losing 0-4 to Dam 1 basically over the course of 2 best-of-3s and losing this best-of-3 as well and not winning a single map. That's 3 best-of-3s in a row, Rob, that they haven't won a single map for Scars. That's a very damning statistic that they're going to have to work on for 2023.
That's actually pretty rough, if I'm not going to lie, guys. That's definitely not something that I'm sure Scars want following them around. But, you know, ultimately, you know, I'm always very cautious and I'm always trying to be as optimistic as I can be. But from what we've seen from Scars on both Oregon and Cafe, this is by no means the start that they would have hoped for.
I mean, yeah, and you combine that with what Dev was saying as well, the words from themselves, right, was that they came in and weren't particularly confident. And if the meta continues to go down the road that it has for the last 6 months, it's probably going to become even more and more challenging for them, right? So I guess for Scars, it's about now quickly preparing for the start of the year and hoping to bounce back.
One thing we can do while we're waiting for this interview is have a look at how the bracket is unfolding at the moment. I'm not sure whether the Bliss matchup has finished, but I do know that they were currently 1-0 up in the series. It is still so. We'll probably keep our attention to the top side of the bracket just for this quick second. North Epsom obviously going through now leaves that Fnatic and BSG game a little bit up in the air. It does ultimately mean that if we were looking at this from scratch and maybe, you know, we'd all done our research, Xenox, we probably would have been expecting Scars to take on Fnatic just in current form. But obviously with North Epsom having what was a breakaway end to their year, they now get to go and potentially verse the team that they beat to be here, which I think is actually a pretty cool little storyline.
Yeah, on top of the fact that there's a bit of rivalry with Tiope joining Fnatic from North Epsom, which ultimately then losing against his former team in that Phase 2 Grand Final. Admittedly, though, a Grand Final that didn't have anything on the line. So, I mean, I looked at that result and I just kind of tried to see if there was anything you could really gauge from it, and I just don't really think so. I think it was a bit of a throwaway Grand Final. I don't think Fnatic would have minded too much about losing that one to North Epsom. But I will say, at the end of the day, once you're in the server and, you know, you cross that white line, you're in the game, you're going to be trying to win. And obviously that's a good sign for North Epsom, knowing that very recently they were able to defeat Fnatic not too long ago. And it would be a very interesting storyline for, Tiope, obviously going up against his former team if Fnatic can get through against BSG, which, you know, that in itself is not going to be a cakewalk. We're going to have that game on the stream and very intrigued to see how it will go. Fnatic probably the favorites, but really any of the teams that we have at this tournament, you can't count them out.
That's just it. I think it's been a hallmark of APAC for such a long time, guys, and maybe that's probably a wider topic to talk about, so I don't want to dive too much into it, but there is this element in APAC that any team can win. We saw it in APAC South. We've seen it in APAC North. Do you think that it's a trend that might actually follow here? I mean, you know, we're not just talking about an opportunity to go to a major and earn SI points. We are talking about the fact that this is a direct qualifier into the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously APAC at an international level has struggled quite a bit throughout the last season, or throughout this season. 2022 wasn't great. I think we had one team make it out of the group stage throughout the entire year. But in terms of the actual regional competition between APAC teams, whether it be North v South or North in isolation, South in isolation, tends to be relatively competitive. The asterisk to that, of course, and these teams will have to face that fact later on in the bracket, is Sandbox probably quite far ahead in comparison to the other teams. At least that's the expectation, even after their roster change with Charles jumping out. But yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting battle, because I don't think any of these teams really have a free run, as they have Sandbox standing in their way, right? Obviously a formidable opponent from Korea, and we're expecting them to probably make it through to the grand final.
It is funny because we actually have a north side of the bracket and a south side of the bracket. I'm not going to lie, when I first saw the bracket come out, I was like, no, Bliss and Ice are on the same side. Obviously figuring out a little bit later on that is by design. But, you know, talking about north, south at the moment, we've got Bliss taking on Fury. Obviously they're 1-0 up in the series, but it's currently 4-2. We're getting message updates, which I absolutely love. From Easy. So thank you very much, Easy, for keeping us on our toes. However, we were going to wait for the interview, but we're not going to make you wait any longer. Sorry. So we are going to go, oh my God, I'm tripping over everything. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we do have our next matchup, which is BSG taking on Fnatic.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you, because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away. I know one day.
And now it's time for us to turn our attention to our next matchup. Fnatic taking on Beyond Stratus Gaming, or of course, BSG, for those that know them a little bit better under that name. Dev, we were just having a little chat in the green room saying that that is well and truly the name that we've known them as, and Beyond Stratus Gaming is kind of a little bit of a throw for some of us.
It is, yeah. I swear I feel a sneeze coming on, so if that just like comes out of nowhere, you have been warned.
Just throw it back to me. It's okay.
I will. I'm super keen for this game. This is two teams that, I mean, well, one team I've never casted and one team I've basically never casted because FNC's made so many damn roster changes. They are like not the FNC that we once know and loved. So it's exciting. Yeah, I'm super keen.
Yeah, this is obviously a bit of an interesting one. And of course, I probably should have prefaced, welcome to the desk for Dev and Mandy, of course, just finishing up their cast. Mandy, very quickly, before we actually dive headfirst into this one, what did you end up making from Northampton? Do you think that this could be the team that makes a run and potentially contests the likes of Sandbox?
I'm impressed. I gotta say, I am impressed. Are they going to contest Sandbox? I don't know. I feel like Sandbox have got quite a bit of international experience under their belt now. They sort of know the ropes, whereas Northampton, yes, they're young and they're exciting, but are they a caliber team of international caliber, right? Like, are they going to be able to take down someone with just that much like experience? Don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see when they get there in the bracket.
That we will, but obviously you said that we're going to be kind of turning our attention to FNC, BSG. Dev, obviously, you know, we do know FNC, maybe not so much the new Fnatic, but obviously we still know the core of this team and a roster that has certainly been putting a lot of damage to it. Former Guts, if I do believe. I just want to make sure that
yeah, but they've just made tons of changes since then even. So, like, for example, you know, Mag's back and has been for a while. You know, we obviously don't cast APAC North, so we haven't been privileged to seeing them in action quite as much, but it's strange. Like they've really settled into a position as a kind of middling team. Like if you just rattle off their results, like 6th overall in Japan League, 5th overall in APAC North, it's pretty disappointing for them. Like they did peak at, you know, they won first place in the Japan Season 2 regular season, believe it or not. Also second place in Season 3 regular season, but still just a third place overall. So, yeah, honestly, everyone's been waiting. Like, there's such a huge name in Fnatic. You've got players like Mag who have played in 6 Invitational quarterfinals before. When are we going to see them make a return to that position? And, well, this is their chance, right? It's been, God, how many years since Fnatic were at a 6 Invitational? 3 years now, I think it was 6 Invitational 2022, the last time they were there with their Aussie roster. So just imagine they make this run work. There'd be a huge amount of hype behind them going into SI.
Well, that's just it. They've got a long road ahead of them. Obviously, they've got technically like 4 best of 3s that they have to win before we even get to that conversation of what they would do at SI. So they've got a lot to prove here. Mandy, how much do you know about BSG and how confident are you?
How much do I know about BSG? Not too much, to be honest. I know that they compete in the Korean Nationals. They're pretty solid, honestly, like especially because Korea is one of those regions that's quite top-heavy. I think like when I think of Korea, I think of like you've got Sandbox, you've got Damwon Kia, right? They're the ones that really push that top of the bracket. And so for a midfield team to be able to make it to this point in this 6 invite qualifications, these guys got to be pretty solid. They've definitely been more consistent throughout the year amongst the other teams in the Korean Open or in the Nationals League, right? So they're doing pretty well.
Let's have a look at the vetoes because I feel like, again, with our previous match, it might actually determine a fair bit of our conversation. Obviously, the maps play such a large part in how things end up panning out. So we've got Bank, we then go to Clubhouse, and we finish on Villa. I'm not going to lie, just like, I mean, obviously this is probably my old knowledge from Fnatic, but I still feel like they were pretty decent on Clubhouse way back in the day. Mag's still on the roster, there's a chance. But Dev, what do you make of this one? Are you looking at the bans previously, or are you more so just looking at the picks?
Well, yeah, I mean, for brevity, let's just look at the picks for now. So Fnatic picking Bank, now it is their statistically most played map in recent history in the last 3 months, but they've also got an even win-loss on it. So they've won it 3 times, they've lost it 3 times. Those losses came to teams like Damwon, Crest, and Sengoku. So obviously Damwon, a really strong Korean team, and then 2, I would say middle to strong Japanese teams in Sengoku and Crest. Like it's not like losing to CAG or at this point Northeption or Scars. So we have seen some pretty unfortunate L's for them on that map, but it's clearly one of their favorites regardless. As for BSG, never seen them play it, at least in the last couple of games that they have played. I've only got a couple of games worth of history for BSG, so a bit of a dark horse for me. Going on a club, also good map for Fnatic, but you know, we've only seen BSG play it once. They beat Spear Gaming 7-4, which is a pretty big one. That's, you know, taking down an APAC North team. Villa, should we get to it, I've only seen BSG lose it twice, once to Dumb and once to Sandbox, and you know, Fnatic have played it quite a few times, quite a few wins, quite a few losses. So hard to really go either way on any of these maps, to be frank with you. Like it's really hard to commit either way.
I think it's, Mandy, it's a little bit hard, especially given the history and recent history of a lot of these teams, you know, changes that have been made. And obviously 2022 was a tumultuous period for some of these rosters. But if you were to look at that, Vito, and give me a little bit more of a clear defined way that you would swing, where are you feeling like this game could lie? Do we feel like BSG might actually be able to, you know, kind of I would say steal one away from Fnatic, because I think that we should be going into this with Fnatic as the favourites, right?
I think it's tough to tell between these two teams, to be honest. In terms of the veto going into it, I think that generally the team that has been a bit more long-standing, so Fnatic, they've played an entire stage together, typically dictates the ban phase in comparison to a team like BSG, who haven't been together for as long, and so their map pool is smaller, right? That's kind of the way it goes. For Fnatic, I think they got their permabans pretty much out the way, in my opinion. Villa at the end is a little bit of an anomaly to me for Fnatic, but I imagine maybe they're a bit more comfortable. They've been working on it in comparison to Border, which seems relatively unplayed for them as well. They have Border banned against them quite a lot. For BSG, not sure yet. Really, that we don't have a whole lot of statistics backing them. I suppose that their map pick is simply a comfort pick for them, right? Clubhouse. It's one of those maps that you're comfy on. It's methodical. There's a way to play it, and it's one of those teams that if you're a relatively new roster, it's sort of already in the back of your mind how to play it if you're a pro player. You have the method, you know the map well enough, right? And so I feel like it's one of the easy maps to pick up, especially for a new roster. I don't really have any more insight than that. I just feel like Fnatic got their bans out the way, and they're happy with the maps that have come through. That's sort of my deal with it, I think.
You know what? To be fair, you're the analyst. I'm not even going to question it. Let's get underway with our very first match. Of course, the winner of this series will go on to play Northeption, and to run you through all of the action of Bank, it's Xenox and Guz.
Well, we've seen firsthand, Guz, how quickly hopes and dreams could shatter, obviously, with Scars being eliminated from basically SI here for the qualifiers. Very much the same will be said for one of these two teams now, Fnatic and or BSG. Obviously, it's a long road ahead for the winner, and obviously for the loser, it is straight sets and out in this best of 3, heading to Bank first. I mean, just how are you sort of feeling in terms of coming into this matchup? It does seem the consensus is Fnatic are the favourites, but you can't count out BSG.
Yeah, it's really tricky to get a feeler for this game. A lot of that comes to Fnatic having somewhat of an average year. They've been in the mix but haven't really stood out from the rest of the competitions, particularly within Japan. And for BSG, the amount of data that we have is quite limited, and the actual efficacy of that data, it's up in the air as to how good that really is, considering how top-heavy Korea is expected to be. And it looks like the audience agrees 89% in favour of Fnatic heading over towards Bank, a map which we have nothing on for BSG. Fnatic, though, play it quite a bit. And looking at the numbers, there's one thing to me that stands out. A 37% defensive win rate. Now, Bank, sure, can lean itself into attack, especially at the moment. The map is getting a little bit old, but 37%. is a little bit concerning. So look at Fnatic here to try and lean into their 62% win rate on the attack, the side they're starting to get a really nice lead.
Well, the polls for the Scars and Northampton game was heavily in favor of Scars. Even us on the analyst desk also really going in that direction, and it did not matter in the end. And that's fine. We're not always going to get it right, and sometimes you're not going to agree with us, but that's okay because just like you, we care. Just like you, we're very passionate about the game. So if you want to come along for the ride, join us this Saturday Arvo because we just love Siege. Ying, Montang, banned out, and now Valk.
I love Rainbow Six as well, Jake. It's the only reason I'm here. I'm not really here to hang out with you. I'm just here to hang out inside of the server, have a good time. In terms of the bans though, Ying Mont, pretty expected attacking bans due to the execute heavy nature of a lot of the sites. You think top floor, you think basement, both of which those operators can have quite a large impact. Valkyrie on the defense, she can cover a lot of ground on such an expansive map and gain information. So again, not too left of field. And then Azami, one of, if not the most powerful operator on defense, depending on sort of how you want to play around her. Again, not too unexpected to see her taken out. That does mean though that Solus will be available, ready to play. No more quarantine to worry about, so Solus straight in, and there's been a lot of discussion as to how powerful that operator is, so much that they are able to achieve gaining information, denying plants, the whole lot. And on a map as big as Bank, and a map that's pretty reliant on pre-placed information, expect that to turn the tide a little bit towards the defense.
Speaking of information, though, there's not a whole lot of information regarding BSG in terms of recency. I mean, the last time they played was, I think, October of last year in the Korean Open, which did not go well for them. They went up against Spear Gaming, losing that one. I think it was 2-1. And ultimately, when we kind of look at some of their statistics, it's quite lacking. There's not a whole lot to go off. Now, in theory, when you think about it, that can obviously be somewhat favorable in terms of Fnatic, maybe not quite having as much information. But we'll see what happens in that regard. There's not a whole lot.
I think in the past, maybe if we think back to like the 2020 util meta, I would argue that back then having reads on your opponent and having like some really structured counters is probably a little bit more important. Obviously, you still want to head into games with a game plan. You still want to have a read as to what the opponent's generally going to do. But the way in which a lot of rounds play out is infinitely more fluid and dynamic than it has ever been, right? You're going to see a lot more skirmishes around different parts of the map. It's going to come down a lot more to having that innate synergy, being able to play off one another, having really effective communication. It's not necessarily going to change too much in regards to who your opponent is. And that's why often in interviews over the last 12 months, right, a lot of the time we ask teams, what was your preparation? What did you do? A lot of it is we looked internally. We looked at what we're doing wrong. We looked at the mistakes that we're making, the improvements that we think are important, not so much the opposition. So I expect for both teams, they might have had a quick look at one another and gotten a feel, but I don't think BSG having more information hidden in a sense is going to really hinder Fnatic at all.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Well, we'll see how we go. Of course, this is Fnatic's map pick here on Bank to begin with, after which we've got Clubhouse, and if needed for the decider, if we do go to the third map, Villa awaits us. At the moment, of course, we've only really had the one series play out. It was a 2-0 in favor of Northampton over Scars, for those that did miss that first matchup here for the APAC qualifiers, closed qualifiers. Not quite sure if we ended up getting the result actually for Bliss Fury. Last time we saw it, Fury were making a comeback, guys. They were down 4-2 and then won 3 rounds in a row to make it 5-4. So I do wonder if that one has continued on. We'll of course update everyone on all of those games happening throughout the day. A lot still to play through, not just this one, but more to come later on in this afternoon as we begin here on Bank. It is Fnatic that will be attacking first. BSG on the defense.
Amaru in play for Fnatic in the first round, indicating that Fnatic will go top down, and straight to Lily we go, getting that control above towards CEO, transitioning down below, just seeing if perhaps there's a defender or two that they can catch out on the roam, but it looks like BSG playing relatively reserved. There is an open extension though from Gaki on the Goyo. And this is the beauty of the Solus, right? You can gain so much information. You basically know exactly where the attackers are coming from. You know sort of what they know, and if that part of the map is clear, you can anticipate that attackers are going to push it, then you can try and counter and react to that accordingly, right? So that's going to be a super interesting dynamic, and I think for both teams, whoever can play around that Solace more efficiently is going to have more success on defensive bank, which over the last few months has been really tricky.
Open area staff hold at the moment from BSG, keeping an eye on that hatch. And it is going to be Ramu that does find that headshot from outside onto Gaki, trying to make the cross. And through the window will be the opening elimination of this match and of this best of 3. It's a good start for Fnatic. Lily pushing their way through main stairs now. BSG starting to feel a bit of a pinch, a bit of pressure, looking to probably fall back down.
Yeah, losing that player in Goyo over towards open area does give Fnatic a bit more real estate up above. You can see the other players have transitioned downstairs, and BSG are going to try and back themselves to win the 4 versus 5 site trade. Now that's probably unlikely. Fnatic will now look to open up these hatches, open up a couple of different avenues. With time starting to dwindle and blue control still in the hands of BSG, as server default is actually going to be kind of tough. So probably anticipating Fnatic to go for a hatch drop at some stage during this round, and again with that man advantage, probably not the absolute worst case scenario for them.
Blue stairs hold still intact as well for Kiramiki, which is ideal with a minute remaining on the clock. Fnatic will have to either deal with that or go around it, maybe going in from the back, potentially for Vault drop, could be on the cards. Good information though being gathered from Yearbolt. He's got both of those cameras up. 45 seconds. Fnatic looking like it'll be a drop play for them here on this more western side, which will mean they can avoid that blue stairs hold. Flash from Tiopi. He'll drop down elevators as well with that flash. Doesn't quite land the next shot though after that, and he's going to get denied as well as the Vulcan canister will be blown up. 30 seconds left. It's go time for Fnatic.
Not really having that explosive execute that perhaps we anticipated, but Mag finds a pick, a 5 versus 3. Hands over towards Vault with the diffuser in hand. Mag with gold control. That's the Echo now down to 1 HP. Fnatic still don't need to worry about this diffuser. The plant should be free. Now deep into towards site. A 5 versus 1, and it's a flawless round for Fnatic to kick things off. The hybrid push towards the back near Vault works out.
Yeah, and Tiopi a big factor for that as well, getting elevator control. Yeah, it was kind of cut off by the Vulcan canister, but was at least able to get those frags, essentially entry frags, considering it was a western push. You know, if you're dropping down that elevator position, you're the one that needs to go and get those kills. You can't just be losing your life for nothing. It basically opens the door for Fnatic. BSG, though, where was the counterpunch? Where was the counterplay? You know, I liked the open area staff hold up above earlier in the round. Okay, they lost one really early to a cross. Really good kill from Ramu to start things off. But from there, they just fall back to site, hold angles and not really push or look for any kind of counterplay. And it just allows Fnatic to set up to push and to eventually get those entry frags.
We have an update as well off stream for the Bliss vs Fury match on the other side of the bracket. Fury have won map 2 7-4, so that best of 3 series currently now stands at a 1-1 scoreline. Important to note, of course, that APAC North and APAC South don't mix throughout the bracket until we get to the grand final, where it's guaranteed to be a North versus South bout. So the winner of that goes on to verse the Knights, and I'm sure whoever wins out, that's going to make for a very, very exciting quarterfinal.
Of course, the winner of this match will be taking on Northampton. Well, knowing that Fnatic and Northampton played in phase 2 of the closed qualifiers here. It was in the grand final. Didn't really matter in terms of the result, but Northampton did win over Fnatic. Good start on Bank though, where attacking rounds definitely are going to be required for Fnatic on their map pick. Getting off to a good start, always going to be ideal. BSG holding this hallway position. Chilled up, defensively sound at the moment from BSG, but where is this counter-attacking threat going to come from?
BSG leaning heavily into the castle mirror setup, and we'll see how Fnatic contend with that. Obviously taking it head on with all that utility will be challenging unless they can maybe isolate some picks. Looking to pressure that stock wall at the moment. Eventually we'll get opened up and the deployable shield taken down. We've seen that hold develop over the last year or so. A lot of teams on defense playing it. and it gives you quite a bit of control and safety, especially against the top square push. And with that taken down by Fnatic, that's a pretty big checkpoint for them in the round. And you look at the time, they've still got half the round remaining, right? I think they're actually in a pretty decent position at the moment. So we'll see how BSG reacts. Denying plant on this site can be tough. So I think for them, the win condition at this point will be to just try and isolate a pick somewhere. But you can see their positions ultimately quite deep. And it's going, I think, to be challenging for them to lay a blow, especially if Fnatic keep playing it the way they are.
I think for BSG right now, in terms of if they're going to win this game, they're going to have to get aggressive over towards that stock hallway position. Yeah, the shield's gone, and you're expecting that. Fnatic's just not going to leave that up. They're going to aim to clear it so they can have that square control, but you've got to be able to push through the hallway anyway. Try and just gain a little bit back, but there's just no movement. It's just a top main stairs hold. One over towards Janitor, and then that's it. Everything else is Fnatic's to take, especially in terms of stock and also square. 30 seconds though, and in fairness, Fnatic haven't really gone and taken a whole lot, as Kiri Mickey over in lone is being able to at least ward off Ramu, and that's not a good time either. There's only 20 seconds left. Goes for the reposition, comes out the other side, but Kiri Mickey was still watching. BSG get the opening kill with 15 seconds left in this round. Fnatic are just going to have to scrap and fight their way onto site. They're not really going to have the time. They don't really have the numbers either. Mag just struggling to even try and get in to get this plant down. Now, if he is able to successfully plant this diffuser, Flank has been watched. Flank has been shut down. And the diffuser does not quite manage. Oh, what an Echo Shock drone. That is insane timing. The Sonic burst at the right time, guys, because had that diffuser stuck, I think Fnatic might have been able to steal the round.
Maybe if Mag sticks it, he guns up and maybe wins the one. But wow, what a crazy end to that round. The double flank bottom and top square towards the end. You throw the jump out into the mix because, of course, that window cross on a bank attack is so difficult for the defense to shut down. It was disrupted, but in the meantime, that allowed the plant to go down. But yeah, really well done on the Echo. I don't know if we're going to replay as to how close that denial was. We will, so right on cue. Keep an eye on the top left as Mag plants that diffuser. Hits it with about a second to go. Lands on the roof with about 0.6. The burst, the travel time.
About 0.2.
Yeah, about a fifth of a second remaining. And honestly, yeah, if it goes down, I'd probably back Fnatic to maybe win that one out. Again, would have still been really close, but well done by BSG. I thought that they would have been in a pretty decent position, right? They isolated that pick over towards ATMs. They had the advantage heading into the execute, but then again, the flaws of that site, which have been exploited by the attack so much, especially that window repel, made it so difficult to deny the plant. The Nitro style as well from the mirror just landed short. That had the potential to deny plant, but also just missed. So a lot of really fine margins in that round, but I'm sure BSG will be happy to finally get one on the belt, especially on a site like that.
And we kind of look back to APAC North Stage 3 at the end of 2022. Only 5 plays of Bankers, but 57% defensive win rate. So maybe a bit of used to seeing, say, in APAC South, where it might actually in some ways favor the attacking teams. This is a map that, in APAC North at least, defenders have done quite well. I think a reason for that, typically sites like Lockers, CCTV, a little bit harder to break down in this region.
And
but BSG, had they gone down 2-0, would have been an awful start.
And you contrast that, right, to what I mentioned before. Fnatic have a 37% defensive win rate on this map. That's inclusive of a couple of different leagues, of course, and you can make of that what you will, but I think Fnatic do need at least a 4-2 half here to give themselves that safety net.
Well, so far, it's early days, 2 rounds in, but some of the hallmarks potentially of a strong best-of-3 series. Winner moves on, loser is out of the qualifiers for SI. There's so much Siege still to play through. Also being brought here from Chibi, which is typically seen more so for these CEO lounge pushes, but that is not going to be the case, obviously, for this particular round.
It's 5 versus 4. Lily lurking on the line, 4 kills so far in this game. Cameras have been hacked, so Mag has great vision in sight. The Maestro being used against the defense. You can use that for information, make plays off of it, especially if the defense don't react. Maybe they want to keep that information up, albeit risky. So Fnatic now find themselves in quite a strong position. And it feels like one of those games so far where a singular kill here or there can change the tide, and we might see one more. Not bad. A response there from Kiramiki. Position over towards Archives. Main wall, though, getting opened. A lot of pressure on BSG.
Oh, you spotted his beret. Surely, Ramu, no. Just sneaks under. Ramu has no idea. Throws out another Salma. Yabol just stands up, gets through to Jibby. And PSG takes the lead in this round with so little time remaining. Gets away as well. And then finds the elimination onto Ramu. It's not gone well here for Fnatic. It has gone well and truly against them. It seemed like that bot square hold was going to be good. It wasn't. They couldn't really do anything with it once they tried to open up the walls, guys. And in the end, I think your ball was the big win condition there. Just slips on by, slips under and away. Finds 2 kills because of it.
I don't know who's getting juked. It seemed pretty clear and obvious, I think, to us that the Maestro was there. We saw the tip of the hat. It wasn't like it was a pixel. It was actually a pretty decent chunk of the Maestro that was exposed. So perhaps a lapse of concentration. Perhaps it's observer to player client. Sometimes things can be a little bit misaligned. So it's always very difficult. And perhaps in that instance, we give the benefit of the doubt to the attack. But we can't deny the influence that the Maestro had in that round. Okay, that's also interesting to note. So yeah, the Jaeger's going to double down here again with the shotgun. So expect a blue hold once more here from BSG. We saw it last time. It wasn't particularly influential on the round though, right? Because Fnatic, they went for a predominantly rear push from Volt. BSG struggling to shut that down, even though Fnatic didn't have heaps of time to work with towards the end. So we'll see what the dynamic here is for the second re-attempt. Do BSG perhaps invest a little bit more towards that rear push and denying it, or do they stick to their guns and perhaps redress some of the mistakes that they made?
Statistically, the best site defensively on Bank for APAC North Stage 3. And yet it was Fnatic that got that opening round to go in their favor. And they make it 2 from 2 for Locker's CCTV. Slow rounds though, guys, has been definitely the most noticeable thing that we've seen in this match so far. Yeah, only 3 rounds played, but we're seeing a lot of, 15, 20-second executes on site. I think a large reason for that has also been the way, in theory, the way that BSG have been defending, sort of not really wanting to get that contact or that confrontation. They're happy to sit back, hold their angles, play off their utility. Metadris unable to get that drone going by. But we're not really seeing a whole lot of aggression from BSG, but that hasn't necessarily been a bad thing. Fnatic have just not really been able to play the time well.
No, BSG are playing a safe roam. They're playing for drone denial. We're trying to map like Bank if you want to lean into executes and back yourself in to deny them. I mean, it's not really the worst idea ever. And if you have the Solace in play, it aids for this kind of playstyle now. Vitadris will reposition over towards open area. This is where we saw the Goyo fall last time, unable to get back down the hatch. So we'll see whether or not the rotation is good this time for BSG. Vitadris just sticking around for a little bit, but the hatch in stock getting opened up is his signal to move. Lily now will sneak down main stairs. Oh, on the Nook with the ability activated. He's not going to make any sound. It's a great way to find an opener. Ramu now, for a second, out near spawn, and maybe a potential E-box run out. Not entirely sure, but nonetheless, bit of a disaster for BSG. And regardless of how Fnatic approach the site from here, they have a big advantage.
That's your smoke play going as well, so you don't really have those gas canisters for late round denial in terms of stopping those plants. An opportunity though if Vitadris wants to go for a bit of push up main stairs, try and just get one back with 50 seconds left in the round. This is of course going to be sort of go time for Fnatic, where they're going to push more and get more, and they will through Chimisu finding the elimination onto Kiramiki. And at this point it feels like it's almost round over as Vitadris makes his way over towards main stairs. Is all that remains for BSG. Fnatic slowly but surely have just been really cutting BSG to pieces in this round. Okay, 1 goes back, but 4 more to go. And so little time, and all of sight now open and available for Fnatic as Tyopi will get that diffuser down. Fnatic will surely get this second round.
BSG just bleeding picks throughout the round, and Vitadris now left to retake site. But the entire basement floor dirty. Fnatic with 2 clean basement attacks. BSG struggling to formulate a response, and I think a lot of credit there has to go to Lily. If Nook is available on Bank, I don't see too many instances where you shouldn't be playing her. The ability to gain ground and do it almost silently is so powerful. And we saw it in full effect, 2-2 the scoreline.
Hard to split at the moment. Hence why it's 2-2, but there's been some really good moments, I think, from both BSG and Fnatic. As we head back to CEO Exec, I imagine after this we'll head to probably open area staff. Can't imagine a world in which BSG are going to want to head back down to locker CCTV, dropping it twice defensively. It's not going to win you many halves. But they have found success here. In fairness, though, last time out on CEO Exec, it was a very close finish. Photo finish, if you will. Fnatic were 0.2 seconds away from getting that diffuser down. They still had a play on the rappel. And at that point, guys, you know that anytime there's still a player on the rappel outside of CEO, it is very, very difficult to retake. Obviously for Fnatic, that will be the plan once again. Chibisu on that Ossa. Top square control, vital, clear out stock hallway, as they did rather early last time as well. So what is BSG going to do in response? In some ways, I felt like they got a bit fortunate last time.
Looking at the lineup for Fnatic, it indicates a very similar attacking pattern and structure to what we saw last time. You throw the Oster in the mix, and that can aid in helping to get that plant down with a little bit more security. Obviously, it's not going to counter the Echo necessarily, so that's something they still need to be mindful of, but it can really help counter some of the long, deep angles. You open up that right-hand side wall and go for the plant with the Talon shield to cover. And that's just another obstacle, right, that BSG will need to try and counter. Of course, they've got 2 impacts. They've got 2 nitro cells. Plenty of util to be able to clear it. It's just making sure that they time it correctly and don't allow Fnatic to sneak that plant.
These have been slow rounds, but the pace very much being set by BSG. They are choosing to sit back. They're choosing to not engage with Fnatic. I think for Fnatic in that round gone prior, obviously for locker CCTV, they started to pick up the pace a bit. They're sensing that they're basically being given this room, this space to work with. Chibisu, though, shot at the stairs of Square. That is a big loss early in the round for Fnatic. They lose those Talon shields. That's not entirely the entire win condition, but it is a big factor. Then they lose Tiopi very shortly after, and in the space of 10 seconds, it feels like that might just be the round gone for Fnatic.
And I think that blow from Gaki will all but confirm it. A 2 versus 5, Fnatic struggling to set themselves up for the push. And that's the disruptive playstyle that we probably need to see from BSG as Fnatic continue to go for late round executes. Mag rotates to lobby to find a pick, but now needs to link up with Ramu. Need to find at least one more isolated defender before they can even consider pushing in towards site. Now, there is one over towards Archives. Fnatic won't know it. They don't have the outlines that we do, but Ramu's going to get droned through. So if he can get this pick, I think that play is now in Tellers. It could make things interesting.
Oh, surely. Hello? Oh, jeez, Ramu. I think for a second was not expecting Kiramiki to just be crouching like that in the corner. 24 seconds, though. Time, the biggest factor. I mean, a 2 versus 3 already going to be difficult enough when you do have time, let alone with only 15 seconds. Mag with diffuser, Ramu to check this stock hallway, but the shield's still up, the position still stable. And BSG themselves stabilize a little bit defensively here on Bank. They'll take the lead 3-2. That's a much cleaner round from them. But guess what, guys? A big factor for that. What is it? It's aggression on the square stairs. Something we haven't really seen from BSG so far in this opening half. They come out early in that round. They have a bit of a game plan and they execute it well.
And again, looking at the historical data, right? Fnatic don't do well on defense. BSG, at minimum, are going to draw out the half. That sets us up for a very competitive result from BSG. So Fnatic now won't be thinking about it directly, but I can imagine are feeling a little bit of pressure. Now, obviously, they picked this map. I would expect them to do decently well in the second half, but we can't gloss over the fact that they have struggled on defense in the past. So makes things very, very interesting. And you're right, BSG not shying away from throwing something a little bit different at Fnatic. They are incredibly successful in that round. Of course, they have one more opportunity now to extend that lead. Maybe now we'll see them regress to something a little bit more passive and on site, and instead go for drones as opposed to picks. But I can't help but feel after that previous round, BSG will be G'ing themselves up a little bit and thinking, why not? Let's just take them on around the map and see if we can find these picks.
Remembering, of course, it is Fnatic's map pick. Would be an absolute tough track back into this series. If you lose on Bank, then you head over to BSG's clubhouse. Kind of feels like a very pivotal round. Yeah, it's only one round, but it brings it back to 3-3. You said, Guz, of course, Fnatic's defense on Bank. Maybe there's going to be some questions. I wonder, is this the time where BSG kind of flipped that switch? We saw it in the round prior. A little bit more aggression on that square stairs. Now you're bringing out the Vigil. Is this sort of that counter punch that was lacking in the first 3-4 rounds? How does Retardress want to play this? Holds over towards top main for now. Well, getting some decent information. Top square. Player inside towards Janitor. And Chibisu will get down that Talon shield. And this is a decent angle. Nade doesn't quite hit the mark. That's a big result for Fnatic. It's a mini game that they've won. Getting that Talon shield down in electrical.
Still a lot of pressure though on the vert. That's what is concerning for me. If you're a Fnatic player, if you're a Fnatic fan, this could undo this attacking setup over towards square if the pressure from above overwhelms the attack. That said, Fnatic could try and skate past if they get side control and force an uncomfortable retake for the defense, but the pacing, it's the Fnatic brand at the moment. Relatively slow when controlled. Kaid's just hiding in archives. There's a Kaid in archives and Mag has absolutely no idea, I don't think. Kirimiki as well close by. This is such a volatile round for both teams.
Yeah, there was two just hanging out in archives. Mag can't do anything about it. And realistically, his job here is to just get those Selmas on the wall and open up triple. He's got a diffuse lead, can't really get too aggressive. Holds the angled out. Probably starting to sense, though, with that look towards top square, that there's maybe a bit too much control here for BSG. What they can have, what they do have. Player in archives. Maybe a player still up above. Indeed, yes. Fnatic feel hemmed in. Matt goes for the swing, goes for the push, pushes straight in, gets the kill onto Gibal, but there is that player from behind. Retardress gets the kill onto Jibisu. 3 versus 3, but again, time a factor. Fnatic only got 20 seconds. Mac has to get this plant down.
Able to get it on the edge of the hatch, and now it's up for BSG to retake site control. Pings Gaki from up above, rains terror down on Ramu. Plant secured, but Mag under pressure. Chip down low. It's a 2 versus 3. If Mag can hold down these angles, he might be able to win it out. That's the first.
He's got a ping.
2 more players as well.
Those were both of them. Oh, he hit the headshot, but it doesn't matter. Kirimiki finds 3 in the round. Doesn't fall down the hole either. We'll get the counter defuse, and BSG will take a 4-2 lead at the end of this half. A close one. Fighting tooth and nail, and there's been a couple of those in this opening half, guys. You think back to that CEO executive in the second round. This is kind of another one where it just comes down to that final couple of seconds, but it just doesn't feel like at any point Fnatic on the attack were able to get these rounds over with in terms of the time earlier. Everything was 10 seconds left, 15 seconds left, rushed 3 versus 3. BSG always going to be happy with that scenario.
Yeah, for sure. Time really did feel like a limiting factor for Fnatic. And I mean, that's okay if you're having absolutely spotless attacks, but I mean, even that last round, for instance, right? Fnatic prepped themselves for a bot square push. You're typically in that situation planning to try and plant it down over towards kitchen and prevent the retake from blue and all that. But BSG still had so much presence up above. They immediately pressured square. That forced Fnatic deep. You had players like Mag in 3-way crossfires that, sure, he did a great job to maybe get a pick or 2, but BSG favored on the trade. They hit it, and they have completely, BSG have completely defied the data heading into this game. 62% attacking win rate for Fnatic, while they've fallen very short of that mark. And then you look at the defensive win rate of 37%. BSG in the pole position to take Fnatic's map pick. Of course, we're going to have to see how that dynamic does play out in the second half, and Solace is available, but I don't know if that's really going to be enough for Fnatic to salvage this one. Obviously, we're not going to cast too many doubts. It's not unreasonable for them to bring this back by any means, but BSG, a team that has very little, if no expectation to do very much in this tournament, have already done a great job in this first half.
Do have to remember, though, of course, APAC North Stage 3, as I said, 57% defensive win rate on Bank. So you got to keep that in mind. Obviously, it's not impossible to think that Fnatic can bring this one back on the defense. Not so much for their own statistical defensive win rate, but more so for BSG. What's BSG going to be like on the attack, right? Because if Fnatic's defense on Bank statistically is not great, we don't know really what we're going to be expecting from BSG on the attack. If it's a region-wide thing, guys, there is every chance that BSG's attack on Bank might not be proficient enough to basically get through Fnatic anyway. So definitely still a lot more to play out in this. And the other side of it too is there was at least 2 rounds there that were basically coin flips. When you think about that 0.2 second deny on the plant, when you even think about that very last round just there in open area staff, I think those are 2 rounds Fnatic could have won. And we could have been sitting here at the end of the half talking about a Fnatic 4-2 half, right? So those are the just minor coin flip rounds. In the second half that's going to be coming out shortly, that might now go back the other way. Fnatic might be able to pinch a couple of those coin flip rounds for themselves and send this one to overtime.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we often talk about coin flip rounds, especially in the context of a best of one. But I think in a 2-day tournament like this, where you're fighting for your spot at the biggest event of the year, coin flips can be obviously incredibly advantageous. We just don't have the same sample size as you would as a regular league, for example. So if BSG can continue to just edge out a couple of these rounds, it should be enough for them to get their opponent's map pick. And in any best of 3, if you can take your opponent's map first, can often set yourself up for the series. It doesn't necessarily mean you have completely bagged it, but it does set yourself up in a great spot and could get Fnatic in their own heads heading into that second map.
The play style that we saw, BSG, first, I'd say 4 rounds, Scars, ultra defensive, just stock standard defense, shield, stock, hallway, dropping down, maybe a little bit of pressure, open area stuff, but then dropping down locker CCTV, which ultimately was a site that didn't work out for them at all, which is kind of staggering when you think about it's the best site statistically in APAC North on defense. They lost it twice, but then flipped it. In the last 2 rounds, we saw obviously what was a big win factor in that 5th round was that square stairs position taking out Chibisu on the Osa, and that basically then just throws out the CEO executive win condition out of the book there. And then obviously you bring out the Vigil round 6, you've got players roaming archives. Like it just seemed like a little bit of a meta shift from them in that half, and it just kind of showed that they really dictated that opening half.
Yeah, I feel like BSG maybe as that round, or as that half rather, progressed, started to get a decent read on Fnatic having what I would describe as pretty limited win conditions. It felt like they often go into these rounds with a very set plan, and that's why they take their time setting it up. They're like, we're going to hit this, we're going to execute this, we'll plan exactly here. And BSG just threw enough spanners in the works right towards the end to find the pick here or the pick there, or a bit of ground here where maybe Fnatic don't particularly expect it. And it started to unravel plans a little bit, and we saw Fnatic then have to try and adapt on the fly, a hallmark of this current meta. And yeah, especially in those coin flips rounds, it just didn't quite go their way. Maybe one pick here or one play there just didn't quite align. And again, in a weekend tournament like this, it doesn't take many of those to go against you and to go towards the opponent, and you can find yourselves out. This isn't a double Elim bracket like NA and EU, for example. You get one shot against this team, and if you're a little bit slow off the gates, it can make the recovery effort very, very challenging.
Starting to look at some of the statistics for Fnatic in terms of their entries, and yeah, Ramu +4, Lily +2. So not really a team that's going to be ultra proficient, really, I guess, on the attack, which then leads to that statistic that you provided, obviously, for the defensive win rate. If that's not really that ideal either, it kind of begs the question: where is that win condition going to come from for Fnatic? The first half attack didn't happen there. Is it going to be able to happen on the defense? What's that even going to look like? Do you play ultra defensive? Do you set up shop? Do you just try and play for time in a somewhat similar manner to the first 4 rounds of BSG? or do you just go for a roam game? It is bank after all, and it can be successful, not just in roam in terms of clearing out intel and getting rid of drones, but I'm in an actual proper, aggressive roam looking to find kills early.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to sort of say exactly what the game plan is for Fnatic. I think over this break, they're going to have a decent opportunity to have a chat as to perhaps what's going on, what's happening, where are they at, and if they believe that maybe a couple of those rounds were coin flips towards BSG, that will maybe settle them, I guess, heading forward, because they'll be like, you know what, we could have won those rounds. It is what it is. Let's forget about it. Let's move on. Let's refresh heading in to that second half. Or perhaps it could frustrate them. So we're going to have to wait and see. I think Bank is a map where you can take pretty two distinct approaches. You can go the BSG early first half approach of bunker down on site, roam exclusively for drones, fall back and play for the last 30 seconds. Or you can extend, you can get aggressive, you can actually try and find picks and trade out particular key players for the attack. So I'm very, very intrigued to see what Fnatic do attempt. I back themselves in to bring this back for sure, but like I said a couple of times, the numbers for them are quite damning. In fact, very, very damning. So I think if they are to flip this around, win the map out, it would be pretty surprising, to be honest.
To apologize for the delays. Clearly just some tech issues happening behind the scenes at the moment, hence why we've turned into podcast mode at the conclusion of that first half. For those that potentially have only just tuned in, it is a 4-2 lead at the moment, and obviously the questions are, can Fnatic bring it back? I think from what we saw, Guz, have you seen enough to suggest that you think Fnatic have got what it takes? Do you think BSG probably the favored team from here to take out Bank? If that is the case, it's Fnatic's map pick. That probably then means you would be thinking BSG favored to take out the series.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the discussion we're having, right? Is what's the likelihood that BSG are able to convert a 4-2 half on Bank into a win? A 4-2 in Siege, it's still a result that can easily go either way. It's just that number for Fnatic that keeps sticking out to me. It's a huge red flag. Of course, that data does span quite a big time range, and for Fnatic, they have obviously been through some struggles in the last 12 to even, I guess, 24 months at this point. So not expecting it to necessarily be reflective of maybe where they are right now. And that's the story for a lot of teams. And it happens every single close calls for Six Invitational, where teams are a little bit all over the place. We've had the off-season now for a few months. What teams have been cracking hard, which haven't, who's having behind-the-scenes issues, who isn't. There's just so many unknown variables heading into a tournament like this, and for Fnatic, it's always difficult to get a read on them at the best of times at the moment, being a team that is sort of around that mid-tier of Japan. So to loop back, to answer the question, sure, Fnatic can win it, but it's going to take a bit of a turnaround, I think, and we're going to have to see them seriously step up, and in cases where BSG continue to try and outplay them, Fnatic step up to the mark, because we didn't quite see that in a couple of rounds where BSG changed up plans. They threw Fnatic off, and Fnatic didn't have enough tools in their arsenal to realistically claw these rounds back, or convincingly claw them back, leading to those coin flip rounds.
Just trying to get some updates as well regarding our other match for those unaware. Of course, Bliss and Fury doing battle. That one did go to a third map, and obviously the winner of that third map will move forward. The loser will be out of the closed qualifiers here for APAC. At the moment, current scoreline, Bliss 3, Fury 2 in that third map, guys. Which in my mind, and it's not disrespect to Fury at all, they're a really good team, and they've shown actually a tremendous amount of growth, basically from the start of 2022 to the end of 2022. But I mean, I'd probably had Bliss down as a 2-0 in my minds, and they were up 4-2 as well on that second map to go and take it out 2-0, and it's all kind of fallen to pieces. Slight lead, but would you be surprised with a Fury victory there in that other series happening at the moment?
For me, that was a really tough match to call. I think that Fury have probably gained a lot of experience over this year. They've gone from the absolute worst of the worst, quite literally, in APAC South to qualifying for a major. So that international experience mixed up with everything they've gone through, I think sets themselves up well for this tournament. And I probably would just edge them out as favourites, but Bliss is such a dangerous team. You add Jigsaw into that equation. I think he got, 17 kills on that first map, so he's clearly switched on and ready to go and has that previous synergy with this roster. So I think Bliss could make a serious run. I don't really know what to think of that third map between the two. It's one of those ones that's going to be very difficult to call. And beyond that, both of those teams could make a run especially if the Knights have an off day, for example. So certainly going to be interesting. Now, another thing we do have to bring up, I don't know if you were just going to mention it, but I'm happy to talk about it.
Well, I was just going to mention it.
Do you want to or do you want me? Who wants to be the who wants to be the bearer of bad news?
Well, yeah. So, it's not bad news. You make it.
Well, it
sound
is if you're a Fnatic fan.
Yeah, well, if you are a Fnatic fan, it certainly is bad news. Update, of course, we've been having the tech issue behind the scenes. Just to clarify the reasoning for it, in one of the rounds played, there was a particular skin used that was not permitted. So Fnatic winning the 4th round, they now longer have that round. They lose that, so it becomes a 1-5 half rather than a 2-4 half. So they've had to forfeit that round, and therefore, because of that, we've had to have a rehost to get everything happening up with a 5-1 scoreline now in favor of BSG. And it probably doesn't change too much of the conversation that we were having, Guz. If not, it just makes it more difficult for Fnatic, doesn't it? Obviously, a 4-2 half, it's still something you can bring back, but in fairness, BSG, I think, the better team anyway. Now they just have even more of an advantage.
I think the difference between a 4-2 and a 5-1 is pretty big.
One round, mate. Come on, settle down.
No. The data was released a while ago. I think someone did an analysis of pro matches and like what the win conversion is at particular halftime scores. And the jump from 4-2 to 5-1 from memory was actually pretty disastrous for the team trailing. So for Fnatic, it just ups the ante even more. And again, that discussion we had earlier, right? What's the vibe in the Fnatic camp? Because obviously mental plays a huge component, especially at the moment in Siege. If they let this get to them and they get frustrated and annoyed and, want to throw their hands up with frustration, that's not going to make things any easier or any better for them heading into this half. So it is super, super, super important that they completely wipe this from their memory as best as they possibly can, because they cannot make any mistakes from this point onwards. The second BSG get on match point, they are going to put the foot to the throat, and Fnatic are going to be in a really rough spot.
I do wonder, does this change up any of the potential game plans, right? Like if you're BSG now, you got a 5-1 lead, you can throw out a rush opening round if you want. Like you can go for broke, you can try and snatch around early rather than maybe playing a safe conservative game and protecting a lead and just trying to get the 2 rounds needed to at least secure 6. I wonder if that becomes a factor. Of course, these teams have had a little bit of time now to analyze what's basically happened in Fnatic losing that round. And obviously for Fnatic themselves, as you said, guys, on the defense now coming over to bank, they cannot make a single mistake. You lose 1 round, it's match point, 5 match points at that if it happens in the opening round. So it's very hard to envision Fnatic going to be able to come back in this particular map. The question will then translate over to what can they do then on Clubhouse. 5-1 down for Fnatic on their map pick of Bank after that rule violation has taken away a round from them. We've done a lot of Siege over the years, guys. I think this might be a first time I've had that happen, but it has happened. BSG do have a 5-1 lead. They are 1 round away from map point.
Yes, certainly pretty unprecedented. I think I've been casting since 20.
We're back.
20. I think I started in like early 2019 or something. Anyway, I don't think I've ever seen a round taken away and given to the opponent. Maybe a replay, but certainly something I haven't seen before. But if it's in the rules, it's in the rules. Back the admins in to make the correct decision, and it's obviously unfortunate for Fnatic. It's not like we're sitting here cheering and
no.
praying on their downfall.
There's
or
actually
anything,
there's a part that, and maybe it's like an Australian thing, the whole underdog galvanizing factor of something like this happens. Like it's almost like a movie script, it's like the good guys are down bad and it's like, oh, they lost a round. The referee comes in, takes a round from them, but you galvanize from that. You feel like there's still this pressure on you. If they respond, what a story that could be. And, we kind of spoke about in the pre-show with Rob many moons ago, it feels like, about how these teams in particular have got to win, what is it, like 4 best of 3s to get to SI. It's a long, long road. It's a long track. And in that, the team that potentially does do that probably has... And this is probably one of the better ways to get it. If you can come back, you're down 5-1, opening map, and you bring it back mentally and you bring it back in the game, who knows what kind of run you could go on. Either way, we're back in here for Bank. It is round number 7. BSG 1 round away from map point, looking to steal Fnatic's map pick here on Bank. Do have an update for the Bliss and Fury game as well. Bliss have gone up 5-2, guys, in that 3rd map. They are in a similar position to BSG here, but close to finishing off that series and booking a date with the Knights in the quarterfinals.
Into round 7. The first attack for BSG. What's their approach with the updated scoreline? 5-1. If you have just joined, just to be crystal clear, Fnatic lost the 4th round due to a rules violation. That round was then given to BSG, hence a significant lead heading into the half. It's a basement defense up first from Fnatic. Some presence up above on the roam. Some good drones pre-placed there from BSG to try and take some ground. I think it's at least 3 players up above off site. And BSG looking to be cool, calm and collected. Try and pick these players apart, get that ground. We thought maybe on a round like this, BSG would get a little bit cheeky, try and get an early match point, but no, they're going to play slow and steady here, conserve themselves. And so far the setup, only about a minute and a quarter into the round, actually looking pretty solid. So they're getting this checklist completed, and I think Fnatic are already falling off. It's a little bit hard to tell at the moment. At least one player up above. So yeah, that's Lily. Support over towards blue. Don't know if he's been droned. If he's not been found, that could make things challenging for BSG. He just runs across square though. The timing.
Oh no.
Gaki wins the fight. I thought maybe the Ana would fall, but that's a big win for BSG in this round.
Yeah, it really opens up that bot square position. I mean, Lily was always going to be a huge, huge factor there on the vigil. I seriously don't think that they were droned out. Had the gadget on and, well, ultimately decided to just push out. And Gaki was there waiting at top square. Minute left and Fnatic on site here, Locker CCTV. This was a site that they were actually very successful on, obviously, in the opening half. Won it twice. Chibisu watches for the drop down. I mean, basically, Fnatic, in my mind, need this next kill.
30 seconds. Can BSG convert this round, claim match point? So much pressure on Fnatic at the moment. It's a huge chunk taken out of Chibisu as well. Diffuser juggled, BSG prepare.
15 seconds. It's been the motto, really, all of this match. Late round executes. Smoke out. Looking that connection. Oh, Yabol just drops down into vault. There's actually a player in there as well. For Fnatic pushing through the smoke. It's Ramu. Jimisu found 2. Mag will get the final 1. And Fnatic, they get back to a scoreline of 2.
Well done there by Fnatic. Still a bit of presence up above, causing issues for BSG. The smokes as well, not really landing. And ultimately, you have to question why you're going for a smoke execute when there's a Warden in play. Now, I don't think Warden and his ability played a huge role in actually countering the smokes that were laid down. And I mean, maybe that was actually known by the attack and they deliberately didn't smoke near the Warden. But nonetheless, an interesting decision. And BSG, pardon me, Fnatic weren't afraid to shy away from doing a Stewie and just pushing straight through their smokes anyway and finding kills. So really well done. And just alleviating a little bit of that pressure, but the pressure is going to continue throughout the match, right? They're staring down the barrel of a match point against them until they get to a 5-5 scoreline, and even then, of course, that 11th round will be spicy. So we head over towards open now. Fnatic will be looking to just gradually work their way into this defensive half, but it's hard to deny that the start was really good for them.
Bomb located by attackers.
And now your mentality can kind of shift a little bit, right? Because it was 2-4. Fnatic lost around due to a violation. Becomes 1-5, then you win it back. So it's kind of just like losing the opening round of the second half anyway, 2-5. You just move on from there. In this case, they've technically won it. And Locker CCTV proves to be their safe haven here on Bank. It's the only site that they've won. It's the only site BSG have been incapable of winning. But the bad news for Fnatic is you've got to win more than just one site, guys. Otherwise, you're just never going to find victory. BSG have not lost a single round on any of these other sites now. CEO exec, open area staff. How does Fnatic play this defensively? Because ultimately, they were very defensive for Locker CCTV. And look at the aggression from BSG. Straight on in. Bot square control through electrical. But it is Fnatic that are lighting up the kill feed.
Jibitsu with the MP5 laying down fire. And Fnatic just continually weathering the storm in these defensive rounds. BSG truly on the back foot. Both players chunked low on HP. Just as it feels like BSG are preparing themselves, are in a position to make a play to perhaps claim their stake on site. Fnatic go, no, this is ours. You're knocking on the door and we're going to turn you away. Plenty of time for BSG to try something here, but obviously it's a pretty bad spot they find themselves in. And what a response from Fnatic to come out of the gates like this in the second half after what's taken place. It's pretty surprising, to be fair, that they're playing this well, especially considering, again, that poor defensive record on Bank. But they're playing like a different Fnatic right now, but they need to be careful. That's a pick for BSG.
Did kind of speculate as well during that little going to be an aggression play from BSG to start this second half. They went for it here in the 8th round. And he got shut down. That rush into Staff was not successful at all, but eventually, and it's taken some time, Tadras has been able to get in here. On the buck. Basically full white. 3 versus 1 now for Jin. No diffuser in hand. Has time, gets the headshot, but ultimately Ramu. And numbers for Fnatic there for the trade. They go to 3-5 now. We spoke about whether or not they would galvanize from that halftime error, Guz, and what a way to start this second half. And all of a sudden, really what this does, it's not just the pressure now on the scoreboard of it, but it's pressure on BSG. You know, this, in theory, could have been now 4-4 when you think about it, right? That's the reality of the situation here. So Fnatic have really brought this one back in terms of the in-game performance. Scoreboard says otherwise, but this is a very much even game now.
Very interesting. Fnatic, though, will be eager to complete a 3-site rotation, and they go up above the site I would personally contend is one of the most difficult tertiary sites to defend. The rappel cross is challenging to defend against. Maintaining control of that stock hallway, top square as well, can be difficult against a team that can clear utility with efficiency. So we'll see how this one plays out. But yeah, I think BSG now, maybe the ones under the pump a little bit. Probably headed into this second half, expecting by now to at least have match point, but hasn't been the case. And in fact, Fnatic at every turn have actually been outperforming their opponents, reading into the pushes from BSG and having the mechanics to back themselves and shut down these twos and throws.
Suddenly it just gets tense. Fnatic win this next round. They would go to 4-5. And will have taken 3 rounds in a row. I wonder if that would then warrant a tactical timeout from BSG. Some momentum really building for Fnatic. But all it takes is one counter punch, one sucker punch from BSG to send this one to map point and really put the pressure straight back onto Fnatic. Jin straight into stock.
And you don't often get this amount of control for free in stock. Typically contested by the defense, but Fnatic not playing it really at all. So an interesting approach. Instead, the shield in elevator to counter something through lobby. Jin actually elects to drop. I thought maybe he'd try and push forward. Does have grenades though. Could go for a vert. Might land, but Warden able to evade. Pardon me, well done there by Choppy, and he's just going to hold down the line. Sees the feet. Oh.
Just going to glance at those toes. Jin, next nade. Just bounces off. But they do get rid of Ramu anyway. They had the information, they had the ping, and they get the opening kill. Exactly what PSG needed. They've taken their time. Slow push. Yeah, they had early stock control. Eventually dropping down. Kiramiki finds a second one. This one to Chibisu. Fnatic just falling apart here defensively. Getting picked apart one by one. And now Choppy probably feels like he has to push out and see if he can find a kill pack. Nitrocell on to Gaki. Gaki moves, but not quick enough. That's a massive frag from Choppy. 50 seconds left over towards Beepers. They've still got main stairs control. Mag still has that shield as well in front of the elevator position. So clearly still a position that Fnatic wanted. They still have it. And Choppy could start pushing out towards the hallway, go for a bit of a flank towards top square.
Fnatic have information. Are the flanks being watched by BSG? A gunfight between Lily. Oh, the turn! What? No way! Any win condition for Fnatic goes out the window. Just like that, a swift blow and a second. The repel game for BSG. So strong. And they now have map point here on Bank.
I'm just befuddled. What a turnaround from Retardress. I'd love to see a replay of that because that just looked like a player dead to right sitting in janitor looking at a completely different direction. Choppy was surely all the money to get that kill from there. You've got janitor control. There's only one more play over towards top square. That is a massive, massive moment in the round in this map. 6-3 scoreline. BSG have 3 map points here in this best of 3. And that Fnatic momentum has been snuffed out, it seems, guys, just like that. And that's really the tricky part of being down 5-1. You win a couple and then one gets really snuffed out and then that's it. Now you've got the pressure right back on yourselves. BSG at minimum have overtime locked up if needed. So a couple of the replays here, really decent Nitrocell and Tagaki, who is still just holding around stock. And this is the flick. 30 seconds left, 3 versus 4. And hallway control, player in janitor, spots him, misses the first few shots, and it's the flick around. Wow.
Good night. Good night. Now for Fnatic, it's not over, but realistically, they need to win that site, right? Basement looked pretty good, open looked pretty good, you win that, great, 5-6. You still need to win something to get it to OT. I mean, it's pretty unlikely. I wouldn't expect Fnatic to go to Archives. It's not really in the meta at the moment. I mean, we could maybe, but it'd be a stretch. So Fnatic need to recompose, back themselves in to win the 2 sites that they did, because they actually looked really, really good on the other 2, and then see if they can maybe mount something back on that top floor. But of course our focus now, it is back down to basement. Twitch trying to gain information, but Hi, I'm Jin spotted out. Rhyme as well onto the second, so some great counterplay there from Fnatic in denying information. Elsewhere, BSG gaining a foothold on the top floor. 2 players on site for Fnatic, but it's not the most extensive of roams. Lily in a position to drop the hatch. And the second roamer actually inside of garage. That's a pretty cheeky position.
Very aggressive. Gives a lot of intel for Fnatic. Because you've got really the entire garage section controlled. I mean, if you're kind of sitting back towards that ramp position, it can be sometimes difficult to know, has someone from BSG pushed in, hiding behind vehicles? Do we have all the right information? Well, they've got it completely locked down. 90 seconds left in the round. Beepers gets droned out by U-Ball and all of open area now seemingly open. So it's pretty much open season here for BSG now. Fnatic will just play on site. And we'll wait for the push from BSG. I haven't really seen a lot of Blue Stairs play. I mean, we've seen the shield setups from both Fnatic and BSG guys, but attacking teams not biting, not playing into it. But this will be the round, I think, where it does actually come to fruition. Nade will get rid of the shield. 3 players now. Make it potentially 4 soon. Looking for the server room push. Mag needs to be very careful.
I don't like this for BSG. You've still got the blue hod to contest with. There's still 2 Goyo Vulcans as well on the default door. So Fnatic are in a great spot. Time is on their side, and I think BSG have realized that. They'll rotate off. They've applied pressure. They'll go elsewhere. They'll need to go for some kind of hybrid push, maybe down the hatch. And yeah, that's blue forfeited. Gaki down. No trade. Retadris taken down. Mag popping off over towards blue, and he has completely unraveled any chance for BSG in this round.
That is job done though from Mag. Anything else was always going to be a bonus. Getting the down, it's Retadris. 20 seconds left. Yabal wants to go for that revive. Throws out the flash. Was for white. Chibisu though got high on Jin, and Mag's done all of the work at square. It's a flawless round defensively from Fnatic. A wonderful Blue Stairs hold from Mag from start to finish. It was rather defensive first up, guys, using all of those gas canisters early, and on the final one, pushes into it, gets top Blue Stairs, even without the shield. I mean, just utterly clean from Mag, and it had to be clean. If you've got 3 players hanging around bot square looking to push down in towards server, and your shield's gone, it's very easy to get overwhelmed. But no one pushed. They all fell back. And Mag went for the counterpunch and was so successful. So a 4-6 scoreline. 2 more rounds needed though for Fnatic. BSG still wanting to send this one to Clubhouse. Their map pick with one next to them.
The story, the play, if you would, going as we probably anticipated at the moment. And if that continues, Fnatic should take this side, and then it all comes down to a standoff on the second floor for a potential push to overtime for Fnatic, but nothing is guaranteed. Fnatic know that. And we'll see how good they are in open area on this occasion. Again, as I mentioned, really good composure from Mag in that previous round, really highlighting a lot of experience that he does have, read into the fact that BSG went a little bit quiet for a while, and he read into that rotation and locked in the round. I think even if Mag doesn't pop off to the same extent, Fnatic was still in a great spot anyway, so he just confirmed the job. BSG, how do they respond? Looking at that Osler to have a big role in this round, BSG were probably prepared to open up the right-hand side, the northern side of top square, go for a plant behind that Talon shield, play in to the repels. Oh, sorry, me, I'm already a step ahead on second floor, apologies. They're probably going to look at the Talon shield to play bottom square, not top square. Maybe even hybridize it with top square and hold off the flank, but we'll just have to see how they shape up. Fnatic have a big presence up above.
Massive round. Fnatic looking to keep this map alive. And for these qualifiers, there are no second chances. There is no lower bracket. The loser of this series cannot make SI. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals, where they will be playing against Northeption. Gaki top square. And we'll get good hallway vision off that, along with vision leading in towards archives, watching down in towards bot square. And it really just becomes a sort of defensive point to keep that top square's control while you've got everyone else roaming below you in bot square. As Joppy gets the opening kill, that's Retardress gone. That really does severely weaken this attack now for BSG. Just over 60 seconds left in the round. Gaki doing a good job of keeping this top square presence, but do they even have the numbers now down?
Well, you can see BSG, they're in the perfect position to cut off defenders as they go back down. Defenders can't go top square. If they go main stairs, they'll get cut off on the rappel. The big puzzle piece that needs to be added to the equation, though, is someone to pressure players off the top floor. And I don't know if BSG have that at the moment. So probably relying on someone like Hyam Jin in the archives to make a play. Maybe even Kira Mickey through Garage. It's so difficult to see if these players can achieve something. But, oh, that's great. That's 2 free picks for BSG.
Yeah, they picked up one from Yabol that was actually just in electrical. Decent angle that he picked up in towards site. Ramu gets one back, though, eventually shutting down the roaming Kira Mickey. Gaki still just set up top square, but you can't sit there forever. Yabol looking to get that plant down, and will do so. Into red time we go. It's Hyam Jin that finds a big frag onto Ramu. I mean, Chibisu's got to make his way downstairs. You can't just keep taking that fight with Gaki. Gaki gets rid of Lily. Well, eventually Chibisu does find the kill onto Gaki. Jin and Yabol looking to secure the map for BSG.
Oh, but he's been allowed to drop. He gets the first pick. The second engagement, he wins it out. Chibitsu with a triple. Shouldn't have won it, but now he needs to find the diffuser. The hardest part of the round, finding the kit. 20 seconds remains. He should be able to find it. And he does to the left just in time. What a clutch there.
That sense.
Oh,
that
I can feel it.
Sense of panic. We've all been there before.
Yep. Oh, that would have been a really bad way to lose the round after such a great play. But Fnatic, they stay alive, and we set ourselves up for the top 4.
Well, it's not often that a team wins 6 rounds, guys, and it doesn't send us to overtime. It's 5-6 still in favor of BSG. Mac looking for a tactical timeout. A historical match taking place right now, but Fnatic defying the odds. They were down 1-5 this second half. They've gone 4 from the last 5 rounds. Tactical timeout called, probably just to calm down some of the nerves that last round, right down to the wire. And for BSG, I think they probably aren't too displeased to see this either. I think a little break for them could do them a world of good. Up 5-1. It's now 5-6. What a second half that has transpired here. Does this one go to overtime, or can BSG hold off this Fnatic comeback?
This match really just has had a sprinkling of everything. The underdog story, the clutches, the drama. And it's only the first map of potentially 3. So the blood definitely pumping for us, and I'm sure the two teams inside of the server as well. The Fnatic have not gone above. I thought that maybe we would see Archives. That's exactly what's going to take place as Fnatic step up. We have a look back at that replay. What a 3K. Jujitsu allowed to drop. Clean shot there. The Nook taken down. And then the Ace isolated, not in the best of positions. Wins that fight too. We'll do him a favor. We won't show the next 20 seconds because that was definitely terrifying for everyone involved. But Fnatic get the job done. And now Archives. It's not every day of the week you'll see this site played. Obviously, it's not awful. And it is reliant still on top floor control. So we'll see how well tuned BSG are for approaching this site.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Such a high-stakes pressure round. PSG looking to steal the map pick of Fnatic. Fnatic just fighting tooth and nail. It's been their defense, though, that has seen them find success here on Bank, which probably was not in the cards, guys. We thought it was going to be their attack. We thought their defense wasn't going to be able to stack up. But they've proven us wrong. Well and truly. And we head to Teller's Archives for this match point round, this map point round. Clubhouse after this, which is the map pick of BSG. If needed, Villa is our decider.
How quick can BSG formulate a plan? Looks like at the moment they're looking to take some top square control. We saw that set up from Fnatic with reinforcements, quite a bit of vert down towards the objective, so it's obviously not quite as simple as setting up through open or through lobby, for example, and heading straight to site, because that makes things very challenging. And we're back to us. Hello.
Oh, hello. Hopefully,
luckily,
they haven't lost another round.
Luckily, I wasn't like sitting back like this or something. It would have looked really unprofessional.
Unfortunately, it looks like we will be getting a rehost, guys, for this very, very highly anticipated round. Match point, of course, for BSG, and felt like we were just kind of getting, really prepared to go and dive into that one after, the first couple of seconds. But either way, it gives us a little bit more time to, I guess, dissect things and how we've kind of gotten to this position. Defense, though, for Fnatic, it has been their success. I guess best rounds that they've played. The first half was not that amazing from Fnatic, but this second half, they've clearly been the best team.
BSG, best team. Okay.
No, Fnatic, mate.
Oh, Fnatic have clearly been the best team. Sorry, I was zoned out for a little bit. I was just looking at some of the Discord shenanigans that's going on. We were actually, it does link back to the discussion. We were saying that if this ends up going to max OT, can we crown Fnatic as winning the most rounds in a best of in a map ever outside of unlimited OT games? That would be quite the stat. But yeah, it's been an interesting one, and I'm so eager to see how this last round does play out over towards Archives. Like I've mentioned a couple of times, it's not a site that we regularly see. Normally at the moment, top floor would be the tertiary site for most teams. So Fnatic have done a risk assessment and realized that top four just really isn't for them. They're not really going to find success there, and I think that's a great call. Doesn't necessarily mean Archives is going to be much easier. I don't know the exact numbers, but I can't imagine it doesn't paint the best of pictures. But it's just another curveball that BSG will now need to contend with. Similar checkpoints will need to be achieved in terms of gaining that top control, top square, stock, etc., and going across. And that seemed to be their approach in the round that has now been paused. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting conclusion. And if BSG can roll this into a series win, it would be quite the result.
Yeah, like I mean, at this point, I don't even know what to expect anymore. I'm almost half expecting that someone at it all, guys. It's kind of hard to predict where it's actually going to end up.
Yeah.
I think, regardless, though, the biggest question is who can kind of keep their mental, right? Because obviously, there's been a lot going on. Whether you're BSG, you've been given to take anything away from BSG in that first half. They were tremendous. They earned the right to obviously a 4-2 lead, let alone 5-1. They were the better team, and in all honesty, I kind of expected them to just close it out probably comfortably in the second half, but that's where you give then all the credit to Fnatic. And, you know, I spoke about at the half, is this a point where they're going to sort of just galvanize, where, you know, you're down, everything's kind of going against you, the chips are stacked against you, and they've been able to sort of come out the other side and play some really good siege in that second half, really, really well played defensively, and now puts them into a position where they can send this one to overtime, still get this map, their map pick, and then head to Clubhouse. And you think about what that just does for a team in terms of momentum, in terms of confidence. Okay, that we were down and out, and we were able to dig ourselves out of a pretty steep hole. So it's bloody intriguing to see what's going to sort of just take place for the rest of this series, regardless of how this map finishes. I mean, if it goes BSG's way or if it goes Fnatic's way, it's hard to envision. We know what's actually going to happen on Clubhouse. Yeah, it might be BSG's map pick. I don't think that means that they're going to be, you know, fully favored for it.
Yeah, it's been an insane series so far, and we may only be not even a third of the way through it. So long way to go. And I think the big storyline at the moment that's starting to develop, especially from the perspective of Fnatic, is their resilience. And I don't think that's necessarily isolated to just today or just the last hour or so. It's kind of been their storyline for the last 24 months. The organization, these particular key players like Mag and even the new additions to the roster have been through quite a lot and probably haven't had the results that they would have expected with the amount of effort and that's been going into the team. So I don't think they're strangers to bouncing back from unfavourable positions, and look, they've shown that so far pretty well in this second half. Of course, top floor didn't go their way, but the other sides did. So it all comes down to this one, right? The Fnatic are in a position to potentially push OT, but I don't think BSG are going to go down without a fight. And I think many of us, the community, no exception, heavily favoured Fnatic to go into this one and probably even win it 2-0. So yeah, it's been a funny old game, and we're still yet to know exactly how it ends.
Yeah, so just getting word, it is just rehost at the moment. I haven't been told anything else. I'm sure there's probably people wondering, especially the last time we went into this podcast mode at the end of the first
There's going to be another bombshell. There's going to be another bombshell.
Right now, I have not been told of any bombshells. It just sounds like a normal rehost. So hopefully it stays that way. I don't really want another bombshell, please. One's already enough for this series to keep it, maybe one per map. But yeah, just a normal rehost. So there you go. At the moment, 5-6 scoreline in favor of BSG. I imagine it'll still be Archives tellers when we do come back, as it was chosen. So obviously that's kind of what we've got to go into this next round. And what is still map point, obviously, for BSG. The truth of it is, it doesn't take much for this to go the way of BSG. Get an opening pick or two, really open up this site. Where do you think it's going to be won and lost? It seems like Square has probably been the area that we've seen the most, whether that's top square, bot square, honestly, regardless of the side of choice. And I think when it comes to Archives tellers, I think it's going to come down to this Square control in terms of who wins this final round.
Yeah, of course, I guess the elephant in the room with situations like this is we're anticipating to be the same site, same operators, so that's pretty well established at this point, but there's no rule, and there couldn't be a rule that you have to push the exact same way that you did for the 30 seconds the round that was live last time, right? So BSG could have found something in that round, maybe a particular setup from Fnatic or whatever, and either in the last couple of minutes have found a way to, oh yeah, we can do this, and clear it. It shouldn't be much of an issue. Or they'll go, yeah, maybe let's just completely not push it. Let's just stack lobby or do something completely different. And Fnatic likewise can do something different on defense. They may have read into the way that BSG were pushing initially in that round and do something to counter that. So there's going to be some interesting mind games going into this round. I don't anticipate it will play out 1-for-1 like it did on the last occasion. But generally speaking, for Archives, I would anticipate, right, some above control, From both teams, BSG will probably head that from stock and square. Will look very familiar to an upstairs defense. Maybe chuck someone up on the rappel to clear Fnatic defenders if they are holding above once more. And then once you clear that, you have great access from CEO to Archives. There's so much vert potential from there. BSG will be looking to maybe find 1 or 2 picks for the execute, provided they haven't already at that point. And then for Fnatic, things can get very challenging. But you flip that around, Fnatic on this extension, they can maybe find a pick or 2 and then make that vert potential limited for BSG. So I think it's going to be a super interesting dynamic. And it's, like I've mentioned, one that we don't regularly see. Archives is a little bit dusty at this point, is probably one way to describe it. It's just kind of not really touched. So it's going to be fun.
5-6, map point, BSG. At this point, guys, who have you got coming away with this map of Bank? You got to make a decision right now. Is this going OT and Fnatic winning out, or to BSG, whether it's in regulation and or overtime, come away with this? Who have you got? Who you probably right? Are you riding that Fnatic wave? Because it feels like there is a bit of a wave happening.
Look, I think at this point, this map has been going on for so long. I think we're all going to be the winners when this game finishes, because we'll finally have an
answer. It's the longest regulation game I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. It definitely feels like it at this point. I think the logical Guz is saying that this should be BSG. Everything to me, just based on the numbers, and all that, is pointing towards BSG. It's Archives. Fnatic don't have great stats on defense. It should be BSG to edge out and win the round, but it has been such a strange game. And for me, it comes down to the things that we can't see right now and the things that we're never going to see, which is Fnatic's body language, their communication. What is that like? Because if they're just down in the dumps at the moment, they're frustrated, they're angry, and they just want this over and done with, then that can bleed into the gameplay a little bit and make things challenging. But like you mentioned, perhaps they have galvanized and they've actually come together and been like, hey, stuff it.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happens, we're going to stick together. We're going to give this our best shot, and they might be able to produce a bit of magic in this round.
I'm going to go Fnatic. I think when you take into account, obviously, what happened with the round violation, if that were not to have happened, and we just look at the actual in-game results right now, it would be Fnatic up 6-5, right? Like they would be into a position where you win this round and Fnatic win the map. So I think when you take the 11 rounds that have actually played out, Fnatic technically ahead, but obviously not because of the rule violation. I think there were also moments in the first half, I should say, that Fnatic lost a couple of rounds that they probably could have won. So you kind of take that into account, and they've been really clinical in the second half. These four, it's out of the 5 rounds played, they've won really 4 of them really cleanly. So I think just edging out BSG slightly, but obviously the other part of it is BSG had a 5-1 advantage, regardless of how the game has played out, regardless of the rule violation, all of that put aside. You're up 5-1, and you've said it before. The difference between 2-4 and 1-5 at a half statistically is massive when it comes to Siege. It's a mental thing, along with the fact that all it takes is that one round, you get map point, precious one truly on the other team. And they just struggled to do that. It was all Fnatic really to start that second half. They brought it back. I think it was to like 4-5 or something like that before obviously BSG got eventually to that map point situation. So I could sit here and say all of this, though. All it takes is BSG play really well in this next round. They win the map, and it's as simple as that. The question then that follows is when we head to Clubhouse, who's going to have any kind of momentum? I feel like it's a full reset. I think with everything that has taken place here on Bank, whether a really, really fresh, clean slate.
There's no such thing as momentum. I think at this point it's really already starting to get in the realms of endurance, because I think at this point it's getting pretty exhausting for everyone. Obviously, speaking for myself, it's already starting to get pretty tiring when one map in. I can't even imagine what it's like for the players having to deal with it. So it's all about just maintaining that composure throughout the entire day, because sure, you need to win a lot of best of 3s to make it to SI. But to, I guess, somewhat contradict my point, is it's like the longest sprint you ever have to make, because it's only 2 days, yet you're playing such a huge amount of games and potentially a huge amount of maps. So it's all about trying to strike that balance, making sure you're peaking at the right time, and maintaining a consistent performance throughout. So I don't think the result here is necessarily going to dictate a whole lot heading into that second map. There's plenty of best of threes where you might be able to make that assumption after the first map, right? If one team sweeps it, maybe even like the Northeption game earlier, right, where they looked really good out of the gates against Scars, we were starting to be like, wow, okay, cool. I don't think Scars are really in this game. I don't really have that same feeling at the moment because the match has been pretty close. And if you take that admin decision into account, there could even be a universe in which Fnatic are actually leading this game and go on to win it pretty comfortably. So, yeah, it's a weird old one. And Clubhouse is such an interesting dynamic as well. It's another map, right, that, especially over the last couple of months, has developed into one that's getting a little bit old and stagnant and difficult to defend. So it does, in some respects, share similarities to Bank. It's also a map that's very setup dependent and execute heavy for the attack. And it looks like at different occasions, both teams have looked pretty comfortable in playing and countering that playstyle. So it's certainly going to be fun.
Just an update as to sort of what's happening again for those that have just tuned in or have obviously sort of been following along. Still some tech issues happening behind the scenes from what I believe was meant to be a normal rehost. I don't know, maybe there might be more bombshells to come, guys, at this point. I'm half expecting it. I honestly am. We still haven't really been given full word as to if there are going to be any bombshells for us, other than that this was supposed to be a normal rehost that maybe has potentially turned into something else. We aren't quite sure just yet. As we do know, as it still stands, 5-6 officially, match points still for BSG. That's all we can go off. And obviously, we've kind of beaten this one to death, haven't we? I mean, we've kind of spoken about the first half, second half. It's a little bit difficult to kind of just keep on going around.
I mean, that's why you're the host. Come up with something interesting to talk about. It's your job.
Actually, Rob J. Monday is the host. I don't know why we don't just get him in, to be completely honest. So actually, I've just got word. Rob wants to speak. Rob wants to get in here. So you know what? Let's just go straight over to our analyst. It's taking long enough. Let's get them to earn a paycheck. Maybe. Oh, wait, never mind. Rob said, hang on. Rob's telling me right now, I haven't been watching the game. I don't know what to say. Well, I guess we can't go to him.
He's just unprofessional. I don't think he really cares about the product personally.
Wait, production coming through, and I think we're almost ready to start the game as well. So we're getting closer.
That's what I said. I literally said, I was like in the chat, I was like, the moment we think about switching us out, the players will be ready. The moment we even talk about switching out, the players will be ready.
They know. I do apologize again, everyone, of course, for just taking around. Not a whole lot, realistically, that we can do. Final, though, prediction, guys. Who wins this? Go.
We all win. BSG win.
We all win.
Yep. We can end.
Let's get back into it. Finally, end my own suffering and everyone's suffering. Match point, BSG 6-5. Thank the heavens. We're back into this one, and hopefully it is going to be worth the wait. I'm going to be completely biased at this point and say I really hope this is not a quick round. I want something special, guys. That's it. I don't care who wins it. I just want something special. Please, no rush, round over in 30 seconds. I do not want that. I want this to be worth the wait. It would be. 5-6. Fnatic still on the back foot, on the defense here. BSG looking to steal the map pick away. The longest regulation game that we've had for 2023 can confirm that.
Is that actually confirmed? Is that a track stat? We're gonna have to talk.
I think that's a Xenox. Nah, that's more of a Xenox fun fact than
it's not a fun fact though, is it real? I don't think it was very fun. Personally.
Okay.
Sitting with you for 14 minutes, but could be worse. It could be worse. It could have been.
Was it 14 minutes, mate? It felt like 2 minutes. You were so enjoyable.
All right, let's focus in. I feel like I've got a little bit delirious after that, but now we zone in. 5-6 the scoreline. Fnatic trailing. BSG looking to close out map 1 in this BO3. We head to archives. Fnatic struggled upstairs, so instead of decided to switch things up. Previous time we attempted to play this site, there was a rehost. Teams have now rejoined. Same ops, same site. You all know the drill at this point. In terms of the approach, it actually looks pretty similar. Similar setup from Fnatic up above. BSG posturing on the top floor. Good information gained early on here though from Haim Jin. Open area admin all clear. Gets a PPC for his troubles as well. Just not contested at all by Fnatic. And as a Twitch player, that's exactly what you're looking for. A great combination of information gathering and denial.
As has been the case here for this entire map. Slow opening to the rounds, fast finish. But do we find an early frag? Who wants to be the one to maybe just put their foot out and see if they can find that opening kill? Elevator hold position again for Fnatic with the shield there rather than the stock hallway. In what is, I guess, the stock standard position. It means that BSG once again have to navigate this. In some ways, it's easier because obviously there is no shield there, but it's harder because you're kind of used to clearing it. And Shibitsu is going to find the opener kill onto Kiramiki, who's probably been the best player for BSG. Get through to the Ash. Gaki takes some damage, but it's Sibol that gets the kill onto Lily. It is all just firing off in the hallway. At the minute-and-a-half mark, it is a 2 versus 3 advantage now for BSG, who wanted that slow, climactic finish, but it all just kind of pops up midway in this round.
BSG now out on top. Choppy forced to make a play over to its top square. Shut down. Fortunately can reset though. Heal himself back up. Holding down sight. Mag lurking for a potential push through lobby. Still a lot to play out in this round. BSG. Retadris finding Vert up above on the sledge. Information gathered as well. They know exactly where the dock is now rotated to. Mag does find a pick on that lurk. 40 seconds left in the 2v2.
Choppy, of course, was droned out. Hasn't really moved too far away from that Archives position. Still bot square, and Mag has been shut down by Hyam Jin. Choppy needs to win the 1 versus 2. No plant down yet for BSG. Retardress has the diffuser in hand as Choppy moves on into towers, checks up above first, gets a bit of intel here from this doorway. He's smoked out. There's a drone as well with him. They go in through that smoke with the shot, but Choppy wasn't in there. Retardress, while they eventually pin some movement him from one side each through the doorways. It was long. We waited so much for this, but finally the moment has arrived. BSG will take bank 7-5, 1-0 in this series.
A great effort there from BSG, exploiting some of Fnatic's weaknesses on those tertiary sites. They come back to bite Fnatic. A close match in the end, but BSG just being able to win it in the end. And yeah, like we've mentioned, I feel like countless times at this point, sets us up for a really exciting best of 3 because BSG are the team that are the underdog. They are probably not expected to really do much at all in this tournament. So to get a map against Fnatic is not something to be dismissed. And we'll see if they can use this platform into their map pick.
I'm going to be completely raw and honest here, guys. I think that for you saying, okay, momentum, whatever, doesn't matter, I disagree. I think when you're winning 4 out of 5 rounds and then you get this 15-minute break, basically, and you're on the defense, it really does kind of bode well for the attacking team to just have that time to really dissect what their plan of attack is going to be. BSG were on the ropes. Fnatic was storming back home. This is a case of everything that could go wrong for Fnatic went wrong. Now, the question is, a good team is able to galvanize from that. And I know I used that before, obviously, from that first half halftime shenanigans. But now going into the next map of Clubhouse, you cannot let this first map affect your mental as a team. You have to just put it aside, clean slate. They didn't play bad Siege. They could have easily won that game, had some things gone their way. Unfortunately, things out of their control. So they just have to back themselves in going into that next map. For BSG, though, absolutely massive. They get the first map. They steal it away from Fnatic. They go to their map pick. They will feel confident that they can take out this series and move forward to the quarterfinals. For now, though, we go to a break. On the other side, though, we will head to Clubhouse for the second map of this series.
Big first map for BSG, goes the way of BSG. I mean, you could not have written a script like that. Fnatic up against the wall. Ultimately, it is a bit of a disappointing end, right? Right when it mattered, Fnatic just couldn't get it over the line. A 2v2 at the end, but that's okay. Very quickly, before we talk about this matchup, we're going to have a look at the bracket, and there's a good reason as to why, because halfway through that match, Team Bliss had finished up beating Fury. They now go on to face the Knights. Mandy, do you have any quick comments you want to make about that before we kind of focus to Clubhouse?
First of all, wow, that is like a huge achievement for Bliss. Fury were just at the last major. You got to keep that in the context, right? Bliss have only played in the Nationals League. They didn't play in Pro League for the entire year, and they've just taken down a team with international major experience that's pretty recent as well, just in November. That is a huge result for them. They must be really on form today.
I kind of start to worry a little bit for Knights. You know, they're going to come into this matchup cold, Dev. Do we think that Bliss could potentially push all the way here?
Honestly, yeah, it's a real possibility. Bliss, for them, the worry was the fact that they haven't actually played an official with their new roster since they got Jigsaw back in there. And it's been a long time since they did play their last official at all, because there was no Stage 3 of the Oceanic Nationals, which is the only real tournament that they do play in. So the question of whether they're going to even have their form, those doubts have been quelled. They've now had a huge win against Fury, which, like you said, big team, great team in APAC South. What a resurgence they've had from bottom of the league, 0 points at the start of the year, to going to a major at the end of the year. And yet they have been eliminated. It was a close 3-mapper, but, you know, from everything I've heard and from the screenshots of the scoreboards I've seen, you know, Bliss are really in form. Jigsaw got 44 kills, which averages 15 kills per map, which is ridiculous. And yeah, I'm really excited for that game, which will be after we finish off with BGS and Fnatic. It'll be Knights versus Bliss.
And that's just it. It's time to turn our attention to that matchup. Obviously, we go to Clubhouse next. Mandy, momentum is with, you know, BSG. The performance was with BSG. Will Clubhouse go that way? Are we inclined to see this finish in 2?
I'm actually inclined to see this finish in 2, just off the form of that last map. I feel like, maybe this is a cheap way of putting it, but I feel like BSG are playing more together than Fnatic are. That might be the most simple little phrase ever, but it just feels like Fnatic, when push comes to shove and they need to solve a problem, it doesn't feel like they're solving it with their teammates in mind. Whereas BSG, it feels like when they need to solve a problem, they go, I'm here, where are you at? You're with me too? Okay, we're going in now. And it just feels like they've got a bit more flow to it, especially when they switch over to their attack half. It felt like they were really in it, whereas Fnatic, it felt like their defense was a lot more individual focused. They had to like hold out on particular positions, and as soon as that crumbled apart, they couldn't really bring it back again. So I feel like I'm leaning into BSG for Clubhouse. It's also their map pick too. They're pretty long-standing roster now, and so I feel like they'll be comfortable on this one.
And, you know, we're talking about a long-standing roster against a roster that has made multiple changes over the last 12 months, Dev. You know, Mandy's made a really good point there about, you know, one team orientated, one individual orientated, and that may not be the, you know, the intention behind Fnatic, but do we think that surely the language barrier has to play a part? Like, I'm sure that, you know, either they know a couple of English words, or Mag has learned a fair bit of Japanese in his time, but I still feel like there would be a barrier there that is really hard to push through.
It's a great question, and it'd be a really good one to talk to Mag specifically about, because, yeah, he is the one who's learnt Japanese. If you see on his Twitter and stuff, you'll sometimes see clips of him talking in Japanese while he plays. Obviously, he always spoke English, and I don't believe he was like... He was never fluent in Japanese, I don't think, like back before they decided to move to Japan. He might have known a bit of it, but it's not like he's spoken it his whole life. It is his second language, and that's a big ask. Funnily enough, we don't really talk about that much when it's people who have English as their second language, because if you have English as your first language, it's regarded as novel for you to know another language, whereas if you have a language as other than English as your first language, like English is just what everyone does anyway. So it's funny that we give this special spotlight to Mag for that. But yeah, I mean, that's on him, right? Like, he's been doing this for a long time. Also, because he is the primary voice and always has been such a strong vocal player. That's always been his specialty. It's a huge ask of him, but I have no doubt he loves it, and he's, been a big part of it.
Well, I think if you look at the game as a whole, like it does kind of encompass a little bit of what we're talking about there. Like no matter which way it kind of leans, we're still seeing a lot of those moments come through for Fnatic. The storyline to go 5-1 down in the first half, to push back and almost go to overtime. That is a typical and classic Fnatic storyline. And unfortunate that we didn't actually make it, and push the distance, because I feel like that could have really summed up pretty much everything that we expect from APAC as a whole. But obviously Clubhouse now being a little bit of a different beast. Mandy, when we look at the kind of individual performance versus the team-based performance, surely we've got to be backing BSG in this one. There are just far too many quote-unquote mini-games, I think, as Guz likes to call them, when it comes to Clubhouse. There are so many intricacies that require that teamwork. Will that be a factor? Do you think Fnatic are going to struggle on that behalf?
I'm not sure on specifically the mini games part. I think it comes down to just the fluidity of the map. Clubhouse is a pretty staple map. It's been played for a long time. It's sort of one of those maps that if you're a pro player, you sort of know how to play it. Everyone plays it. There's not one way to play it, but there's a way to play the map, and kind of everyone knows it. And so I feel like it's very possible for both of these teams to be able to do it. I just feel like BSG today look a little bit more fluid than Fnatic do today. But that doesn't mean that Fnatic can't do it. They probably do know what they need to do. It's just about how clean the execution is going to be.
And I feel like it's that execution part, Dev, and I don't think that we had a lack of execution on Bank. I think that, there were multiple rounds where I was almost having flashbacks to the 20-second meta. Granted, Bank usually plays out that way, and Clubhouse does seem to tend into, later round executes. Do we think that could be a motion of concern for either of these teams, considering we saw, some faults on both attacks?
It's a good question. It's just such a different map, isn't it? Like the way that Clubhouse plays, it's very hard breach centric, but that doesn't mean that hard breach is your win condition. It's not a map where if you succeed in the hard breach, you've won the round. Not that there really are many maps like that. There's a lot of different ways that you can play these sites, and I think it also comes really often down to the operator bans. For example, if Kaid is in, you're looking at a very different Clubhouse to if he's banned out. If Thatcher's in, very much the same story. Even Azami these days, I think, has become a bit of a staple for not just the obvious position, which is rafters on those cash attacks and defenses, but also on basement. Azami is just such a flexible operator. And also what I really would like to see is some Solus, because we obviously haven't seen a lot of Solus yet, because there hasn't been a lot of esports going on since she's come into the game. But yeah, Solus is such a good operator, and Clubhouse has a lot of map control development and a lot of gadgets that are from the attackers, whether it's like Claymores, air jabs, or hard breach that Solus will be able to see as well. I really want to see some good Solus play. So yeah, it's hard to make an exact judgment because it is such a different map, but yeah, I don't know. It really comes down to how prepared these teams are for the map, I think, and how prepared they are for their opposition. It being BSG's map pick does give me a bit of a slight towards them, especially because they have the momentum from map one.
Now, Mandy, just as we look at this one, obviously, I would say all three of us, maybe I won't speak for Dev here, but I know you and I are not as familiar with BSG, and I'm definitely not as familiar with the South Korean scene versus the Japanese scene, for example. We've been fortunate enough to cover some of the Japanese games back in, I think it was actually 2021 now, so that's almost over a year ago. Well, that is over a year ago.
That is over a year ago.
Long time ago now.
Oh God, don't even start me. But, the tendencies I think that we've always seen from the Japanese teams is to be a lot more aggressive, and I think the meta for them has always trended that way. I don't really want to dive too much into South Korea's play style, as I'm still kind of finding my feet with it, especially with BSG. But do you think the BSG did a good enough job, kind of maintaining Fnatic in Bank? Do you think that there will be at all that I would say worried nature as we head into a map like Clubhouse, where if there are roams, there is definitely room for, I would say, what's the right way of putting this without sounding too cheesy? Kind of, like the roams on Clubhouse can be very wasteful with time. But do we think that BSG have a good enough grip on how Fnatic have performed on Bank to not worry about it as much on Clubhouse?
In my opinion, I think because I'm going to circle back to the mental game thing, because I think that series was so long that as Fnatic started to claw back and back and back to it, it not only felt like Fnatic was starting to play better, but it also felt like BSG were being were not quite on their toes. It felt like they were a little bit less aware of exactly where Fnatic play could be. Like, as the game goes on, you start to think less and less, right? Like, or not less and less, but you start to have your autopilot starts to go down a little bit, right? You're thinking, you go into the building, and in the first round, you're like, right, they could be here, here, and here. By the end of the game, you're so tired and you're feeling really worn out that there's a lot less of thinking that goes in there. You're just going, I need to do this, I need to do this, right? And I think that going into the second series, like you said, roaming on Clubhouse can be a little scary. The map is really big. You definitely need to go through you definitely need to do it methodically, go through each of the floors. And I think that if BSG are feeling a little tired or they're not as focused into it, there could definitely be Fnatic players slipping around and making those rotations work throughout the map, because it's very possible to jump between the floors on Clubhouse and not be cut off or find some cheeky way down or something like that. I think BSG just need to be on the ball, keep their focus and their composure, and I think they'll be okay.
The longer we seem to wait, Dev, it seems to be a bit of a theme with this matchup, but the longer we wait, it seems like Mandy's, kind of going more so into the favor of Fnatic there with, whatever the mental game is that we want to discuss. But surely at a certain point, it's the experience that really does kick in these moments. And just to be frank, BSG haven't seen them in a lot of positions like this, but Fnatic, we've seen them for years. And, the fact that Mag is still in that team, we've seen them in this position multiple times.
Yeah, it's hard to say that experience is definitely going to have an effect on them overcoming that pressure, or whether the fact that we have seen them in those situations and crumble is a reason to believe that they will struggle under the pressure. Difficult to say which side of that coin you want to flip onto. But yeah, with Fnatic, it's just like it has been a long slog. Like, just think about the last couple of years, from being one of the best teams that Oceania has produced to starting to fall off, to deciding to move to Japan, to making roster change after roster change, to eventually just dropping everyone and picking up the Japanese roster, the old Guts team, to then bringing Mag back into the roster once he got his visa to live in Japan. And then, more roster changes since then as well. I think that you've barely got anyone from that old Guts team left on the roster now. It's really just Lily, I think. I think it's just Lily who was on Guts. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, like even some recent joins like Choppy and Rama only joined 4 months ago. So it's been a crazy time, hasn't it, for this team? And yeah, they're still finding their feet. They're still finding their place. Even if you had to name like the top 3 teams in Japan right now, Fnatic might not make that short list, with obviously CAG sitting at the top, Northeption potentially taking second place now that they've beaten Scars, and maybe Scars sitting in that third place. Like, it's a real tough question. Is Fnatic second, third, or fourth best in their nation now? Do they have what it takes to come back from a map down against BSG? I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell. Like, I would love for them to get a chance at taking on Northeption, because I think that would be really telling about where this roster actually sits right now.
I guess that's also, when we do start to flip that conversation, we look at BSG as a whole here, Mandy. The fact that they come into this, and I don't want to say there's no pressure on them. I don't want to say, that they're so far behind the likes of Sandbox Gaming or, potentially even Northeption. But there would be an element for BSG today where there is not as much pressure on them as, say, some of these other teams that we're seeing. I think, probably namely, if we look into the lower bracket, teams like Knights, who have repeatedly fallen short when it mattered. I feel like that lack of pressure for BSG might relieve some of those stresses heading into this matchup.
Honestly, I feel like it's an SI qual. Everyone's feeling pressure, to be honest. Like, everyone wants to make it, especially if you're a team like BSG who only compete in the Korean nation. They don't compete in APAC North, right? They're not an APAC North team like Fnatic are, like Damwon or like Sandbox, like the big names in Korea, right? So for these guys, this is their chance. This is the one chance that they're going to get out of all of 2022, now it's 2023, to get that step into the international scene, into the tier 1 scene. And so I think that, yeah, honestly, even though they are not a tier 1 team per se, I still think that they're going to feel that pressure of wanting to push through and make the most of the roster they have. I also I want to lean into that BSG have been a team for a while, this roster. Like they've been working together for a long time, and I think that once you build that kind of relationship with a team, that the hard work is there, the game flow is there, you kind of don't want it to give it up. You want it to amount to something. Whereas I think it's the opposite story for Fnatic, right? Fnatic, they've made so many changes. They're a team, an org, historical for making plenty of changes, right? And the pressure is on them to try and justify a change that they've made, right? And in my opinion, that's way more pressure than BSG, these guys are mates. They've been together for a long time, and it's about making that workflow work in this qualifier and proving it to themselves.
I guess
you got the time to really go into that, Robbie. I do.
Yeah, no, please.
So I was chatting to Mingoran, who's the coach of BSG, and a lovely chap, by the way. If you ever have the privilege of chatting with that guy, he is just like so nice. Also streams and is hilarious. But it's so funny. Like, I didn't know this, but apparently a lot of the players of BSG actually grew up together, like in the same neighborhood, and they all hung out. So it was, let me just double check exactly who it was. So it was Gaki, Retadress, and Yibo all grew up together. Also with Roy Boy, who's now working with Damwon Kia. Or D+, I think they've rebranded to now. They all like grew up together. They were all born like around 2000, 2001. And so they've been like lifelong friends, you know, neighbors growing up all together. And what he told me is that actually has a pretty significant impact on what happens in the server. Like I was saying, like, how does that affect your relationships, you know, when something goes wrong? And he said it means that they resolve issues really quickly. They have a lot of trust in each other. I think you wouldn't like, they don't take things personally as well, right? Sometimes in the game, you got to be like, look, mate, when you did that got me killed, and I don't appreciate that. Or, look, you made a call and we lost because of it. You need to be able to say things like that when you're in a team. And he said that he hears from a lot of other teams that they have very business-like relationships, and that is so strange to him because they have the polar opposite. It's like just a bunch of mates that are having a great time. And I think there's a special kind of magic in there, which I personally love. And isn't that just such a contrast to Fnatic, which is like this massive org, you know, one of the biggest esports orgs in the world. And they've like, you know, surgically engineered this team, bringing in one guy from Australia. You got like, you know, their team manager who's also Australian. Plus, you know, they've got like the Swedish guys involved in that. Then you've got like, I think Phenom is French, Phenomena. Who's their analysts, and you've got these Japanese players and stuff. It's just like such a funny combination in how that contrasts BSG. Like we're dealing with two very different entities here.
Like day and night, right? You know, one from Japan, one from South Korea. Both of these teams are, you know, pretty well versed, especially in the last couple of months in versing this level of caliber. So they're going to be well and truly prepared. What we were not prepared for, however, was players not joining the server. I'm kidding. I don't actually know what the problem is. I just know that we're going to go to a very short break. But when we do come back, we may well see Fnatic's last map in this APAC qualifier.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground and the cars is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and a friend of me. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it dub. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanna know there's beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the feeling. I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. At the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. info. Pronto, I go and get it to split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fam. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fit, and I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut out some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had to nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. Bet I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. not backing down, 'cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got 2 bit. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me out like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fam. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I keep on going till I can, and abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, that's what I'm saying by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking the gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you, they was blocking the shine. Now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents, and now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm saying about his grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fam. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna hit me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm saying by his grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the feeling, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna hit me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm saying by his grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah,
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground and the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way to live, come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. Yeah, yeah. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fit, and I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, yeah. dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in hot. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I can make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, in it. I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it. Oh, you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. And I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. For it, yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents, and now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and the frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision laid ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. guitar like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, boy, you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing, or you like it up at the top. It's a better view, in it. I'm not surprised at all. No, it ain't what you need. Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. You see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it. Oh, you mess up the mood. Alright. Ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. Bet I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. Is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams, while you were chasing everything else but me. I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking
Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This floor is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fam. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Children in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. At the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs, yeah. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for I'm
Apologies for the extended break, but we are back for the last chance qualifiers for the APAC region. Xenox just said that he had to have some dinner, so we decided to take a little bit more of a break. Of course, for the actual reason, still... guys, you can't laugh, mate. That's not on.
Sorry.
For the actual reason, of course, we are still going through all of the swings and roundabouts in terms of the last matchup. So we will give you updates whenever we can. But welcome back. We are going to be breaking down this matchup now. Knights and Bliss. This is one that we have seen many times before for Oceanic fans. If you're a fan of APAC, you will have only seen the Knights. But this matchup with a lot of history, Guz and Xenox. Maybe we'll go to Xenox first because he's looking like he's a little bit tired. We might be able to wake him up and spruce him with a bit of energy. Where do you feel
Spruce?
like this one's Spruce? He was the problem, I'm telling you. Sorry, that is only a joke that I will get, Xenox. But yeah, when we're looking at this matchup, Knights, Bliss, this is certainly going to be a close one.
Yeah, and look, obviously there's a bit of history when it comes to these two teams, more so domestically, since Bliss, of course, haven't been in APAC South. I think we've seen many a battle in the Oceanic National, whether that be regular season or come playoff time, and there's always been some really good battles. I think Bliss definitely are a team that will probably feel like over the last 2 years have never quite been able to take that final step. They've always been in a good position, whether that be, arguably being the best team in the regular season at the domestic level in Oceania, but then falling at the playoff hurdle, whereas the Knights, of course, have been a team that's gone to the major. They've been able to do well in APAC South while also having some shortcomings and have typically been a team that has done well domestically as well. So kind of where Bliss would like to be is probably what the Knights have been able to do over the last 12 to 18 months. And I think this is the moment, though, where Bliss finally can get over that hurdle. There's always that topic about best of threes when it comes to Bliss. They're going to have to win a couple of best of threes to get to SI, that's for sure.
That is a damn sure. That is just a statistical fact from Xenox. It's not even a fun fact. It's just statistical. But guys, this game in particular, if we're talking about the Knights, they've got a lot of redeeming to do for 2022. There were multiple shortcomings in that roster, whereas Bliss have had quite an upward trajectory ever since 2021. If you completely discount them missing out on APAC South, they have been one of the best teams in Australia.
Yeah, for sure. Bliss have been incredible. And I think the addition of Jigsaw sort of reintroduced to the roster is only going to reap huge benefits for them. And we saw it already today. Of course, the match was off stream, so we didn't necessarily get to see specifically how it played out. But Jigsaw posting incredible numbers. I think 17 was his highest kill count on one of the maps. So clearly popping off. As for the Knights, I mean, they don't have any shortage of firepower, right? They literally brought Speakeasy on, and we thought that was going to be the magic piece to what was a pretty complex puzzle for them. And I think they did suffer from maybe not having the roles set in stone. Obviously, the amount of time they had to work it out was pretty limited. So hopefully over this break, they've been able to sort that out. If they have, this is going to be such a great game. If two teams really are at the peak of their powers, it should be a 3-map OS Classic.
Well, that's kind of the biggest issue we have right now is if both of these teams are at their peak. I mean, Bliss, we can definitely argue for. We just see, if we look back at the bracket, we can talk about, of course, the fact that they went 2-1 against Fury. And it was probably the way in which they were able to do that that really has left no question in our minds that they deserve to be here and they deserve to have this shot. Whereas Knights, we really haven't seen much from them since stage 3 of last year. And they've come into this with a forfeit. Xenox, are you at all worried by the fact that we haven't seen Knights play yet?
Nah, definitely not. I mean, let's be completely real. They're beating champions, whatever, like 100% of the time. I don't think there's even ever going to be an actual contest there. The Knights are a team that typically do well against quote lesser opposition. I think it's at times sometimes when they go up against teams that are closer to their level, if not maybe slightly above them, that they do sort of drop the bundle. So I think what I'm definitely going to aim to expect from the Knights is hopefully something a bit different. I think throughout the entirety of 2022, when we talk about peak, right? I think peak Knights was back in 2021. When they qualified for the Mexico Major, and even the very, very beginning back at stage 1, 2021, where they were basically almost the best team in APAC South. So I'd like to have hopefully seen just something a little bit different from them coming into these close qualifiers. What that looks like, I mean, remains to be seen. But I think they can get a lot more out of Speakeasy. I think since he's joined the roster, we haven't quite seen the Speakeasy of old. It does still feel like at times there's a almost reliance on Josh and Sage fragging out. Otherwise, no one kind of frags out. We saw some good things from Stigs, I think, at the back end of stage 3. So you continue that. We know Juicy's obviously very good, especially on the defense. If you can just get Speakeasy back to his peak, then I think the Knights can go all the way. But man, I do kind of feel like the chips are in the side of Bliss more than anything. I think Bliss will be the team that will honestly dictate this good old chips.
Stop saying chips, man. Come on.
You really can't say that. You know, like it's a bad word. It's a bad word.
Rip the chips.
We just have to have a laugh. We are Australian after all. We laugh at our own demise, and that's
been a long day, boys. It has been a long.
It's been a very long day. And that's actually another part of it too. These two teams have been kind of just sitting there, like we've been sitting here.
Yes.
I mean, we haven't moved for like 3 hours, so I don't know if that's going to play a big factor. And I think. If anything, obviously for Bliss, they played a pretty decent series against Fury. Like went all 3 maps. Okay, map 3 was I think 7-2 or something, but they at least got kind of like a little workout beforehand. Obviously, as we were saying, Rob, that the Knights we didn't get to see them against champions. So I think this now massive break that has transpired now resets everything back to a neutral status.
Yeah, I think that's fair considering they played probably nearly 2 or 3 hours ago now. That's how long it's been since Bliss were actually in the server playing competitively. So this, I guess I'll probably turn, Guz, to this conversation of the head-to-head between these two teams. I don't know if going back and having a look at previous, like OCN results or OCS results is necessarily going to be something that we should do or we should discuss, but I definitely think caliber and, like player for player, both of these teams have very, very similar caliber of players, if I'm being completely honest. And I think that's why this discussion has always been so hard between Knights and Bliss, is the fact that we see Knights in APAC South, but we just don't get to see Bliss at that level. We know that they can compete there, though.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm just going to completely take the reins of hosting. Please. If the map veto is ready, let's get it up because we are struggling here for conversation, boys. I can feel it. I can sense it in the air, and the map veto will give us something to talk about, which is always nice.
I'll break this one down.
Chalet, what are your thoughts, Rob? No, we'll take it. Chalet and Bliss, right? It's chalk and cheese at this point. We have seen so many iconic domestic best of threes from Bliss on that map. It's one that they have performed extremely strong on historically, especially in big matches. So safe to say that's going to be a good one for Bliss. Let me go to Border, a map which I feel like every time I bring this up, and I feel like I need to, had a poor performance against Elevate earlier on in 2022 and then completely rebounded. They have looked great on that map as of recent, and a great way to set the tone for potential third map of Clubhouse. So we get the 2 crazy maps out of the way first, and then we go back to a very old, standard, very structured map of Clubhouse. So this series, if it goes the distance, we'll have a bit of everything.
I do find it particularly interesting that Bliss have left Border in there and chosen to ban out Theme Park. Like, I couldn't imagine Knights would be picking into that. I mean, I'm just looking, from that perspective. But everything else, to be completely honest, the fact that we end on Clubhouse, something that I know worldwide has seen a lot of play over the last couple of years, but it has always remained a staple in Australia. I think this matchup in particular could not be any better. Xenox, would you agree that it's once again the storyline of win your map pick and then we go to Clubhouse?
Yeah, I honestly, I back that in, and it's probably fitting considering this will be the last time we see an OCA team versus an OCA team at the APAC level for this calendar year, or, the 22 into 23 year, obviously before SI. So it would be a fitting way to end, and yeah, I agree with Guz entirely. Chalet is going to be a map that Bliss cannot lose. It's been their map. It's like, as you said, chalk and cheese. When you think of Chalet, you think of Bliss, etc., vice versa. Jigsaw, getting to just roam around outside piano window, that's his spot. He's made that his own. He's so difficult to deal with. It's going to be a really big test, and I can't really put it any other way. If Knights win on Chalet, they will win 2-0. It's as simple as that. I just don't question anything else. On Border, when we talk about the Knights on Border, when they first brought that into their map pool, it was a bit of a struggle, but that was only 1 or 2 games, and then they started to really work on it, and boy, have they learned it. They've mastered it. I think they're the best Border team in the region, to be completely honest. So yeah. I 100% stand by. I think Bliss wins Chalet. I think Knights win Border, and then I got no idea who wins on Clubhouse. And that's the way, hopefully, it does play out. Because honestly, for those that have been just hanging around today, being completely blunt, I mean, absolutely well done, kudos, because I really, really hope you get what you deserve, and that is a banging match between 2 teams that are neck and neck. Anyone can win this series. You win your map, you go to Clubhouse, and we could be treated with something special.
And that's just it, from here, I mean, not necessarily does it become easier, but you go up against the dire wolves, which have been untested so far, and with a lot of question marks kind of hanging over their heads. So this is an incredible opportunity for both of these teams. And I think that, honestly, the fact that Bliss come into this as once again a team that we hype up, and once again is a team that we are looking forward to seeing, it fills me with a lot of hope that this will be a full series. But if you want to get all of the action when it comes to SI, you better make sure that you book your tickets ASAP. Of course, this being the APAC Last Chance Qualifier, it's in the name. We are little less than a month away before we get to see this Covenant event once again. You can buy your tickets at ticketmaster.ca. So make sure you go ahead, check that all out, because once we decide which APAC team is going to be heading to SI, I believe there's only a handful of slots left for the North American, European qualifiers and such. And Guz, that's exciting, because it means that we're nearly fitted out with a full roster for SI.
Yeah, all 20 teams. Obviously, we've got our 16 from the global standings throughout the year, and then we send 1 from each region as the last chance qualifier. APAC has the most stacked closed qualification process, 11 teams. LATAM has 8, and AEU only have the 4. So here in APAC, we do it big. We like to do it big. And we've had a big broadcast as well, and I'm sure we're in for quite the match too. And genuinely, I think I am so skeptical on Direwolves. I have almost no faith in their ability to compete in this tournament. So I think the winner of this goes to the grand final, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's against Sandbox. So I have faith that either of these teams can push Sandbox, and for me, that's the expectation to set.
What's funny is, we're sitting here and we were waiting to hear back from the result of our previous game, and unless it gets contested, it's an 8-6 win for Fnatic.
Don't go there.
I don't know if anyone wanted me to say that there is a victory
spoiler
or a loss
alert
for the team, but there is a big spoiler. FNC managed to take that map 8-6. So I'm sure once we get back to us and I've got full confirmation, we can probably break down what's actually happened there. But I'm just going to throw everyone into the mix there and light a fire and hope that we enjoy the view and the warmth. But lastly, Xenox, we turn our attention back to this matchup, and I do have to ask you, if you were to go with your gut here, if you were to go with the storylines, who are you picking?
Yeah, it's a pretty big gut at this point, Rob. Look, I'm going to go Team Bliss. Hashtag Bliss up, because I think they've been in this situation before, and so many times they've fallen short. They know obviously what's at stake, and I think there's a part of me that kind of hopes they've learned how to manage the pressure of this environment, of this match. And I think Knights are a good team. I love the coaching additions that they've had over the course of 2022, leader medal and all of that. And obviously they're a team with a lot of experience, but I think Bliss win this. I think Bliss then beat Direwolves, and then I think they make the fairy tale run and beat Sandbox in the grand final. So that's the Bliss storyline. There you go.
No hope for the Knights, hey? That's rough. But I guess if we were to look back at history, it does go to show. But then again, if we look back at history, it doesn't look all that great for Bliss either, guys, if I'm being brutally honest there. But look, new edition of Jigsaw. You've got, Bliss kind of doubling down on everything that they've been preparing for the last year. And I do remember speaking to the org owners of Bliss back when, obviously, they missed out on the APAC qualifiers. And the second that they lost, apparently, this is just, to be heard in the rumor mill, they were backing Bliss back in for another year. So, obviously there is a good support network behind that team, which offers for this opportunity to arise once more. But who would you be leaning into?
Oh, yeah, it's a tough one. You bring up some really good points. I think Bliss as an organization, I'm not asking for a free hoodie or anything, but probably one of the best that we have at the moment, because it would have been very easy for them to have just thrown the towel in, right? And just given up on the team after that APAC qualification, but they've stuck through. And again, with Jigsaw coming back, they look like such a dangerous roster. One of the maps that they're going to potentially be playing in this series, Clubhouse, Jigsaw went 17-5 earlier today against Fury, who arguably should be the better team heading into that series. So it's going to be really, really hard to call this one. Earlier at the start of the day, I just flat out said Knights are going to take it, so I'm not going to back down from that. I think Knights should be edging out in this game, but again, it's one of those ones where it's an on-the-day performance, and we've seen that Bliss have already been deadly against Fury, so I'm by no means confident in saying Knights are going to win this one. I think it should be very, very close, and Knights will just edge out, especially if Speakeasy is on. If Speakeasy has finally been tamed by this team and finally utilized properly, that changes the game completely.
Now, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to open the discussion up a little bit further here and try to go back on the DevMarta stat tracker, which apparently I'm having some issues running. But when I look at Chalet Xenox, because we can probably turn our attention to that conversation a little bit more, hone in a bit more, we really haven't seen a lot out of Knights from it, which... if I'm being completely honest, does concern me a little bit because there's obviously two sides to that coin. One side is, they're not as prepared as what you'd like. But on the other side, it means that really they've been unseen and untested on that map, which if you look at the Knights roster, if you look at who they've got, this is a map that could well and truly cause issues for Bliss just as much as it could be, a gain for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of those statistics, and I think just because they haven't necessarily played it a whole lot doesn't necessarily mean they just shy away from it. I mean, their most banned map, Skyscraper, Oregon, and then it's kind of tied Cafe and Chalet. So, it doesn't bode well. I mean, it's probably not a map that Knights will feel ultra comfortable on. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a free hit. They know it's not their map. It's Bliss's basic home map, right? So you get to go in there with the idea, with the attitude. It's a free hit. If we can steal a couple of early rounds, put them on the back foot, put the pressure on them. This is a team that has fallen at so many best of three hurdles in so many big moments, so many big for APAC South last year. That was a kind of similar point to this. So I think Knights will be the more experienced team, and if they can use that and utilize that to their best ability, and they still Chalet away from Bliss, I think then that's probably the series done. I don't see Bliss winning out on Border, because it's the same conversation. It flips then entirely on to Border, where I just don't think we've really seen Bliss on that particular map. If we have, it hasn't really been anything to the degree of Knights. So, I mean, when we look at Knights Border, it's 4-1. Their one loss came against Game of Gladiators and it was a 7-8. So it went the distance. That's a one-round result flip that could have then been 5-0. So ultimately, yeah, I mean, we can really chop and change it however many times we like. It is quite simple. You got to win your map pick in this series. And I think it comes down to the order of that. So Knights get the first free hit.
Yep.
And if they lose that, then the pressure is right on them, because then suddenly Bliss get a free hit and they're already up 1-0. So that's the way I kind of look at it in the series as a whole.
Well, you know what? We can actually sit back and watch. We can look at it ourselves, because it's time to go to the casters. Thank God. It's time for the map that we have waited almost 2 hours for. It's Knights. It's Bliss. It's Devin Mandy.
Thanks so much, Rob. Feels like a whole minute since we've been on the broadcast. Mandy, this is a game that I personally have been waiting for all day. Little bit of OS bias, but this is the OS Derby. It's the two Oceanic teams going head-to-head. And as the guys on the desk said, there is a real shot that one of these teams may actually be able to make that miracle run to the Six Invitational. Looking at the context of Direwolves not being in peak form, and Sandbox historically not matching up well against Australian and New Zealand teams, there is a real shot that this could be where it starts for Bliss or Knights.
There absolutely could be, especially for Bliss, is the team that I'm turning to at the moment. These guys look like they're in red hot form. Manic talked to me about this earlier on the desk, but winning not just a game, but a series against Fury, who are in super good form coming off the back of the major, that is nothing to scoff at. That is a big feat for them. And the Knights, well, they've underperformed throughout 2022. They almost made it to the major in stage 2, and they missed out by 1 round, and this is their chance at redemption.
Yeah, Knights have had a turbulent few years. You know, they qualified for the Mexico Major way back, not last year, 2 years ago, right? Like in 2021, they qualified for that Mexico Major, weren't able to attend due to COVID restrictions. And so since then, they've had such a demise, such a downfall. They failed to make it to any majors in 2022, despite being so very close. And now there's a chance that they can make it to the Six Invitational. It's just that they've got to get past Bliss and then Sandbox or whoever else ends up coming up from that north side of the bracket. But we're going to jump straight in here, Mandy. We're on Chalet, which is Bliss's map pick. And already we're seeing the Soulless banned out by the Knights. Now, fun fact, despite the match not being streamed between Bliss and Fury, I did see a screenshot in which I saw Jigsaw going like 17 kills and he did play Soulless. So I don't know if there's a target ban or what from Knights. They just don't want to deal with it. But I think that Jigsaw is certainly going to be missing that operator.
And keep an eye on Jigsaw as well. He's a big name in not the APAC South region, in the OS region, right? He was in APAC South. He did play on Tide in the last stage. And we expected that team to go big with that super roster they had. But now he's back on Bliss. This is his home team. These are the home boys, you know, for Jigsaw. It's the guy that's getting enabled on this roster. So for all of you back at home who haven't seen this Bliss roster play before, keep an eye on this guy. He's an absolute demon.
Yeah, what a story for Jigsaw as well. Made a name for himself way back at the start of 2021 on a small roster called LFO. Managed to take down the best team in the Oceanic region Knights, Chiefs at the time. Since then, picked up by Bliss, was a star player for them. Almost helped them get to APAC South for 2022, and then fell to what eventually became Gaming Gladiators, who also ended up being the gatekeeper for Knights from 2 majors as well, funnily enough. In fact, the last time Knights played this map, hello and goodbye, Epics. All right, nice little one tap, but see you later, Epics. I was going to finish my thought. Last time we saw Knights play this, it was actually a close loss against Gaming Gladiators. And that was the last time we saw them on Chalet.
I'm sorry, I'm still in shock and horror by that one tap from Juicy. What?
Juicy's cracked.
Anyway, that is insane. Repix taken down super early out in the round. 2 minutes 20 on the board, so still plenty of time for the attack to work with here. A setup, put it up and hold a big fortress, as you will, inside of Library. Now the utility will start to come through to clear it out. And Styx will even double down with a second pick onto Oda. Fisher Guy's just taking a bunch of damage as well from outside of that fluke double window. Jigsaw realizing, okay, my friends have fallen down, but I need to claw something back, and is going to hold on to that Library position.
Oh, but you know what? Stiggs has got something to say about it. Jigsaw, the man, the myth, the legend, he has been shut down. Now it's up to a low HP Fisher Guy and Brendo up against his own brother's team. And, well, he's going to have to 1v5 now. Speakeasy down low, but it's up to Brendo. Takes down a drone, trying to isolate these 1v1s, but this is not an easy task. And Knights are not a team to get overexcited in these situations. They are very thorough. They know how to dot their I's, cross their T's. An easy pre-fire from Speakeasy. And a flawless round to kick off the series for Knights.
Gosh, that was dominant on the entries, wasn't that, from the Knights? Styx went straight in for it. 2 kills to open it up off the back of Juicy getting that crazy one-tap. Just hopping his way in through Library. That setup that Bliss had there didn't actually come to use. Even though they had the Azami barricades and the line of sight, it didn't deny that entry that Styx was able to play off the back. With that Iana, he's super masterful with it. Eventually, that early round just compounded into what was a very dominant round from the Knights. And Bliss are actually going to elect to go down to this basement rather than retrying the top floor.
I'm just so excited for this game, Mandy. It feels like a long time we've had the chance to cast Bliss, right? Like, what a team. Also, a bit of bias, but I love their branding. I love the color pink. One of my favorites. Their jerseys look fire. And Knights as well. What a story they have. In particular, I love the narrative between these two teams. One little cheeky fact I mentioned last round, Sage, right? Mitchell Sage, the man himself, iconic IGL and just a great entry player, even though he's playing more supportive roles. Legend of the OC scene. And then his little brother, Brendo, here on Bliss. I love that we have this brotherly rivalry between Knights and Bliss. It's just, it makes everything that much juicier.
Pun intended.
It's so cool. I knew you were going to say that, but it makes it so cool, right? It's like the Oath lore that we can bring into this 6 invitational qualifier. That's so awesome, guys. You got to get in on this Oath lore. It's fantastic. Brenda, though, he's going to be playing that smoke on the bomb side. Actually, I'm surprised. One thing I wondered about this Bliss roster was they have a lot of crazy fraggers on this roster now. They picked up Brendo, who was also playing a fragging role when he was in Ground Zero as well a little bit earlier, and now he's here on the site construction operator on the defending hub. It makes me, I'm really fascinated to see what they've done to architect this roster in the last couple months since we haven't seen them play.
So July was the last time that Bliss had an official match, aside from their one against Fury earlier today. Now they hold on. The top floor, it is Oda holding on to both Games and Library from upstairs. Josh the try and drone on inside. What's he doing? Picking up his drone again. Actually deciding to make a rotate away. So curious now from Knights. They've changed their tack. Quick hit of the E1D. Brendo holds onto his position for a moment. He's actually playing quite an aggressive smoke here, isn't he? And he's likely going to be able to get back to site, takes out that drone, and he is back.
Well, the Knights, they realized that Bliss were going for this extended roam through all 3 floors of the building, and they've decided, okay, we're not going to dedicate our time to clearing this. Let's just hit the big garage side of the map instead. Let's just try and work the walls here. Meanwhile, we have Speakeasy, who's in the top floor. He's using that buck to create lines of sight, preventing any of the defenders from rotating back in through the map. He can also use that buck for vertical as well, so he's simultaneously holding onto that top floor retake as well as the ground floor retake. Meanwhile, Sage coming in with that Heartbeat utility can start to cut down the bomb site.
Strong attack so far from the Knights. Lot of map control. That said, Bliss still have some players roaming off-site on the southwest side of the map. Are they going to be able to enable these flanks? It looks like Speakeasy is on for flank watch.
Sage, so he's starting to creep his way in towards the bomb site. There's only 40 seconds left, so late round phase going in now. Knights need to start mounting and execute, and there it is, a utility dump from Juicy, but where's the entry?
Oh, it comes in and it finds all of its marks. It's Juicy to find that opening and immediately get that plant down. Jigsaw lucky to be able to deny it with the C4, but he's going to have to 1v5 now. With the P10 Roni, the headshot machine, it's the exact weapon you want him to have. He takes down Stiggs, looking at one main stairs now. Is he going to be able to land the shot? He's so sharp, but does he have what it takes with the pistol now? On for the re-peek, but Speakeasy puts him to bed. And that is Knights looking very, very hot at the start of this series. 2 rounds on the trot.
Knights looking fantastic so far. That mid-round adaptation that they did, realizing, okay, that's a big extended roam. Let's not contest the entry. Let's just try and hit the site directly. Great call from them. Great macro gameplay. I think for the side of Bliss, it felt like they didn't quite match up in the macro decision-making there. Instead of bringing their plays back to the site or trying to play the retake or committing to anything like that, they left some plays in Library. They left some plays inside of Mezzanine. And really, those defenders aren't really contributing to anything at that point in the round. The executed already gone through from the Knights, and the flood into the site worked out perfectly for them.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, it goes to show why Knights chose the attacking side here on Bliss's map pick. They've already started with a bang. Bliss are struggling to find their feet. On their 3rd attempt, they're going to go and show us kitchen dining. I like the Castle pick here. I think Castle is a little bit underrated at simply just cutting off early lines of sight, because the attackers have got to clear it, right? So it just gives you that little safeguard. If you know they haven't cleared that window, then you don't have to worry about it for a little bit. Just forces a bit of time sink. That said, I don't fear too much that the Knights will be able to deal with all of those castle brackets. Not only have you got the Flores and the Yana, you've got the Sledgehammer, which is just free util, really. And Stiggs in the building so quickly. A nice pre-placed live drone at the top of Library stairs to assist, and he might be able to punish with an early pick indeed. Fisho guy goes down, and Knights 3 for 3 on the opening picks.
Once again, really well played in the macro game from the Knights. They realize that Bliss are going for a pretty contained setup. They're only putting their setup on this northern side of the map. There was no extension whatsoever over into Library, and as a result, Stiggs, he can walk just straight on through and find that free pick as a poor Fisho left to hold on to this half-full position for as long as he can.
right, Repix, what are you going to be able to do here? P10 Roni on the poor 1-speed Aruni. Looks like he was tempted to make himself a rotation hole there for just a moment. Twitch drone sneaking into sight. The Rotero upstairs, putting a lot of pressure onto Repix, but it's Jigsaw from the piano position to find a kill. He's got the safety of that castle barricade to protect him from the double window. Tunneling Knights into pushing from this lobby side. The Speakeasy, it looks like he's stalling a little bit, trying to find this Electroclaw.
Well, this is exactly it. They cannot continue the roam clear, or if they even want to roam clear, if they can't open up this wall. It's pretty critical if they want to make their way in through the top floor. Not just that, but Jigsaw's even got aggressive there on that piano double and found another pick for himself. Sage there looking for the trade will take some damage just outside of the Fluke balcony, and in fact, Knights, I believe, are going to give up on this wall entirely.
Curious decision. Juicy is going to open up onto the bomb site. Potential for a flash to go on out. Lovely long 2.5 times scope as he spots the player in trophy. We have a little bit of lag in the service and we don't quite get to see, but he clearly does not find that shot onto the trophy player as he clears the Aruni gate. Sagen trying to clear up top, but he's not going to check his corners, and Repix punishes him for it. Looking to be potentially the first opener here for Bliss is just Sage and Juice. We've got to get the job done, or rather Speakeasy and Juicy, and guess what? Bliss have retaken upstairs. Awkward position for poor Speakeasy as he tries desperately to duel upstairs, but it's not going to work, and Bliss can sweep through and take the round.
Yeah, really well played once again from Team Bliss through that mid-round. The Knights, they got stunted. As soon as they hit the office wall, they couldn't get it open because of the electrical that was stuck there. And they loitered around that area for so long that it gave Jigsaw a window of opportunity to take 2 gunfights. Not just one, but 2 gunfights there on players that were trained in that position, holding that piano double. It goes to show that Jigsaw, such a mechanically strong player, he's ready to make those plays when he knows his team needs them, and at the right timing as well. Poor Knights stuck in the problem solving, they couldn't deal with him and eventually lose out the round.
Well, at least we've seen something now for Bliss. The first 2 rounds were looking very grim. And even though they were at a deficit early with that really nice quick drone, quick entry from Stigs, we saw that Team Bliss are able to recompose throughout the mid-round. And Chalet can be such an oppressive map to defend, can't it? Like those attacking sides can be relentless. And so I'm glad that, well, at least for Bliss, right, they're not going to dwell too much. Like this is the 4th different bomb site they've attempted now, and I think that's the right play.
I'd have to agree with you as well. I think that the architecture of Chalet, we say time and time again, I think is one of those rare maps that lead itself into the attack. I think there's a lot of windows and lines of sight that you can play and exploit. Funnily enough, on this map here in APAC South, there's a spot on that balcony just outside the piano window and the bathroom window, which is very affectionately named Jigsaw spot by a lot of APAC South teams here in our region. For those that don't know APAC South too well, lots of people call it that. The other window, the bathroom window, is called Woogie spot as well because he plays there for down one. Anyway, there's lots of very affectionately named spots on this map after this team specifically, and that just goes to show how great Bliss are at this map.
I honestly don't know what that call-out is. If it's not Jigsaw, like, what would you call it?
Exactly, right?
I have no idea what else you call it.
Quick entry, though, from Sticks. He makes his way straight into solo. Now, the bomb site is bar and game, so the Knights looking for a sweep across the map. First clearing through the ground floor. If they can get through that top floor and start playing the utility dump, maybe they can, or just make space for that Flores to get the Rotero drones in and clear out what they can in that mezzanine position.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, it's good map control, though, isn't it, for Knights early? They're a very thorough team. That's what they're known for within their region. They dot their I's, they cross their T's. They're happy to go through the hard yards to clear util. They're not a team that's looking to avoid the problem. They're looking to address it head-on a lot of the time. Half the round done. Good map control. Let's see if these Roteros can clear some of these shields. But no, Repix is very keen and watching for that. On top of it, there is a mute jammer protecting that. So now it's on Knights to try and recompose. We've got the Gon 6 node out from Speakeasy. Is that going to make the difference here? Is that what is going to be able to clear that shield? He's got his flashes as well. Might be able to do it himself. Depends on how much util there is. Sage here to help burn. That forces Repix back.
A nade to go through and the jump in. The timing is beautiful. Stiggs finds the entry, but Fisho Guy trades him back and Bliss win the exchange. Oh, it gets worse now for Knights. Just Sage in the 1v4. Difficult position.
Doesn't really help out the situation for Sage. There's just not enough time.
No, and you can hear the tech call as well from Speakeasy. Not great position for Knights to find themselves in. Sage is just going to do his best, but really there's nothing for it.
Yeah, tough for the Knights. Unfortunately, that util burn, it didn't amount to actually getting library control. They were able to clear the shields in the top library stairs. They were able to clear mezzanine, so everything adjacent to library. But when they went for that entry into library itself, it didn't work out for them. The gunfights didn't go out in their favor, and it left Sage in a clutch situation that was pretty much impossible. Bliss being super disciplined, falling back onto the bomb site, and eventually winning out the round.
Well, with that, Knights going to have to spend some time getting Juicy back into the server and thinking as well about what they're going to do in this next round. Fortunately for them, Bliss are now locked out of both of the bomb sites they've won. So they're going to have to go back to Master Office. Now, this was the very first round. It was a flawless one for Knights. If you're Bliss right now, Mandy, you're afforded a bit of extra time to discuss what you're going to do on this Master defense. What are you going to be saying right now?
Well, last time they played this, it was really the early round that was their downfall, right? It was Stiggs, well, first of all, that crazy one tap that opened up the series, but then after that, Stiggs hopping in through library, seemingly pretty uncontested, even though there was supposedly a crossfire or set up like a fortress there with the Azami going on. It didn't really amount to anything. So I think Bliss perhaps just realizing that Knights are really getting Stiggs in quite quickly, that they're really injecting him into the building as quickly as they possibly can. They've done that for pretty much all 4 rounds now, right? So for Bliss, it's about retaining their composure in the early round, making sure that they get their setup done on time so they have someone trained on a window that Stiggs might be able to jump through, because otherwise they're going to keep giving away this early round control to the Knights.
Who's going to break ahead first? Going to be Bliss or Knights? There's no doubt Knights are favored, but I'm sure that they would rather just get straight back into it. I don't know what the exact issue is plaguing Juicy at the moment, whether it's his own internet, whether it's his PC, whether it's something else, but every little distraction like that, it takes you out of the game. And we were talking a little bit about where we see these two teams, right, Mandy, before today. You know, Bliss are obviously on the up right now. They've had some setbacks. They've not even close to reach the heights that Knights have had in the past. But Bliss are in an upward trajectory. You know, they've got an exciting new roster change. They've got Jigsaw back on the team after his stint with IG and Tide. For Knights, though, it's been a bit underwhelming, right? Like switching out Quiz for Speakeasy. They took a while to find their feet. And I feel like moments like this where it perhaps takes you a bit out of the game, that's probably going to be to Knights' detriment.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that as well. For those at home that haven't really seen Bliss a whole lot, these guys are pretty animated. We did an event, they were there a little while ago in Australia, and we got to meet them all, and they are super hype guys. Like, they are really like up and about, and seeing them all on a roster is really exciting to me. I think that even in these downtimes, even though they've been waiting quite a while even to get this matchup started, we've seen a couple tweets from these guys. They put silly selfies on the internet, that kind of thing. They're those kinds of mates, and I just think that through periods like this, it feels like Bliss have got superior, I suppose, like team synergy, a bit more mental game to hold themselves in through these awkward pauses and these awkward timings that the game might have to bring. There we go. That's Jigsaw
Martin,
in the chat.
You're very handsome. Martin is Speakeasy, of course.
You can call players by their real name because you know them.
We're close like that. We're
you're close like that. You're tight.
Now I think about it, Jigsaw and Speakeasy did play on IG at the same time, right?
They did.
Or am I getting the timeline mixed up? Yeah. Wow. I forget how long.
I think.
Wait. I feel like they would have.
I think they did. I think they did.
They picked up Jigsaw and Nate at the same time, right? So yeah, I think like Rob has just said to us, I think it was for 2 whole stages, right? Because at the start of last year, the start of last year, that was when IG made their massive change, right? You had Luna Metal leave to go coach Knights, funnily enough. And then you had Jigsaw and Nate join. And that was when Hysterics joined as well. They made 3 roster changes, right? And then they dropped Jordan. They dropped Jordan and Joe and Luna Metal.
Yeah.
And so Jigsaw and Speakeasy played 2 stages together before and then it was the great exodus when Speakeasy left for Knights and Jigsaw.
Oh, gosh.
No, Jigsaw still played for Tide.
Jigsaw stayed for Tide. Yeah. There's a lot of rivalries in this server. Like,
Jigsaw probably
now that I'm
wishes
starting
that
to look
everyone
into
forgot
it,
about his still on Tide.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, because we've got the Speakeasy and Jigsaw dynamic going on. We've got the Sage brothers going on as well. It's like, it's a whole thing. This is great. This is fantastic. I think for Speakeasy being on the Knights is a big topic that we should talk about too, right? Because he joined the Knights. We were all super excited for it because we were like, wow, that's a massive move, especially to take away someone like Quiz as well, who was struggling a little bit to find his footing when he was on the roster. It doesn't seem like it's changed all that much for Speakeasy, to be honest. He's come into this roster, but hasn't found the success that we thought he'd find either. And it makes me wonder, like, what have they done in between stage 3 and now to make Speakeasy fit in a little bit more, you know?
Yeah. I do love these teams, though. Great people on these teams. There are some really glaring issues that they've both faced in the past. You know, Bliss, for example, even though they've had these upward trajectories, you know, they find themselves right now in a very similar position to where they found themselves a year ago. You know, they had, by all means, dominated their national league. Bliss had, with the exception of Chiefs. That was the only team that really bested them. In fact, I think it was a Bliss Knights match in OCN finals just over a year ago, where Bliss won their first ever BO3. Right? That was it was a huge win for them. And then following that, they were massively favoured by a lot of people's reckonings going into the relegations to make it into APAC South. They failed to do so. They were knocked out unexpectedly by The Last Dance, which eventually became Gaming Gladiators. And then Gaming Gladiators ended up doing so well in APAC South. Bliss had to slog it in Nationals for another year, and I think a lot of people looked at Bliss and thought this team is not going to stick around. Well, here they are. They've once again had a fantastic year in their Nationals, and while there is no relegations like there was last year, this is essentially their reward for playing so well in the Nationals, the fact that they got invited directly to these closed quals, and this is their chance to really make a name for themselves. Like, imagine Bliss going to SI as a team that's never even played in a tier 1 tournament before. That would be huge for them.
That would be pretty big, hey?
The Bliss org on the map. It'd put all these players on the map. It'd be insane.
That would be pretty crazy. And honestly, I think with the trajectory that they're going at, they could totally do it. Like this time last year, like you said, unfortunately didn't go through relegations, but they've pressed on throughout 2022. Yes, they've made a few roster changes, but I think the improvement from the stream has been pretty tremendous. Not only that, but they've even made a change in leadership. They've even made a change in coaching staff. They've got, I believe it's Nico who's now looking after this roster on the coaching staff, and that is insane to me because he's. And I can only imagine that kind of experience for this type of team, which is just still building, still in that improvement trajectory, is just so valuable to them. Not only that, but they've brought along Fisher Guy, who I believe has started to IGL this team, who was the former Chiefs IGL, probably the most successful IGL here in OS in history, right? And those are big moves.
Oh, Diesel had something to say about that.
True.
That's a big call to make with Diesel in the conversation.
Let's say in 2020.
Diesel aside.
I was going to say in the last 2 years.
The post-Diesel era.
The post-Diesel era. Okay, there you go. Let's go with that instead. Yeah, so I think that like all this experience that Bliss have injected into their roster definitely makes their growth super exciting. And I think it's so fitting to have them here, right? The start of 2022, relegations didn't survive. Now SI quals, that's big moves for them. It's time to prove themselves.
Yeah, well, as you can see, we are having a bit of an extended technical timeout. So we're waiting for more information from the admin team on exactly what's going on. But I think it's pretty safe to assume that something is going on with Juicy. Now, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but if we end up getting there, Mandy, it wouldn't be the first time that Knights have had to sub in a player during a match, right? Like back in the good old days, Picnic subbed in all the time.
That's true.
I don't know I don't know why it was that he happened to always have to sub in, but he did. I wonder, so Picnic's no longer with the team, if I'm right. It's just Sketchy and Luna Metal now. So would this be like the return of Luna Metal potentially?
Oh my gosh, it totally
if GC
could
can't
be.
get at
It totally could.
Just imagine that.
Return of Luna and Speakeasy together on the same team and all that.
On the
that's
same
so exciting.
team.
That's
You want to
so
talk about iconic IGLs, right? I'd say Luna Metal is one of the most iconic IGLs within the entire APAC region. Back in the good old days, he went to the very first Six Invitational. That's the thing I love to remind everyone. Back in 2017, little team called Team Envy won the Asia qualifier, went to SI. Since then, under names like Cryptic, Airwolf, Giants, they have done all kinds of amazing things. And then, of course, he got too old, moved to coach. But I would love to see him back in the server. If that is what's happening, if Juicy can't get back into it, I hope that we can get Luna Metal to sub.
That would be very exciting. I think we're getting way too ahead of ourselves. So to be
Well,
honest,
I'm starting to feel sympathy to Xenox and Guz, who had to fill for like 30 minutes, and now we've only been here for like 5, and I'm already going and finding things to distract ourselves with.
that is perfectly okay. Honestly, I'm pretty excited for the Singaporean duo return back into the server as well. Look, we don't want to wish upon Juicy not coming back into the server, though. That seems really mean. Oh, poor Juicy.
I would say Juicy is nutty. I mean, if he hits that one tap in that first round, then you know that there's something special about this man. I thought for a second I could hear the game starting. I'm not gonna hide that from you. I got very excited, but then I haven't heard anything since. So, yeah, the game unpaused itself apparently, and we had to repause it. So, hopefully it won't be too long. Look, Mandy, what else is there to talk about? Knights and Bliss. Six Invitational. Who's on? So the winner of this will play Direwolves, right? Why don't we get ahead of ourselves even more?
Okay.
Why is it that everyone is talking about Direwolves in hushed tones, looking all scared, saying, "Oh, Direwolves."
Okay.
What's the goss, Mandy?
Well, the goss is that ED's gone. That's a big thing because ED was their leadership figure. He was their IGL, not only their IGL, but I want to say also captain. And he really fit into that role, not just like looking after them strategy-wise, but was looking after them like team hype-wise as well, right? And so him going out of the roster meant that they had to change their leadership structure. Not only that, but they lost Reaps, who was a big, big name. Not just in APAC South, but internationally too. He did super well at the Sweden major. And now they're playing with Ray and Harambe, which is like crazy throwbacks from like a year ago. Anyway, we're back in the game now, so we should shut up and continue talking about Bliss and Knights.
Yeah, let's talk about Bliss and Knights. So the astute of you will have realized that Knights only have 4 players on their team. The admin call is that we are continuing to play 4 versus 5 right now. And so Knights will attempt to do their best without their support player, and I think he's their captain too, right? He's their IGL, Juicy. He's, for whatever reason, not able to join. And so already an opening pick for Bliss, but hey, at least they do find one before it gets straight back.
I was going to say, Speakeasy's managed to insert himself there into that jungle position to try and claw back a little cheeky position for the Knights. Is able to claim one, but not before being traded out, so still man advantage for Bliss so far. Meanwhile, the rest of the Knights loitering outside of that library position, struggling to clear that mezzanine power play. I believe that's the Oda of the Wamai on the other side, just holding on with his dear life. Those Wamai magnets are going to protect him from those grenades, and in fact, Bliss are going to elect to fall all the way back onto the site, happy with the man advantage that they have.
Yeah, I mean, they got one pick and they traded it back, and that means it's a 4v3, right? So massive advantage now for Bliss. Knights still managed to hard breach. Sage switched onto the ace. Sticks looking for this player inside a piano as he's playing on the Jigsaw balcony.
So this is tough for the Knights. They've essentially moved Sage onto Juicy's role and then Josh onto Sage's role, right? They're the 2 critical roles that need to be filled here. Stiggs is able to collect one more with a grenade onto Jigsaw, and that's an even man count. 30 seconds left, and look where Josh is.
He's right in the sight, and he's managed to take down Oda. A good spray pre-fire with Twitch's F2. Fisho guy, nice little shot there with the MP5. Sticks is now going to have to cover his Sage. He fakes out that plant. And he does bait Fisho guy. Now it's all on Repix, Mandy. This round was a 4v5 from the get-go, and Knights have somehow done it. What a round from the Knights to win despite the numbers disadvantage. Apparently it doesn't matter. They're once again going to call a tech pause. But, well, Knights have taken the lead here despite only having 4 players in the server.
Honestly, Dev, that was so smart from the Knights. So smart. When you want to go for an execute into that office half wall, you need to clear out Piano, right? Piano is the part that is going to deny the entry into the bomb site. When Bliss fell off, they didn't have a player that was inside Piano ready for Stiggs' entry, right? Stiggs was able to claw his way all the way in or past the Piano and was able to take that gunfight onto the player in that little split hallway. And as a result, it allowed the Knights, it was allowed Sage to crouch his way into the bomb site and plant behind that half wall. Not only that, but he even baited the plants. He even baited the plant to pick up another kill, making that post plant just that much easier for him. I just think Knights knowing the win condition of that entry, of that plant, is what won them that round, and Bliss may be falling back a little too far.
I did happen to have a cheeky squiz at what Sage put in the chat before we switched back to our cameras. He said, tech rehost, we need to sub the coach in.
Oh no! The prophecy is coming.
I really hope so. I really hope it. Imagine Glenn Lunametal. I could try and attempt to pronounce his last name. I know he used to call himself Super Papaya because it's easier to pronounce than his actual last name. If we got Glenn in the server, the one and only Lunametal, mate, it's over. It's over. That would be such a story. The reuniting of Speakeasy and Lunametal. Oh, man. Believe it or not, Mandy, the first ever APAC match I casted. So it was the first ever Pro League game I casted. It was Year 2, Season 3 APAC Finals. It was a quarterfinal between... it was a team called Irons, Japanese team, ended up being Fav, and Team Cryptic, which was Lunametal's team. And so the first game I ever casted in Pro League was actually Lunametal. And so this is a big one for me. This guy is a legend. And yeah, I mean, he's getting a bit old. He's gone to be coach now. That's fair enough. He's got other things to do in his life. He's got his sights set on other things. But when they need him, he will join. I hope. I really, really hope.
I hope so as well.
Don't give us another 4v5.
Look, they might have lost Juicy, okay, but you know what they got instead? They got team vibes. Honestly, Luna and Speakeasy, they're so funny. Every time I watch them interact on Twitter or something like that, it's so great watching all the old IG guys interact with each other, especially, right? Those guys are so funny. Every time they always just roast each other, mate. They make jokes with each other on Twitter and stuff like that. Luna's probably going to jump into the server and be like, all right, guys, I'm washed, so let's just have a good time. And we'll go in there and hype up the team. He'll just go, yeah, he probably will say something like that, right? And he'll go in and he'll just hype up the team, and the team will be like, this is good vibes. This is good times. And yeah, I just can't wait for him to get into the server. It's super exciting.
Yeah, I love it. As soon as he gets a kill, he's going to be like, wow, you died to me? What? How did you die to me? You must be terrible. It's so funny, Mandy. We were talking about the kryptonite of Knights is that they struggle sometimes under pressure.
They do.
And that's kind of putting it mildly. I know you had a lot more thoughts on it. But maybe it's just having this, we're playing with the coach. Does that just throw all that out the window since they are the underdog, since they're not favored? Does that just make it, all right, no pressure, let's just have some fun?
Honestly, it might just do it. That's some mega speculation though. Remember, this is still Chalet. This is still Bliss's map. No, not just their map pick, but this is the Bliss map,
Their map,
so
yeah.
We're hyping up the Knights right now and we're hyping up Glenn, but this is the Bliss map. Remember, they still have a really long way to go, even if they are able to get those vibes up, even if they do overcome the little mental hurdle of losing Juicy, who's their support player. It's still going to be a really tough match, especially against Bliss. I imagine when that attack swap comes through, it's going to be struggle street, right? Because for Glenn, he's got to learn setups, whatever Juicy was doing, and Juicy is on the site construction role, mind you, Luna now has to do. So it's going to be struggle when they get onto that second half, right?
Yeah, I sure hope that he's up to date as the players are in all of their setups and knowing their strats, because, yeah, it's a lot of work to be the site construction op. I also wonder whether they'll switch around roles at all, like whether Sage might maybe help Luna with some of his support stuff a little bit more.
Yeah, I wonder. But I think there's one thing for certain is that this is on paper like obviously favoring Bliss. It's Knights who have been thrown this massive curveball, and Bliss should be able to take advantage of that. That said, they are having to sit here once again due to delays and the agitation maybe setting in. But I think the longer that this match goes on, the more it be favoring Bliss, because you might be able to cheese a 4v5 here when the opposing team makes a mistake or two. You might be able to have your coach sub in for a couple of rounds, but I think after a while Bliss should start to read into this. They should start to get a feel of perhaps some of the weaknesses that Knights have with Lunar Metal playing, if he ends up subbing in, that is. And so I think that the real danger is if this goes deep into map 2, if this ends up a 3-map series, that's when I think Bliss will likely shine.
I think I would agree with you. I think Bliss look like they're in hot form. Actually, counterpoint to that, I think that Bliss are in hot form today in particular, but it's been a long day for them, right? Like they played their first matchup pretty early on today. It was off stream, but they have played a BO3 already, and it went the distance. Not just the distance in maps, but really in rounds as well. It was overtime almost, I believe, for one of the games, and then regulation for 2 of them. So I think that Bliss, they've had a long day. They need to hold on to that stamina even through these really long tech pauses, right? And I think Knights, if they can just chill out a little bit, conserve their energy, then it'll be good. I think they can keep themselves in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been sitting here at this desk all day. I can't imagine how Bliss feel. They've actually
I know,
played
me too.
through
I've been
maps
doing
of
like
Siege
neck
already.
stretches like every couple minutes. Like
I only saw the sunlight like once today. Aside from that, I've had those blinds closed. I've been trapped in a room, so I can't imagine what it'd be like trying to perform in a match under those conditions, right? Like sometimes you just need to go outside, go for a walk, stretch your legs, take a breath of fresh air. And when you have a tech delay like this, you can't do that, right? Because let's say someone went to go stretch their legs right now, and then the admin's like, "All right, we're starting." You're not in the right spot, so. Yeah, man, it's difficult for all of the players, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, it is.
But the one thing we know for sure is that Knights are somehow up in the series 3-2 on the first map.
It's kind of mad to think about that. I mean, they are on the attack half, so I'm expecting them to do pretty okay. But yeah, it's pretty surprising in the fashion that they've been able to do it. I think there have been some really dominant rounds. Like all 3 rounds that Knights won were like very, very clear Knights rounds. The first one they won was like the early game was crazy. Sticks just walked in and got 2 kills off the entry. The second one was that super explosive execute, amazing. That third round, really smart execute as well through the mid rounds that really I think just Bliss just fell too far back from. It just feels like every time that Knights can make the round, every time that they convert a round into a round win, it's a super dominant one, right? Whereas for Bliss, I guess it's been the same story. They've definitely had some good rounds, but Knights, the decision making is very clear.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm going to start having a look at the other maps in the series, start theory crafting what else we've got in store.
Theory crafting. All right.
Yeah, I mean, well, we don't know the ETA. Ooh, my spreadsheet formula is broken. I wonder if
I think the other maps are Border, picked by Knights, I believe, and the Decider Clubhouse, I believe. Staple, I think are
I do love that.
maps in the series.
I did notice that there was a Clubhouse game earlier. Clubhouse game with Bliss versus Fury. It was the first map. They won it, I think, 7-4. I put it in the chat somewhere, didn't I? Did I DM it to you, Mandy? I think I did.
You put it somewhere.
No,
I think it.
I did put it somewhere. It was like a 7-4. Jigsaw popped off. Like, isn't it funny? Jigsaw actually had 44 kills in that first series.
It's mad.
Like, that is insane. If he pops off in this series as well, he could be gunning for, I don't know, maybe not 100 kills, but pretty damn close to it. But averaging 15 kills a map is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah.
So what did you say second map was? Not Clubhouse.
Border, Knights pick.
Border. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, look, It's hard to make many comments about Bliss, isn't it? Because we haven't seen officials in so long.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for Border is a map that I definitely associate with Knights, especially through APAC South and OCN. I have always been a big fan of the Knights strats on Border. I think I say it every single broadcast that we do with the Knights when they play Border as well. It's just really fun to watch them play it. Not only that, but the first 2 maps of this series both of them we typically consider attacker favored maps as well. Just the architecture of the way they play out. Chalet, of course, attacker favored with all the windows and doors and that type of thing. Border, similar story with the amount of walls that you can get open and cut off, especially in that top floor. So it'd be interesting to see how these play out. I think Clubhouse is a complete stark contrast between the two, but I imagine that, yeah, I think I would still lean into the Knights for Border. I feel like Bliss in the time off, unless they've pulled something pretty spectacular together, wouldn't beat the Knights with their experience on that map. Maybe I've jinxed it.
Perhaps there is an asterisk next to that, is if Knights play with their full 5. You know, if Knights are not playing with their... If Knights have to 4v5, or if they have to play with a coach, you know, is it going to be different? Yeah, I do wonder. I do love the Knights Border, though. I always play as Army on that map these days whenever I play in Ranked, and I do all their same as Army keeper barriers and setups.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love it so much. It's just
awesome.
so much fun to play around. Yeah,
that's great.
But yeah, I don't know. It's a long day for Knights. Well, it's funny. Imagine being Knights thinking, you know, at the start of today you're going to be playing Champion. They forfeit, and you like sit around until like 9 p.m. local time until you get into a game, and then Juicy's net goes down or whatever it is that has happened with him.
It's so unfortunate.
That is.
Oh, it's so frustrating, unfortunate. Poor Knights. I'm
Real
sitting
kick
there
in the
for
gut.
so long. Yeah. These poor guys. And for Bliss as well, they probably they played their game and then they're like eager to go again. Can you imagine Jigsaw? He's like, oh my gosh, I just had the best match of my life, like the best series of his life. Put me back in the server. And he just sits there for a couple hours. It's time for a cup of tea, you know, time for some dinner, little walk around the park.
A fun behind the scenes would be like a little mini documentary in that kind of mockumentary style, but it's of like the families / partners that live with these players, like just being like, "Hey, you done yet?" And we're like, "No, I'm still waiting for the game." Like, but you started at like 10 a.m. today. You said you beat them. Like, yeah, we're waiting for the second game, but waiting for 5 hours now. Oh man!
Just imagine trying to explain that to your family. Oh my gosh! Yeah. All these
we were
players
having
are so
a laugh
young
yesterday
as well. I'll go on.
Yeah, I was saying we were having a laugh yesterday because I mean you did your tech test on Thursday, right? But like me and the other caster guys, we all came in yesterday for our tech tests, and we were like ready to, you know, do some long testing and rehearsals and stuff. And it was way quicker than we anticipated. And like, you know, we were like, wow, okay, well that was easy, that was painless. All right, guess I'll head off already. And I guess we're paying for it today, right? What goes around comes around. A little bit of karma, perhaps.
You can't expect everything to go smooth, can you? It's
No,
it's
you
the
can't.
curse. It is the curse of the broadcast.
Since we have no ETA, do you want to do a little bit of like a podcast about Six Invitational in
Let's
general?
do it. Let's go for it.
All right. So I wonder how like easy it is to see my my little laptop.
Oh gosh, what are you showing me? What are you showing me?
I don't know. I'm just scrolling Wikipedia right now. So just having a look. All right.
Inspiration. I got to figure out what to talk about.
Six Invitational overview. All right, so I'm going to read off the team. So we got W7M, BDS, Wolves, Dark Zero, Team Liquid, Astralis, Koi, formerly Rogue, rebranded, M80. M80 is formerly...
Oxygen.
Oh, no. Yes.
Right?
Oh my God.
Wait, no. Exit. Exit.
I got confused because when you said Oxygen, I looked and it's Kino and Yoga.
No, Exit.
I was like, it's either it's one of them. Astralis, Koi, M80, Oxygen, G2, FaZe, Sonics, Heroic, Eminem, Elevate, Cyclops. So the 2 APAC teams already qualified, plus the 3rd APAC team will get. F's in the chat for having 20 teams, only 3 APAC teams. But it's the way the cookie crumbled this time.
Devastation.
Gut feeling. So the contenders for that are, realistically, I think the favourite's probably Sandbox, since they've made it to so many majors already this year. So Sandbox, Direwolves, who have got their roster issues, Knights, Bliss, or Northeption is still in for it, right?
Northeption is still in for it.
And then BSG Fnatic. What are your vibes?
I'm trying to separate my predictions by like the top bracket and the bottom bracket, you know. The bottom bracket, I think, is determined by this game. I think Direwolves.
Reckon the winner of this game beats Direwolves.
I think so. I think that this bottom bracket is going to be decided by whatever happens in this series, because I think the Direwolves, yes, they're a good team, but they've had to rebuild. And having to rebuild in such a short period of time is going to be tough against either Knights or Bliss. It doesn't matter who goes through. Both Knights and Bliss are pretty stable, long-standing rosters, right? Whereas for the Direwolves, they've had to rehaul a bunch of things. Not only have they had to rehaul their team, they've had to rehaul their leadership structure as well. They've had to rehaul strats as well, because they no longer have that entry power of Reaps, so they have to move roles, and there's a lot to achieve in a very short amount of time for that roster. So I think that Bliss and Knights both those teams are in a more poised position to take that lower half of the bracket. For the top half of the bracket, I think is a contention between Northeption. Is it Northeption or Northeption? Northeption, right?
I think it's Northeption. There's no C, right?
Yes, Northeption. Like I think I was accidentally calling them Northception.
Northception would be if there was like another Northeption inside the Northeption.
Yes, that would be
Northception.
Oh gosh.
We're delirious.
we are going delirious. I think that top part of the bracket is between Northeption and Sandbox. Like you said, Sandbox, they have international experience. They're super good. Actually, they have been pretty good on the international stage, honestly. Like they've
I feel like Sandbox would beat Northeption. Like just from what we saw in Northeption earlier today. I know, like they... I think the downside is we didn't see a lot of variety from Northeption, because they literally just spawn peaked and played aggressive constantly.
Yes, they had like one formula and it worked. Yeah.
But I feel like as soon as they're playing against a team that doesn't let that happen, I don't know what they've got, you know?
Especially a team like Sandbox, where when you think of Sandbox, especially with the pickup of Mephi now from Spear Gaming, it's like, gosh, that roster is stacked now, right? Like you've got Otokaje, who's big gunner, massive gunner, good boy. Like what we're saying is Korean Spoit, right, of this region. Well, was hyped up to be Korean Spoit of the APAC region. Now we've got Mephi as well, super crazy player of Spear Gaming, and then supported by Static, who's a great IGL, and then Envy, who comes with a bunch of experience, is just a super stable support or secondary support type player, right? And so for me, Sandbox is like, that roster is stacked, and if you put them against the fragging power of Northeption, it could be a very, very exciting game to watch, I think. Like it would be frag central, even more so than Scars were. So very cool.
All right, so the telling question of those two teams, do they beat Knights/Bliss?
I think so.
Really? So you reckon it'll be a North team?
Yeah.
Why? Have you doubled back on what you said before?
I know. This year I've been Team South, and I think across 2022, Team South has been the way. And honestly, I still think Elevate are fantastic to go through, and the Direwolves pre-implosion, very good. Post-implosion, not so good, you know? I think Sandbox are off the back of their last major, the experience that they've gained, and Northeption coming through as well. I feel like they're a step ahead in the current meta. That's my opinion on it. And I think it's just unique to the teams that are in this bracket, you know? Like
so
overall,
if we
in this bracket, Team North.
So if we played Northeption versus Bliss right now, who would win?
Okay. I think Northeption would win.
What?
You think Team Bliss would win? Oh, you know what? I'm glad we're divided on this one. That's fine.
What?
Makes it exciting. What? What do you mean what?
All I saw from Northeption was...
Those guys are crazy.
Yeah.
Those guys go hard.
All they did was spawn peek and flank. Like, if Bliss just hold their flanks and don't get spawn peeked, surely they would beat them. I don't know. For real though, what I was saying before is like, yeah, Northeption played well against Scars, but Scars kind of just let them walk all over them. You know, we didn't actually have to see Northeption stop that. Like, what? At some point, you have to stop that play style because some team will counter you playing that aggressive. But we haven't seen that yet from Northeption because they weren't driven to that point by Scars.
Okay.
And that's why I'm pressing X to doubt on this Northeption will beat Bliss business that you've got going on.
I still think they're pretty good. I was impressed by their play style today. I mean, yeah, it was kind of crazy, and it could be shut down pretty easily. But I still themselves, contain themselves when required to. I don't know if that's tested or not. That's just speculation based off how they play their mid round, because in their mid rounds, when they don't know what's going on, they're very controlled and contained. It's good, you know. But of course, not actually trialed and tested in a match that we have seen yet. So you might be right based on the current information that we have, and I'm just speculating really, really hard. I think my duo speaks facts, guys. I think you might be right here. You won this one.
Full transparency, I keep looking down at the chat to see whether we're like starting soon. I'm just like looking at the notes and the messages for our production team. Like, apparently we're apparently like 2 minutes away or less. So
Fantastic.
I'm having faith in that. I'm believing it. Apparently we have 10 players in the server. Now my next question, production, which 10 players are it? Like, who is Juicy's net still down? Do we have Luna Metal in the server? Production? Which player is it?
Speak to us.
I'm going to ask in the text chat. We cannot reveal it yet, they said. Come on, production. Don't do that to me, man.
They're doing it on purpose. I reckon we're being tantalized on purpose to wait to the server, and then they're going to watch us get all excited about it all over again, or get not excited about it at all. It's all for the content. It's
Oh my god. Well, I guess that means, well, you know, I'm going to theory craft, right? And I'm going to say, you know, asterisk. This is not me speaking on behalf of the admins, or this is just me, James, speaking. I reckon we've got Luna Metal in the lobby right now, and they're just waiting for the 100% confirmation that the admins are chill with that, and that's all like allowed according to the rule book the Geneva Convention and the United Nations international law. And once they've confirmed that, once they've heard back from President, then we will be able to start the game, and we will play. So I think that's what's happening. And that's why production cannot confirm nor deny. You know, there's always another layer. It goes up. The Illuminati. The Illuminati. Production just said maybe in my ear. I'm onto you guys. I'm onto you. I know what's going on here.
Help us. Tiffmater's delirious.
Can you blame me?
Delirious. Oh, that is hilarious. You know what?
Oh, okay, here we go. I have something to talk about.
You have.
I have something to talk about. We have confirmation from Mr. Easy, our beautiful observer on the off-stream games. Apparently, Fnatic lost to BSG on Clubhouse 5-7, which means we're going to map 3. So, in case you missed the drama earlier, we were watching. Xenox and Guz were casting BSG versus Fnatic on Bank. There was some, back and forth about who got attributed what round. They ended up replaying the end of the game. Fnatic won it. Then we move on to map 2, which BSG has just won. So we now go map 3.
Exciting. That's very exciting. What is map 3?
I will check that for you. Excuse me.
Fantastic. That's exciting, though.
Oh, it's not in the channel. What? Why is it not in the channel?
Disaster.
Ah, I found it. It was on the A-Stream channel. Bank Clubhouse Villa.
Ah, exciting. So very, very interesting. Do we want to theory craft the Villa? I mean,
if my spreadsheet is working, then yes. But I don't know what's going on. My Liquipedia import.
I think we can definitely theory craft Villa. Okay.
I'm running the numbers. The numbers, Mason.
I have a feeling. Okay. Villa's an interesting list for Fnatic.
What's that?
Okay. Villa, I was having a look at this earlier because I was trying to predict what the veto might be, right? For specifically the existing teams. I feel like it's actually quite interesting that Fnatic have decided to go to Villa. They don't play it super often. They play it a bit. But I think the map that I thought that they were going to go to was the one that they had banned out. I can't remember what the veto was anymore. I'm going to have a look at the veto because I'm very curious.
Fnatic banned Theme Park, Skyscraper, and Border.
Border. Yes, I thought it was going to be Border because I thought Villa was one of Fnatic's bans, like staple bans, honestly. Like I had 3 staple bans for Fnatic and I thought that was going to be Chalet Sky and probably Villa as well. And so I was surprised to see that one on Border. They've clearly worked on Villa instead of working on Border in recent times and decided to let that one go through the ban phase instead. That one interests me. I'm pretty excited for it. On the side of BSG, I have absolutely no idea how they perform on either of those maps. So yeah, fascinates me. But we're in map 3 now. That's exciting.
Yeah, I have got my spreadsheet working again. I don't know what went wrong, but it's back. So Fnatic are 3-2 on Villa. Their most recent match was a loss against Northampton, believe it or not, back in the APAC North qualifier. So that was how Fnatic and Northampton qualified for this event. So it was the grand final. You could argue it wasn't that impactful because it was just a seeding match going into this closed qualifier. But clearly the teams played their hearts out because it was an 8-7. But before that, Fnatic actually took down Damwon Kia in the same in the same tournament, right? Because Fnatic actually beat Damwon 2-1 in the APAC North Open Quals, which is why we don't have Damwon here. Yeah, so that was a 7-5.
So that means in recent times, they must have expanded their map pool quite a bit because, I really was quite convinced that this was not a map that they were going to be comfortable with playing. But those are big results in the last one.
Yeah, huge. I mean, getting close against Northampton, beating Damwon, they also beat Crest Gaming and Fav Gaming in the Japan Invitational. And then way ages ago, back in September, they lost it to Damwon quite convincingly 7-3 in APAC North. On the BSG side, they played Damwon and Sandbox in the Korea Open on Villa and lost both of the games, both fairly close, 5-7 and 6-8. So not too bad considering the pedigree of BSG compared to those teams. But I think it's pretty clear that Fnatic should be on paper favoured. And I think in general, Fnatic should be favoured in that match, right? If anything, I'm surprised that BSG won map 2.
Fascinating. Very, very fascinating. So now, what is it? Now they've won their own map pick. Is that correct? That sounds correct. BSG would have picked Clubhouse. BSG, I believe, would have picked...
Confirm or nor deny. So Fnatic picked Bank. So
yes,
each team
so they
won
did
their
win
own
their
map
map
pick.
Yeah. Oh, okay, right. BSG, I was backing them for Clubhouse when we were first going through this on the analyst desk because I felt like today in particular they looked a little bit more fluid than Fnatic did in map 1. It seems like the momentum stunt has really helped Fnatic, to be honest. They seem to be able to stay composed and they've gotten themselves back into it. But yeah, speculation for Villa, I have absolutely no idea how it's going to go. Do you have any idea?
Do you?
I think you're leaning towards Fnatic, right?
I feel like on paper Fnatic should be it.
Yeah.
Just looking at the Villa results, Northampton close loss, win over Damwon's pretty big, even with Damwon's current state. And I mean, we didn't see map 2. I think that's partly unbiased because we saw map 1, which Fnatic looked like the better team in. We didn't see map 2, which clearly BSG won, right? So. Yeah, that's the asterisk there. It's hard to give a fully objective judgment when we didn't watch map 2. If anything, though, BSG had momentum on their side. It was they thought that they had won the first map. It was called, they played it, and then the dispute came through, and they ended up resolving that and playing from 6-6 overtime, which Fnatic ended up winning from. And so BSG probably feel like they've actually already won the series in a way because they're like, well, didn't we win map 1 and then we went and we won map 2? So if anything, I think that they'll probably feel pretty reinvigorated having the momentum back on their side.
I think I would agree with you on that one. I think that Siege is very much a momentum game, especially in BO3's long series. I think that especially as well for these teams locally, you don't get that. I suppose it's hard to mental reset, right? Because you're still at home. You're still playing this online and you're just sitting in your chair, like you said, really, really early on in this podcast for a pretty long time. It's been a long day. For us, it's been a long day for the players too, right?
Really?
So
has it?
You get,
it's not
really, it's only like 10:20 in the evening for us. I feel like once you're sort of stuck in your seat in that moment, it's kind of hard to get that mental reset. You kind of just need to keep flowing with it. You got to keep up the pace. And I think, momentum's a big thing in this tournament so far. So VSG, I believe.
Yeah. Respect them. Still waiting on confirmation, guys. Still waiting on confirmation.
Still.
I was told earlier today, or was it yesterday? Rob made the joke like, "Oh, if we have to fill, you can get on the drum kit." You don't want to hear that. I'm terrible at drums.
Really? We don't want to hear that.
You don't. No, you really don't.
Okay.
No, production says we do. No, we don't. Production,
Yeah,
how
I
about
agree
we,
with
how about we
production.
start the game?
Now, all of you at home
No.
can't hear production, but production is in our ears telling us that he should indeed get on the drums.
No, you know what's funny is like they're electric, so you wouldn't even be able to hear it
okay.
anyway. I just put the
Devastation.
headphones on, and then I would just look like an idiot just sitting there doing this. I wouldn't even be in time, so there's no point. What about you, Mandy? You've got any musical talents?
You know, I don't really. I can sing a bit.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you're a singer.
It's not happening.
Wait, I noticed some.
I know.
some
Look,
happenings.
you are also a singer, by the way. Can I
Yeah,
point to you? Which
yeah.
direction do I have to point to you? I have to point this way to point to you. Yeah, you are also
are
a singer,
that
so
way.
you can't throw me under the bus like this.
No, well, I mean, we had that little Twitter interaction earlier today, and I think that we have actually promised to do karaoke with Pengu.
I think we have promised that. Yeah.
And apparently, gym, like climbing, like climbing gym. What do you
Bouldering.
call it? Bouldering.
That's my personality right now. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I went bouldering for the first time last week, and my
did you?
fingers want to die. Yeah, I hate my fingers are not happy.
bouldering.
Like, I expected to have upper body strength, but I didn't expect to have like
Grip strength.
muscles in my fingers. Like, what's
Yeah.
that all about?
Dev,
And
I
I
don't
also
have a
thought
lot
that
of muscle in me, but I have fingies. That's the only thing I have going for me.
You're also pretty small, so that means you're pretty light. So your muscles don't have to
Yes.
be as big to carry you.
Yes.
Whereas, like,
It's the power to
I
weight
thought
ratio. That's what it is.
exactly. I mean, you know the engineering terms, right? Yeah. I thought being tall was going to be an advantage.
It is an
when
advantage.
I was bouldering. It didn't feel like one, I could tell you that much, because
Okay,
my
that's
mate who I went with,
first
he's like up to here on me, and he was just shot up the walls like nothing else. And every time I tried to like climb, I just like, I was too heavy and I fell off, and I got an awkward angle. And
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
so look,
That's exciting.
I
Would
couldn't
you go
do it.
again?
Couldn't do it. Yeah. Apparently, I have like a month free or something since I like, went
Nice.
for the first time, so I should probably go back. But
You should definitely go back. Bouldering good.
I'm busy doing this
Love
podcast. Busy doing this
Yeah.
6th Invitational APAC Qualifier podcast.
Can't hit the gym.
Hey, since we're filling time, I've got something fun I can show you guys. So, has anyone noticed
show us
what I've set up in my background today? Has anybody
Set up
noticed?
in the background.
Can you see what's this? What's this?
Oh my gosh, is that Sunstark art? No.
I'm not sure if this says it's from. It doesn't say who did the art, but this is one of the artworks that they. Yeah, there we go. It's in frame. So it's I'm not sure if you can see in the bottom right hand corner,
is
but
so
it
cool.
says 198 of 300. So this was, I think it's 6th Invitational 2019 or 2020. They did like all these art pieces, and so I bought a couple, and I've just like I was always thinking I'll get them framed or something because they're so pretty. But I never
They are
did
pretty.
because
Very
I'm
nice.
lazy, and so I never did. It's one of those things that I just never did. Like I love that. Like it's Maverick, and he's got like a camera, and he's taking a photo of something. That's cool, I guess.
That's
And-
mad. Look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, isn't it? So yeah, they've just been literally sitting in the like little folder, just on a like not even on for show, just sitting in the folder on my cupboards for like 3 years or however long it's been. So
Damn,
that's kind of poor form from me, but yeah, I thought I'd bring it out, and they're not even in focus anyway.
That is okay. You're in focus instead. You and your beautiful floral shirt. At
Thank
R6
you.
shirt.
I've had a
Very
lot of
sweet.
I've had a lot of compliments on my shirt today.
Yeah, it's good.
Nice.
It's bright.
though-
It's very nice. It shows up good on the camera, you know?
Thank you. I was worried it wouldn't be very visible because I don't have a backlight today, which is like I usually would have a light like behind me shining onto me, which would mean that you would be able to kind of see the edge of the shirt, but instead it just kind of disappears
that's
into
fancy.
the blackness. Yeah, I know. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to these things, Mandy, as you know.
When it comes to photography. Yep, this is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, but
I'm
no,
the complete opposite. I know absolutely nothing.
Well, that said, I was gonna say, like you were talking about how you didn't actually have any equipment. Did you end up getting like a better camera, or are you just using like a webcam?
No. Devastation.
It looks
I'm just
amazing.
using my webcam. It looks
great.
amazing. Oh, thank you.
It looks great. Yeah, I think
flattered.
It looks great.
I am susceptible to flattery.
I actually. So what's funny is my camera. Like I bought this camera this week, and I didn't have like the unit that you like plug into the wall to keep it charged. It didn't have one of them, so it only had a battery, which obviously during however long we've been filling would have gone flat. So I was waiting for this like little wall like power unit to arrive, and it only arrived at 11 a.m. this morning. So I'm very lucky that it arrived in time. And then I was like hastily trying to put my setup together, and I was feeling really self-conscious because when we arrived for tech testing, I was looking at everyone else's and I'm like, wow, everyone else's setups look amazing and mine looks terrible. So that's why I went and I got nerdy and I set up the pink light and
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
I just live in an IKEA showroom. I think it was a joke that made the joke a little bit earlier today. I literally do live in an IKEA showroom. I'm a uni student, guys, and I think it completely shows. And that is completely. I'm fine with that. It's great. Even my outfit is matching. It's got the IKEA.
It's got the same vibes, like the black and white.
Vibes.
Even your hair matches, by the way. Which I don't
really?
know. I've seen you since you started dyeing your hair blonde again. With the, what do you call it? Streaks or what do you call
highlights?
It? Highlights.
What they're called.
Okay.
Yep.
I've seen you since you did that, but maybe a lot of people on broadcast might not have. So I got to say, very nice.
That is good. I was actually thinking about dyeing these ones back to brown. I don't know what. So these are kind of gross. I need to get them touched up again, right? Because like my hair is growing, and that's how hair works and stuff like that.
I've heard that.
That's crazy, right? And so I need to get them touched up again. I was thinking about dyeing them back to brown, but I don't know. I like this part being blonde, but I don't know if I like this part being blonde. What do you think?
Do you reckon? You could get it like
yourself?
Do you reckon you can get it like this color, like this pink kind of color?
White.
No. Sorry, I'm trying very difficult.
I thought the purple.
Or like this color, like pinky, like a pinky purple.
Okay.
And then you have like the little two streaks of. Or you could do the what's the character's name from Scott Pilgrim that just every scene she's got a different
Ramona
color?
Flowers.
Is that
She's
Ramona?
my hero. Oh my gosh, yep.
Yeah. You should just change it every single time.
Every broadcast, I have different hair.
Yeah, 100%. You could be like the every time is different like person. That would be sick. Yeah, I would recommend it. And thanks for asking. I did change my hairstyle. Thanks for asking.
Oh yes. It was a great tweet with you and your selfie of your new hair. I was like, oh damn, that's my duo.
Yeah, I love a good thirst trap.
Oh my god.
So are we going to analysts is my question. I've heard that Xenox has done some really good analysis. He went and broke down the last game and he really wanted to talk about it. So I'm just getting confirmation from production, whether we have time. I don't want to deprive that of you guys. No, in fact, we're actually going to go to a break. So, look, guys, I hope you've been enjoying this podcast. And if you want any fashion tips, hit up Daughter on Air on Twitter. I'm sure she would love to talk about it. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. And when we get back, we will finish off Bliss versus Knights.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid. We do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This floor is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me out like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Children in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. At the nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it, and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby. I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back, guys. Guess what? It's time to start the game. I'm so stoked. I'm so excited. We've waited for this for what feels like months, Mandy. We actually get to see the rest of the match. We're 5 rounds in. Knights are up 3-2. Juicy's internet has absolutely carked it, so they've got their coach in. He's allowed to sub. And guess what? First round in.
It's Luna.
Luna medal. Luna, he is on the Monty. The iconic Monty. This guy is known better than anyone in the region at playing this operator, and he's here for it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
This is incredible. Oh my gosh, I believe Juicy's had a power outage, unfortunately. So it's not just his internet, his whole house has died along with him. So unfortunately, we lost him. But we got Monty, that's so exciting. Bliss, they're gonna go back on the defense though. I can't believe we're still playing this match, hey? They're going back to dining and kitchen. Next bomb site. Last time they held this bomb site, they didn't extend their road. They made it very contained here inside of this northern side of the building. It really allowed Knights to just storm on through library, and that was when Fisher Guy, I believe, died doing his setup pretty nice and early. So hopefully this time, a bit more of a contest in that early round.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm really excited to see what Luna's going to be able to do. Knights once again looks like they're going for a library across push, and Sage really early countering that spawn pick from Repix. Nice attempt there from the big man, and I credit him. Takes a lot of guts to go for something like that. But it doesn't work out, and Knights already start with an advantage.
Alright, so just quick observation, role swaps a little bit. Because Luna is now in, Sage has now moved fully onto that hard support role. He's not playing that secondary, more flexible role. Even on Chalet, they're electing to bring along that hard breach. And so Luna has been given the license to be Luna Metal, which is very, very exciting for the Knights. So Bliss having one player taken down, 2 minutes on the board for the Knights, and really, once again, they gave up quite a lot of that southern side of the building. Bar Brendo, who's down in the basement, they may need to worry about him for a flank a little bit later on, but Stick seems to have that on lock.
Yeah, certainly aware of the position, that's for sure. To be honest here, it's not really the attackers that have a lot of work to do, it's the defenders who need to hold on to their tickets, because Knights are starting to encroach upon that bomb site. Already a breach here on Master. Lidmetal can get a lot of info for them here on the top floor spot at the 2 players in Piano. Clearing out that Aruni gate now. Jigsaw actually opens up his own castle barricade. Luna takes a little bit of damage here, but this nade is surely going to pack more punch. Jigsaw manages to get out of the dodge just in time, but Sticks here backing up the Monty. Takes down Fisho Guy. He's going to be having to go for a second one here. The player in the closet. It is Jigsaw. And he may have slipped under the radar.
Sticks has been so on fire with these entries as of recent. A C4 to come up from Brendo, but it doesn't connect, and it's still Jigsaw inside of this closet position in that top floor, seemingly undetected. Sage to do that vertical and maybe backstabs by Jigsaw himself, rounding the corner.
Oh no!
A second on a drone. Calamity for the Knights, and perhaps a third.
Yeah, there you go. It's a third one for Brendo this time. And one tiny mistake has seemingly cost Knights a hell of a lot. And potentially a chance in the round. Jigsaw still in the exact same damn position. He spots out the player, hears him, and Brendo secures the kill. It's now Speakeasy on site. He's not even good for one. Team Bliss, despite an early deficit, they recompose with ease.
Yeah, really nice from Jigsaw in that top floor, just going undetected, being able to find the right timing on that push. He didn't get too antsy and went for it straight or anything. He waited for the Monty to walk right past him in the room adjacent to him inside of bathroom before he went for that big backstab onto the player on the vertical, and then even catching someone out on the drones. Just Knight's small misplay there turns into a big ramifications, right? That's Jigsaw backstabbing your entire team, 3 of them going down, and the Knights, they lose that round, and now the round count is even.
Yeah, Bliss, if you remember, were really struggling on their defense. Now that they've managed an even half, they'll have to see how they can toy with the attacking side. You know what, Mandy? I played Knights in Ranked one time a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
Nothing worse than finding the Knight stack in Ranked. And they did this literal setup. So now I know they were literally comp stratting in Ranked. This mirror right here is their comp strat. They did it to us in Ranked. The dogs. They are, that is very dog.
And this is the mirror strat. They've got one setup that's facing that library double in the top of mezzanine. That second one, I'm not sure where that's gone. I believe it's gone down inside of the storage room in the ground floor. Thank you very much, Medics, for pointing that out to us. And that's Luna that's going to be playing on that position, holding steadfast early on. Meanwhile, we've got Sage in tandem with one of his teammates on the roam on the other side of the map, making sure that they're not giving any free map control to Bliss.
Yeah, Knights quite extended at this rate. A lot of people on that ground floor. Still, funnily enough, that library hatch has not been open. Not sure if that's a mistake or whether it's potentially a bait. But typically you want it open so that this player downstairs can deny that jump in, get a little crossfire onto that library window. Here comes Fisher Guy's drone though. Spotted, taken down. Wonder if he was just trying to go for the mirror window. Not able to do so as of yet.
I'm a big fan of that Azami barricade inside of mezzanine. It's allowing Speakeasy to not only be stuck inside the position by the plant pot in mezzanine, but it means that he can go play nearby to the stairs without being cut off from that double window. And I think it gives him a lot more mobility there. Exactly this one that's being played by him right now. And it's forcing Repix to find another point of entry because he can't really pressure out Speakeasy from where he is.
Awkward position. He needs to know the exact places where he can and can't stand. Beautiful shot there. Sprays down Fisho Guy. He's lost his Azami Kiba. And now he's gotten a second one. Jigsaw runs in. He goes to the rotate hole, spots the player. Is he able to deliver the fatal blow? Repix chimes in. And Bliss collapse upon the Knights. It's all up to Luna and Josh now holding on. Position revealed, but Luna's good for one. And his first kill here, subbing in for his team. Knows he needs to make a play. Doesn't have a C4 to his name. Bit of a pre-fire may give away his position, but doesn't seem Repix knows about it. And in fact, Josh has taken him down. Otis jumped in upstairs, and Luna has made the flank of his life. A 2v4 for Josh and Luna is just what the doctor ordered for Knights.
The super sub comes in hot. We hyped up this guy for what felt like hours, and there he comes in with the delivery in the clutch situation. Wow, that was really good from Luna. He realized, all right, we're about to be under the pump. I'm about to be mega flooded inside of storage. It's time for me to get out and make some plays. And he went to that bottom Ivy stairs, found 2 picks from there, and really opened up the round. Josh as well, contesting through that vertical. Just some masterful little individual plays there from the final 2 plays of the Knights. Put another one on the board for them.
Well. Knights have shown that they can indeed defend on Chalet. A lot easier said than done. Now we go to kitchen dining. What have they brought to the table? No hard breach denial, it seems, Mandy. So if Bliss want, they could do away with these walls pretty quickly. Okay, I say that. There is, in fact, a mute. Still not the best. I mean, you can still thermite that wall, even with the mute there. Just the way that the radius has changed, I'm pretty sure a thermite on the left or right side of that wall would still blow it.
Well, that's Bliss. That's a problem for them to face once they get to that wall, because before that, they're going to need to face what I believe is a bit of a roam coming from the Knights. They've got the mobility of the Oryx, aided by some of the mute jammers of the mute as well. Not only that, but they've got the Warden too, who could be a bit of a pest depending on where you want to put that MPX as well. So Bliss have got to go through that early round before they even have a chance to worry about opening the wall.
Yeah, there's a lot of map control here to take. What is Bliss going to turn their attention to first? Starting a bit of... Oh, guess what? It's Brendo on Jigsaw position. When I saw that we switched to a play with G36, I thought, like, oh, he's on Jigsaw. It's got to be Jigsaw, but...
No,
nope.
it is Jigsaw, isn't it?
Player,
Jigsaw also has the G36. Oh.
Yeah, but it was Brendo's on Jigsaw position,
Brendo
right?
on Jigsaw spot. Oh my gosh, yep.
He's teaching his teammates a couple of things. It's in fact Jigsaw's the one rappelling on this library window. And he found that kill from on top of the bookcase. What a nutty angle.
Well, this is pretty crazy, isn't it? Hey, so this interests me from the side of Bliss. Oh, okay, never mind. Brendo's just been able to find another one through Jigsaw spot. And look at that. Bliss really taking down the Knights so far in this early round. Super back and forth, all over the place throughout the map. A combination of cutoffs and entries mean that Bliss are now in the man advantage.
Yeah, but have a look at where these two remaining Knights players are, right? You've got Josh, who had already revealed his position, up in library, and Steaks, who's actually in lobby. He's not even in the bomb site right now. So the entire of A is clear. Entire of top floor, like master site, is clear. Now the entire top floor completely is clear. If Bliss can get some drones in and identify this, they have 6 drones up, then this is so free.
And it seems like they have as well, right? Repix is rotating his way over into that trophy window, ready to make the entry. But look at this from the Knights. They figured it out too, and they've rotated back over and are directly contesting the solo entry.
Yeah, well played from Nice to hop on those default cameras, and I think it's an audio call from this Solarium camera gave them the information that there were too many Bliss players already rotating over to that position. Aggressive peek here from the Warden, but Sticks loses his life. Triple kill on the round from Brendo, making a 4K. And a Black Ice shows he's doing it in style. Beautiful round there from Bliss.
Yeah, really nice from Bliss there in that early round. They played the cutoffs and entries to perfection. Even though Knights went for a pretty extended roam, a lot of them got caught out on the rotations around that top floor, getting a little bit antsy and actually getting punished for the amount of mobility that they brought to that defense, because Bliss was super diligent about the places that they were set up in, right? And so I think that really it goes to show Bliss, they know the map super well. The architecture really plays into their playstyle as well. And one thing I want to note as well is a little bit of a role change for Bliss. Now that they have Brendo on the roster, I feel that Jigsaw has been moved really, really into that front line. He has very much got the entry mindset. He is the first in the building. He will be the one to jump inside of library. He's no longer playing those cutoff positions that we used to like know him for when he was on Tide and IG.
Oh no, that's going to be triggering. I don't know if that shield is meant to be able to be run around. Look at the number of shields we got. It looks like it's old Goyo at the minute. I think there are 3 different shields on site in different positions. And this is really cheeky. I like this as a somewhat unusual way to interpret this basement bomb site. Most people will reinforce this single wall because once you open snowmobile breach, you can get some really deep angles. But instead making a line of sight and playing off a shield, really nice way to dictate some more advantageous gunfights. But that said, you know, if you lose that shield, you kind of lose that position.
Yeah, not only that, and what this means is that it forces the Knights to go for a roam, because if they give away lobby control to Bliss, that's also opening up the vertical pressure for them, and that completely dismantles their setup that they have going for, I believe it's the Warden player left inside the bomb site of Sage, right? And so it's up to the rest of the Knights players to hold adjacent to that bomb site and make sure they can't get control of the vertical.
I wonder if Bliss is just going to target these shields on site even, because it's not like there's any Wamai or Jaeger to disrupt them. Hold on to these long lines of sight, these positions, start droning out the map. There's so many roamers here for Knights. Just seems like a risky play, Mandy.
Well, it's risky, but it's also mission critical to defend the setup that they have going on for the site, right? As soon as that top floor, that ground floor is open for them, completely dismantles everything that they have going for them. So they need to hold on for as long as they can. Now, there are 2 shields that are in non-verticalable spots, but you still want to be able to hold on to that line of sight that's facing the garage breach for as long as you possibly can. And that's what Sage is doing just behind that deployable shield.
Will Bliss bring over Util to clear these shields, I wonder? And Brendo's in a great position here on the blue stairs. He doesn't really have the ability to walk forward, but he can hold strong from here. Oda's going to open up. Oh no, oops, almost a bit of team damage there. Conhatch open, over a minute to go. Still a lot to work with here for Bliss, a lot of options.
Well, there are a lot of options, but there's not a lot of time. And you need to consider that there are still 2 shields in play that cannot be verticaled for Bliss. So they need to make a decision. Are they going to come down the front stairs and face the shield in blue? Or are they going to go and try and hit the backside and then face the shield also inside of blue, but facing the breach? And instead they're going to drop the hatch. That's Repix for a very explosive execute.
It's worth it though, because it's thrown a spanner in the works now for Knights. Repix has been taken down, but not out yet. Here comes Stigs, though, and this is the problem for Bliss. Roma's still at large. Not over-aggressing yet, so they can't deny this kill. Sage has a great position to play, and oh no! How does it fall apart here for Bliss? It's up to Josh and Stigs now. And they have cleaned it up nice and swiftly. Knights, a very unusual way to defend that site, but it worked so well.
This is why I love the Knights. Their strat book is so well thought out and elaborate, and the way that they play it is so unique to their team as well, right? That strat worked really well because they had Speakeasy roaming through that top floor really early in the round. It forced Bliss to try and clear them. Even though Bliss had cleared Speakeasy, there was a whole other level of decision making that Bliss had to do after they saw what was inside the bomb site, right? They look in the bomb site and they go, why is there 3 shields? Why is there 2 shields facing the front of the bomb site most specifically? And what on earth are you going to do about it? At that point, they had made no progress on the back at all. There was nothing that they could have done unless they made a big rotation, but there were 2 Knights players there holding that backside inside of Dining and Kitchen. They just were a step ahead in the macro gameplay in that round and eventually close out the round off the back of a great strategy.
The Knights now taking that lead back in their side. Incredible to think that this is Knights playing with Luna, right? Even in the 4v5, they still won a round. So
he was in the 2-on-5 as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we had a 4v5 with no Juicy and no Luna, and then we had a 2v4 or 2v5 with Luna and Josh. Yeah, man. He's not washed, it seems. He's not washed.
He absolutely isn't. Look, it's the power of the coach, the super sub. It's the Knight special. They've been doing it for years now. They've done it for years. They perfected the craft. We're going to go down, back to Baron Games. And once again, we're seeing this fortress that Speakeasy has set up inside of Library and inside of Mezzanine. It's such a pest to clear for Bliss, and they're completely changing their philosophy for clearing it as well. They're no longer going to play that probe attack outside of Library and outside of Fluke Balcony. They're actually going to go for a full roam clear over on the Solar side.
Yeah, it doesn't start well though for Jigsaw. He goes down early to Stigs. Bit of a rivalry between these 2 guys. I remember at the Rect Combine, they were on opposite teams, and man, there was some smack talk back and forth. I loved it. Oda on the Blackbeard as well. I'm really... Oda's really come into his own in recent times. Great support player / flank watch player, but well, he's a gamer even on the openings apparently. Nice little wall bang, bit of teamwork with the yellow ping, and a freebie for the BB.
Bliss, though, it has been a minute and 10 seconds, and they have barely even gotten themselves into the building. They've managed to find pick on the Solar side, though, so that's Rome is taken care of, forcing the Knights to fall back a little bit, but there's still Sage who's being a pest inside of Piano, starting to fall back now, and there's still a plethora of utility to deal with inside of that Mezzanine and Library position. He's even going to relocate back into the infamous corner of Library, the dark corner, and so there's still a lot for Bliss to get through.
Yeah, and Luna's found one. What is the play now from Bliss? Where are they shaping up to? Because there's still players outside. 3v4. Brendo's trying to lurk here through jungle. Speakeasy has a fantastic position to try and contest that, and Luna is very aware as well. Up comes the drone, takes out the camera. Gives him a little bit more flexibility, but not much, to be honest. Fisho guy, spots the position, but not the head as of yet. Brendo does find Luna on site. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto these roamers. Does Fisher guy have the Gon 6? Because he could deal with this Kiba barrier pretty easily.
Well, realistically, Bliss cannot go for a util dump. There's not enough time or utility, so they have to go for picks, which is exactly what they're making work for them now. That's Fisher Guy just downing Fisher Speakeasy from outside of that double window. Now Sticks in once again a bit of a pesky spot to try and deal with the player.
Oh, Sage!
Sage there for a double on the ground floor, and now Oda on the 1-on-2.
But he does have 2 second lives in the form of these Blackbeard shields. He loses one of them, and then he loses his own. There it is for Knights once again. A fantastic defense, and, well, that means match point.
Once again, I think Knights coming up pretty strong in the macro game there. Bliss, although they changed their philosophy and they went for a sweep across the map, yes, they did find some of their entry picks. Yes, they did actually eventually get control of Solar and of Office Side, but it was far little too late. By the time that they hit all of that utility that was inside of Mezzanine, or that crazy setup they had with the Azami, and even in the ground floor, those double mirror windows, they simply had no more utility to deal with it, right? They lost a set of nades on Jigsaw. The Fisher Guy, I must have used his Gone 6 somewhere or another, but they had nothing to deal with it, and they went for this last-ditch effort, try and sneak someone through jungle, just try and find picks, but Sage was there and ready for it on that ground floor, and I think the Knights just so far really winning out in that macro game. Bliss have not got enough to deal with the Knights setup.
Bliss have just consistently struggled with these attacks, which is so funny because it's Chalet. This is the attacking map, or one of. Knights have this mysterious ability to turn attacking favored maps defensive favored. They did it on Border as well, which scared the bejeebers out of me when they turned around. We've talked so much about their Border, right? When they managed to turn around their Border from getting, they got smacked by Elevate and then they slapped around every other team on it or something like that. I can't remember the details.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
It was definitely against Elevate because that's where Onigiri has that famous like 3K on Easters anyway with the Arena DMR and that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the one.
Yeah, well, it seems like Knights have once again taken a team to their perceived best map and then been so dominant on what people would consider the unfavored side.
And here we go. Bliss have to mount some kind of attack onto this Knights defense. So far, they've managed to get a crack into their attack, but nothing more than that. The Knights still hold steadfast through that mid-round to late round, even when Bliss gets something going in the round. Now, they're doing this solar-sided attack, but the wall is electrified from down below, I believe it is. Oh no, it's not electrified from down below. What am I on about? The X-Kairos is being denied by the Mute Jammer, and that's protecting any players that might want to play inside a closet. That's where the mirror window is currently situated, and that's protecting Speakeasy and Sage there in the top floor.
Now, once Sage does lose that Mute Jammer, he's going to try and impact trick this wall as well, which is a nice strategy. I don't see this every day of the week. Drawing down multiple times, though.
I was going to say the danger of this is that the two walls next to him are soft, so if there's a player on that bathroom window, he could get pre-fired out. And oh, there we go. There it is. I think that's exactly what happened there. Oh, someone on the double window even playing the cutoff on the rotation hole. Pretty tough spot for Sage to be playing in, but Speakeasy's there to try and trade it out.
Oh,
and he's not? He's gone?
Have you heard of comedic timing, Mandy? You absolutely jinxed him. You sent him to the Shadow Realm.
I did.
It's now a 3v5 for Knights. Oh my god, Speakeasy is gone. Knights are not looking too hot at the minute. 3v5. Make that a 2v5. Josh and Stiggs desperately trying to claw something back, but Stiggs is caught off on his rotation. Just Joshy boy in the 1v4 is going to have to ace up. Plant coming down. A bit of a quick peek from Fisho as he tries to bait out the information. They all know where Josh is. It's just a formality from here on out. He's going to have to land some insane shots, but they're not going to give him the opportunity. And there is Brendo to take him down. Another one, says Jigsaw, as Sage calls a technical timeout.
I'm sorry, Deb. I'm just so shocked that I cast a cursed Speakeasy out of the server.
Cast a curse him into oblivion, you did?
I cast a curse at him out of the server. Usually when that happens, we have the observer jump and spectate him and then he dies and then you go, oh, okay, yes, of course, the classic cast a curse. This was like another level of curse.
The real question is,
Shadow Realm. Oh no.
The real question is, do Knights have any more coaches they can sub in?
Can I get Katarine? Can I get Sketchy?
I'll sub in at this point. You know, my
the Knights.
Well, it didn't work out when I subbed in for them for one round
That's
at
true.
what was it called? The Combine.
The Combine.
They ended up losing. I got pre-fired by Edpan through a smoke, so that's cool.
Oh, well.
My
my
my food delivery service dinner that I ordered at it's 11 p.m. right now, by the way, has arrived at the door, and I'm just waiting to be able to go down and get it.
Oh dear.
And right on the back of that, Speakeasy decides to just make me go hungry.
What if I podcasted? Can you run? Can you run and see how
You can podcast. I feel like it's a bit rude to do that on match point. You know,
That's mean.
Like,
it's mean to do that on
it
match point.
would
That
mean
is
to
true.
mean to you,
What if-
mean to the players. Like, if we go to a proper, if we go to a full break, then maybe,
Then maybe.
you're welcome to podcast.
We're welcome to bring along the dinner shenanigans if that happens.
I would love to. I'll give you a tour. I got some donburi, like Japanese rice ball. I'm just hoping. So they've left it at my door. I'm just hoping it's still there when I go down, or if some hungry person off the street has picked it up.
I hope that your food is still there when you go down for it.
I'm a
That
hungry
would be
boy,
bad,
so it better
otherwise. You are a hungry boy.
be. I think if that happened, I would just get the peanut butter jar and a spoon.
It's one of those nights. That's what it's turned into.
Maybe I'll just get the
Hilarious.
I'll get the ice cream. I'll do like the movie breakup scene thing where crying on the couch with the ice cream container.
Chat,
That
this
actually
is a
sounds
cry
kind
for
of
help.
appealing, to be honest.
Chat, this is a cry for help. Please send help and love. We need it.
Yeah. Oh, you know who needs it more than us is the poor Knights.
They do. They really do.
One round away from OT, and they've got to be thinking right now.
You've got
we
to be
don't
kidding me.
deserve this.
I reckon that's what's going on in their mind.
You've got to be kidding me. I would love to know what has gone wrong with Speakeasy. I would love to know.
Well, we had one power outage. Maybe we've had
Was it
another
power
one.
or was it internet?
It was power. It was power for Juicy, according to his
Yeah,
tweet. A sick time to have a power outage. In those words,
Yeah.
exactly.
So if it's
No.
internet, right, you can hotspot your phone as a backup. It's not great, but it's something. But when it's power, there's not much you can do, is there?
Yep. This one is rough. This one is rough for both teams.
Switching on to us,
Yeah.
apparently.
I want to go and speculate. I want to go and speculate on what's going on for this last defense round. So, Knights.
Do you want to do that while I get my
Basement.
dinner?
Yeah, go. It'll just be me and whoever feels like listening to me yawn on for a little bit. All right, okay, this is good. Bye, Dev. He's gone. All right, now we're here. It's just us. Knights are going to go down to the basement bomb site. They've actually changed up their philosophy a little bit. They're not bringing along the triple shield setup anymore. They're just bringing along the Azami on stage, and so they're cutting down what they're keeping on the site. They're changing something up, right? We're not going to have that same pocket strat twice. I think it's a good idea. Because if that happens, you've got Bliss who have seen the strat beforehand, right? And a strat like that, something a bit more pockety, is only going to work maybe once, at the most twice. And I think that Bliss will know how to deal with that now. They know that it's mission critical that they get that vertical control, and then, or they don't get the vertical control, they hit the back or something like that, right? And so I think for the Knights to change up how they're doing the basement is actually a good idea, because so far Bliss haven't proven to be super good at the problem solving, and I think that's the way that the Knights need to go. Now, at this point, I would expect Dev to hopefully say something, but it's just me, and that's terrifying. Who's back? What's going on? I really hope that production is not going to be in my ear and telling me that we need to start the game again, because we've lost Dev to dinner. That would be terrifying. Oh no, production is going to throw me on the bus and we're back in game with Dev going and getting his dinner. This is disastrous for me on the cast, but it's not for the Knights because they're on match point. And there we go. It is down in the basement. Actually, they have brought along 2 of the 3 shields that they previously had, along with the Goyo too. So maybe the philosophy is sort of the same, and it's exactly in the same spot as well for Lunar Metal. The curious thing for me is, are they going to put that one that's facing the breach, or are they going to keep that one closed this time? Okay, he's pinging it out. So clearly someone is looking for some kind of site construction going on there. It's actually exactly the same, and I've completely speculated it wrong. That is fine. It happens. It happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
It
And it's
does.
Josh that's going to be setting that up instead. Oh, it's you! You're back! I've been monologuing
back.
for myself, and it's terrifying. Please come back and talk to me.
It's okay. I'm here. I'm here for you. And it looks
Thank
like
you.
Knights have also got... who was it that DC'd? It was Speakeasy. He's back. And he's ready to spawn peek as well. He's getting fired up. He hears that rappel. Oh, no. He doesn't quite land the shot. And it looks like he may well lag out indeed. I think that was likely an internet problem. Jigsaw finds the opening pick, and with it, Speakeasy has outed.
Disaster. Disaster strikes once again in the server. Thunder has struck Speakeasy's internet and it's gone again. Bliss, though, they're looking for this roam clear. Now, I was saying while you were gone that Bliss have seen the strat before, so they know that they need to expedite the roam clear, and that's why Rapix has brought along this Jackal, and they're starting to immediately make their work in through the top floor. It's Stiggs on the alibi with his rotation holes to make it a little bit pesky for them and try and slither his way back into the bomb site, but so far, Bliss making much better progress than the previous attempt at this attack.
Just look at those drones coming out. Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one for Knights to hold on to. Bliss, man advantage. Perhaps Brendo might be able to further that here. Kill on the Josh makes it very awkward now for these three last Knights players. Is there any roam presence left? Because I feel, Mandy, the only way that Knights can win this round and lock it in regulation is with some big flank or big play.
All right, so the thing to consider here is that, yes, that's probably true because they are down in the man count, but this time, Bliss don't have the vertical presence that they did in their last attacking lineup. Okay, Brendo is going to make that. I believe it's 2 or 3 in the round for him now. That's a 2-on-5. It's very difficult for the Knights to come back from this situation. We've seen them do it before with Luna on the board, but this one is a lot more tough for them to achieve.
2v5 for Sage and Stiggs. And it really feels like just a matter of time. Sage is going to activate that Vulcan canister. Stiggs needs to land this long duel. They've drawn out the player on site, and they've got info on the player off site. It's a matter of forcing through this execute using that man advantage. Stiggs back on site now. Oda forcing his way down the main stairs, but it's Brendo once again. He's a machine here on the blue stairs. And it is looking like Bliss is going to send us to OT here. Unless if Stiggs can pull off something miraculous. Round in the corner now. And that is it. Brendo. What a huge round from him. Spraying down that final player and sending Bliss into overtime.
Well, what a round from Brendo. Not only did he get the entry, but I believe that was 3 or 4 on the round it was for him. He's just being on an absolute tear this entire series for Bliss. I just think that, yeah, him coming into this roster, he's really found his own form. Look at that. Oh my goodness. 16-3 for Brendo in the series so far across 12 rounds. Seriously, really, really impressive stuff from him. Star player for the roster, but Brendo, one of the other new additions to this roster, has seriously found his footing here as well, especially on Chalet. He's in those really enabling positions where he can make his own plays, right? It's not like he's that first entry where he has to put his foot in the building. He has to take the engagements. He can take the ones that are comfortable to him. He's the one playing that cutoff position, whether it's on the windows, whether it's hopping in through his own little pesky spot, and it's making it really tough for the Knights and collecting a bunch of those kills.
Looks like Knights are using their timeout. I think this is a tactical timeout they've decided to use. I assume they were not eligible for another technical timeout. And so they're doing their best to get Speakeasy back in the server. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to connect yet. I assume that what happened last round is they said, look, Speakeasy, just go and try and get a spawn pick. That was why he spawn picked, because, you know, even if he DCs, he would at least find 1 kill, but not to be so. On top of playing the 4v5, right, not having extra player, you also got to realize like that's less utility as well. Right, like Speakeasy can flick cams, but he can't put down his Vulcan canisters like he did last game.
All right, yeah, so Speakeasy is indeed back in the server. I don't think they're eligible for a rehost. I could be calling that completely wrong, so I believe we are going to play out this round, and Speakeasy is going to come from the grave, which is okay. Knights, they have come back from a 4-on-5 before. We've seen them do it on their attack half, however. This time, they're on their defense, and they're on one of those bomb sites that are pretty, I wouldn't say easy to cut down, but can be cut down from a lot of windows and rappels, especially on that top floor, that type of thing, since they don't have the Azami setup which Speakeasy was playing, right? So that's a big chunk of their strategy taken out right now.
Brendo's been on fire. He's definitely the player to watch in this game. Keep an eye on him as he holds these rotations, holds these positions. And Bliss start to slowly but surely make steady progress on this round. This Bar Games attack. I like the mirror windows from Luna, but you got to have someone on those mirrors. You got to make sure you can dodge the Twitch drones. Luna does take one down. And, you know, remembering that Knights only won this on the defense because they won a 2v4 with Luna and Josh.
I'm also going to double down on my point about the Azami. If Bliss have identified that they don't have Azami and so they don't have that crazy setup going on in Library instead of Mezzanine anymore, they should just pressure this out with utility. And that's exactly what they're doing. 2 flashbangs and a nade to follow through. That Stig's in a tricky spot. He's naded out, but can at least collect one for himself. So not too bad in the position he's in, but really Knights in a serious man disadvantage. Only 3 players left.
Bliss have been on fire ever since the disruptions have come through for Knights, but Josh, he's not done yet. Big play to take down in Fisho, but Bliss have taken this top floor control. Brendo once again. This man is seemingly unstoppable. As that plant begins to go down, it's looking like match point for Team Bliss on their map pick. It's been a long slog of a game, but they aren't letting this one slip between their fingers.
This is so tough for the Knights. They are going to go back onto that attack, which is a bit of a relief, to be honest, especially at this overtime match point. They have Speakeasy back in the server, hopefully to stay. And if there's any way that they can claw themselves back into it, this is the round to do it, right? This is them going back into attack. It was very dominant. It was a 4-2. It was nice from them. And so it's really on the onus of Knights to regain that composure off the back of what's been a very turbulent series of disconnecting and swapping in and out players and 4-on-5s and whatnot. It's about retaining that composure to be able to close out this matchup. And so far, Bliss are running ahead with the momentum.
You know, this game really does beg the question if Knights did have their full roster, because even right now, like even with Speakeasy managing to stay in the server, we're still playing without their full lineup, right? Because Juicy's not here. Yep. If Knights had their full lineup, would this be a decisive Knights win? Because right here, you know, it's pushing Bliss to the limit, even with all these disruptions to Knights.
10 seconds to go.
I think the thing with Knights is, yeah, I would actually have to agree. I think that if Knights were okay with the momentum that they had from early on in the series, I think it would be closed out by now, in full honesty. I think that, yeah, they looked really hot in their form, but now that they've been pushed to their limit, I believe, with the turbulence of the mental game, it's going to be testing them at this point. It seems like Stiggs is still on the board. He's really still going for it with that entry power. Not only that, but Luna still has got the license for the Monty. Speakeasy's back in it. I think just really, it's all about keeping that composure. And once again, Bliss are giving up a lot of that southern side of the building. Their defense is really focused on that north, just above the bomb side inside of Kitchen and Dining, and they've given up a lot of space to the Knights.
It was the very first round where Knights had a flawless win onto this bomb site. And now Brendo has thrown a spanner in the works. Stiggs goes down. He almost wallbangs a second one. Who's peeking Brendo tonight? He's about to make it double digits, or rather 20 kills. My God, he's really popped off this game.
He's done really, really well for himself, especially against a team of the caliber of the Knights. It's not every day that you see quite a performance as this. We were alluding to Jigsaw earlier on in his series, 44 kills, I believe it was in total, and now once again getting aggressive here on this half-wall position. But
Speakeasy. Yeah, I mean that's a big one, right? Speakeasy, he's in the game and he's fragging out. It's exactly what you want. They peek him again. He gets taken low, but Repix does lose a lot of health for his trouble as well. Breach open now, and Luna starts to march on forward. Remember, this is not the top floor. This is just a formality taking up here, trying to clear out these players. It's so difficult to do so. Brendo has been just monstrous all game long, and there's so many players up here to hold on to this ground.
Now keep in mind, for an execute onto this ground floor bomb site, they don't actually need to take the top floor. They can just open up the breach here, try and force the plant, and then prevent players from retaking the top floor, which seems like what they're going to go for. We've got Luna with the diffuser in hand, starting to make his way in through the breach, but Oda is there to deny.
Yeah, really good gas babe though. That is slowing him down so much. Fisher's taken low here. Knights in a really difficult position. How do they march on forward? They find the opener. That's what they need. Speakeasy springs into action. Now there's a player inside of office. Aggressive. Repix, he does take down Sage. Gets the trade that was needed. A nade from Speakeasy up above. Doesn't find it. In fact, he loses his life. Oda caught out on site. That's the player you want to take down. It's the smoke. Now Luna forcing that diffuser down, but he's the last one left, and he's taken down Team Bliss. after a triumphant match and a turbulent game, they take the first map, 8-6.
And what a win from Bliss on their map pick of all things as well. The map that we call them iconic on, spots named after players inside of this team. And Brendo, of course, dropping a 21 kill game is huge in the series.
What a game. What a map. It took a while, but man, Bliss really deserved that at the end of it. Brendo, what a phenomenal performance. Not every day we get to see something like that. And a huge boon going into the second map, no doubt. Now, Knights, they won't be done yet. If they can get 5 players into the server, they will give it their heart. I have no doubt about it.
God, I just can't do it. I really can't do it with you. Knights, yeah, they've got to get themselves back into it. Once again, mental game, really tough. They really had that series in their hands, and then it slipped to some very unfortunate circumstances. They need a reset going into their own map pick. It's border. They know that they're good at that. But for Bliss, they want to take full advantage of the situation that the Knights are in right now. They want to ride that momentum wave straight to SI.
They certainly will be doing their best to do so, but at the moment, Bliss have that advantage. You know, Knights, man, it's just, there's so many problems that they're going to have to face. We are going to go to a quick break. After that, Map 2 will be coming right up.
And we're back, ready to break down what that match was. I don't even know what that match was, but I've got 2 quote-unquote experts with me to help me dissect what has been one of the stranger games that we've seen in a long time. On the Monty, Guz, so I guess it's not all bad.
Yeah, look, on the scale of scuffed games, that's probably right at the tippy top. Almost everything that could have gone wrong for the Knights did, all of which was basically outside of their control. And obviously that's the risk that can be run on online events. So that's a shame for the Knights. They're in a winnable position, a very winnable position at that. Not able to get it across the line. Of course, credit does need to go to Bliss. They maintained their composure, and Brendo, certainly the star player inside of the server, absolutely stacking on the kills, won so many engagements throughout that match where we were just left with our jaws open, like how the hell did he win that? And overall really did carry Bliss through that game. And at the end of the day, an expected result, obviously marred by some of the technical issues that were to play out, but that's the result at the end of the day, and it's up to the Knights to hopefully bounce back, and hopefully for their sake as well, have Juicy back in the server.
Xenox, I'll give you the satisfaction of deciding whether you'd like to talk about anything that happened on Chalet or whether you want to move on here to Border.
No, I think it's definitely good to talk about Chalet still. Look, a very sort of broken down kind of game, right? With all of the delays, it's hard to have it all pieced together. But when you kind of look at it on paper, Chalet, at least historically in our region, has always been a a map that has favored the attacking teams, and yet it was the defense that actually shone through. You think back to the first half, and I would have thought, yeah, maybe Bliss have done enough. 3-3 half on the defense, you go into the attack, which when you think about obviously the form that we've seen from Brendo, we know what Jigsaw's capable of. I would have thought the second half was going to be a bit cut and dry, and then it's the Knights that just kind of really took the game by the scruff of the neck in the start of that second half. And then, as we know, the issues sort of plagued them towards the end, and Bliss, took advantage of that and ran away with it. So that's really the tale of the tape. Is this was a map that the Knights were very capable of stealing away. And we said in the pre-match discussion for this series that if Knights win on Chalet, that's probably the series done. So in the end, Bliss just kind of scraped through on Chalet, their map pick, the map that they're supposed to be unbeatable on. And that does not bode well for them in the series. So they're going to have to pick up on some things. It can't just be the Brendo show. It needs to be a team effort. Going on to Border, I think even if Luna's still playing, I'm not sure what's going to be happening with that. I'd still back in the Knights. I think Knights on Border are going to be a very, very difficult team to break down if you are Bliss. So it's not going to be easy, regardless of the issues that have sort of obviously plagued the Knights. I think they've still got what it takes to get through all of that and win out on Border and send this one to a third map.
I'm not going to lie, I'm tentative to move the discussion along too quickly or too soon because we all know, Luna potentially could still be in the game. I know that they're trying to get Juicy back in, so I'm really tentative to move on too quickly. I will say we've had, both of the comments kind of tailored toward, Knights have gone through it, but I want to give credit to Bliss. That's a strong mental attitude to go through all of that and then still manage to come out on top, regardless of, the fact that they played, I think, nearly 3 4v5 rounds. We won't even get underway with that discussion. What we will do, though, is go and have a look at the bracket before we move on to the Border discussion, because I actually would like to have a look at how things have unfolded so far. In the middle of that match, I'm sure Dev and Mandy have probably given you updates, but Fnatic have beaten BSG, either if you didn't hear them or potentially if you are just tuning into the broadcast. That was a matchup that was rife with controversy as much as this game has been as well. So Fnatic end up, from what I've been told or what I've seen, and I'm not going to quote verbatim, they were able to replay a final round that pushed to OT in the first map, which then meant they went 1-0 up in the series to begin with. BSG held their own through the series, but unfortunately weren't strong enough to end up kind of pushing through the bracket. So now we get a repeat in the top end of tomorrow's matches. Actually, no, that's tonight, isn't it? Oh, God, those poor buggers. Northeption and Fnatic, I would imagine, are playing right now, and that is actually a repeat from the qualifiers that saw Northeption make it through to these last chance qualifiers themselves. So there's a cool little storyline for you. How that one goes, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure you can check it out on the B stream or the community streams that they are running. Focusing back and our attention really where it needs to be for this broadcast, we move to Border now, guys, which, we went into this saying map picks are probably the most important that we've ever seen them. Both of these teams respectively on their own map pick, undeniably the best that there is in Australia, not to say in APAC or potentially even the wider international scene, but we are going into this expecting Knights to take a very strong charge.
Yeah, for sure. The Knights are going to be incredibly strong on this map. The big question mark hangs over whether Juice will be back in the server. As far as we know, he had a power outage. That's why he played no further part in map number 1. So fingers crossed that gets sorted out. Everyone probably knows that power outage issues can range from a couple hours to a couple tens of hours. So hopefully it's the former of that. I think even with Luna on the team, they can still make this work. Yeah. I feel like Border, though, might be a tricky map if they want to lean into that Montang like they did on Chalet. So it's such a tough discussion to be having at the moment because we don't know whether the Knights are going to be full strength. If they are full strength, they back them in, provided they stay composed. It looked like they did actually a fantastic job in that first map. I think it would have been so easy for them to have just completely dropped it all. But that's a testament to a team that's really embodied that strength mentally over a long period of time. So if they bring that out, I think they'll be okay. If it's a weakened side, I think Bliss will probably be sharks to try and take them down, right? They'll sniff that blood in the water, and I think it could pose a threat. So it comes down to what 5 players are inside of the server, as I said. And hopefully for the Knights, they're full strength, and then I think they'll be a pretty good shout to push it to the third map.
I think what's interesting about this conversation between the two, Xenox, is the fact that both of these teams have been through a fair amount of trials over the last 2 years. You know, you think back to Bliss's history, a lot of questions surrounding them and best of threes. That's kind of been shrugged off throughout 2022. However, we haven't seen them under this amount of pressure since the last APAC promotion qualifiers, which did not see or bow them in any favour whatsoever. But, you know, Knights have equally gone through quite a lot of turmoil, I would say, throughout 2022, missing out on a number of opportunities in the last minute. So neither would be heading into this. I feel like it's actually an even slate in terms of where their mentals would be. But, I mean, we've got to really just, at the end of the day, the hard fact is, if a team only has 4 of their starting 5, regardless of their map pick or not, do you back them in for that? I mean, that's a really tough ask.
Yeah, and like obviously some of the trials and tribulations, you think back to stage 2 final play day against Game and Gladiators, 8-7. Had it been 8-7 to Knights, they go to the Berlin Major.
Yeah.
Literally it was, you know, that kind of flip of the coin. And then obviously, as we know, stage 3 was not a good stage at all for the Knights, and they didn't finish well, which has actually been a trend for the Knights. Actually, their stage 3 in 2021 was really poor. Stage 3 2022 really poor. They start the years well. So timeline wise, when you think about the close calls here, the Knights are actually at a point where they should be typically playing well. Look, at the end of the day, I think that both teams have had their trials and tribulations, and the beauty of it is one of them is going to get over it tonight and get over that hurdle and move forward, and the other sadly will once again walk away feeling as if they've left something on the table. But at the end of the day, you also got to remember this is a tough tournament. These close quals, sure. Like one team goes through, you got 8 very, very good teams from the APAC region, and only one gets to go through. You've still got Direwolves waiting in the wings. Okay, it's not a full strength Direwolves. You've got Sandbox that you still technically got to get through as well, whether it's them in the grand final or whoever maybe beats them. So, you know, ultimately for either team, this is just sort of one roadwork block along the way of many to come. And in some ways, maybe, it might fill them with hope, whoever does go on and win this, that they can go the whole distance. I think the Knights have got that experience. Bliss is just sort of probably playing on that pure adrenaline as a team that have felt like they've fallen short so many times before in those promo relegations, like you said, for APAC South. So this is just a chance for them to put some of their demons aside. Right now, Bliss are 1-0 up, but they won a map they were supposed to win. So you can't really take too much away from that. So obviously for the Knights, they go to a map that they should feel comfortable on. I've said it the whole time. This should be going to Clubhouse. And once you do then get to Clubhouse, it probably actually, in my mind, then comes down more to, is Juicy back? Because I still think and hold this belief that on border, even with Luna, I still think Knights win out against Bliss, especially a Bliss team that, in all honesty, wasn't all that clean on Chalet and relied basically on a Brendo heater to get through, and obviously some issues for the Knights. I definitely would be backing in the Knights to win out on border, and then it sets us up for a grandstand finish on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I guess it could be as simple as that, but I'd love to see a little bit of complications, maybe some controversy come through, as seems to be ripe at the moment for both of these two teams. Why not?
We've already had plenty.
I'm gonna throw the casters under the bus. No, I just want to see Devin Mandy Phil for a little bit longer. But both teams looking to put their demons aside. Bliss looking to keep their demon alive. That's Brendo. We're going to go across to Dev and Mandy to run you through potentially the last map of the night.
Woo!
And I am so stoked for this match. I cannot wait. We are about to get back into Knights and Bliss. And while Bliss have won that first map, as the guys on the desk said, there's no doubt that Knights are the mainstays for Border, and this should be theirs by all rights.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that as well. The Knights on Border, exciting team, love their strats on this one. They've made it a staple through their year inside of APAC South, and I just can't wait to get into it.
Well, it looks like you guys at home do just narrowly think that Bliss will take this win. But of course, we'll have to find out once the game gets up and going. This is Knights' map pick, and they are Border machines. Now, I'm not sure exactly what roster they'll be playing with, but I cannot wait to see. Hey, can we press tab, please? I just really want to
I was gonna say, here we go. All right,
Ah.
we have Luna still, so we haven't got Juicy back in again. So that's
Yeah.
all right. I mean, to be honest, I think like the guy said, I kind of agree. With or without Luna, I think probably the same result.
I would agree as well. I think that the Knights. I think that the main thing here that they need to overcome is the mental game of it all. It's been a long day. It's been a long night, you know? And it's been quite a turbulent series so far. This is their map, and they need to back themselves into it. And I think if they do back themselves into their confidence, they can definitely take it out against Bliss, and we'll probably see a map 3. First 2 bans to go out are going to be that Dokkaebi and that Nook. I'm pretty satisfied with both those bans, honestly. Both of them would be very pesky to deal with if you are a defender now. Border, we do often say, is one of those attacker-sided maps, and you want to cut down as many of those annoying tools as you possibly can.
What are we going to get rid of on the defense for Bliss? Solace, there you go. Okay, interesting. The big thing for me is I wonder if Azami gets through, because without Azami, you can't hold CCTV in quite the same way that Knights like to usually do. And I was going to kind of say the same for East Stairs, but not necessarily the case. I've seen some people do it without East Stairs, but no, I mean, that's Azami's managed to sneak on through there. It's Valk and Solace taken out.
It's actually quite a lot that snuck through for the defense. You've got Azami through, like you said, that's a big major point. Immediately, Sage picking onto it. Not only that, but even Castle, that type of thing has slipped through too. You've got Mirror, that slipped through for some of your more, if you want to change up your plan and go for something more anchor-centric. It just feels like the attack is really DMR with a long line of sights, or it borders one of those angle maps that you really want to hold on to, those long angles and that type of thing, and Nook being taken off the board for the entries. Yeah, it just feels like the defense has really come out on top on these bans.
That does put extra pressure here onto Bliss, especially knowing how good Knights are on their defenses of this map. I'm actually going to have a quick squiz at my percentages. So, yeah, wow. The numbers really back up what I was saying. So Knights in the last couple of months have played this map 5 times. They've won it 4 out of 5 times. Their only loss came to Game and Gladiators. That was a very close 7-8. Now, during those matches, wow, what a drone spot. During those matches, Knights won 54% of their attacks, so they win more attacks than most. But 70% of their defenses, so they really flourish on this defensive side. Of course, it was Bliss who got to choose which side they started on, and they chose attack, so they've given Knights their more favored side here to start off.
So the Knights, they're starting out in Bathroom and Tells as well, which is pretty unusual. Typically, that's a tertiary site on this map, but Bliss don't seem to be too phased by it. They're going to look for a sweep across the map, starting out here on the west side around Detention, getting some drones inside of CC. We saw a pre-place before that got taken down. That's Odo now getting one of those Selma charges, making an entry hole for his teammates.
Now E1D rings out, locks defenders in place. Repix has got some info on where this RX is. There's just so many good pre-placed drones here for Bliss. Also good information gathering on the defense in the form of the Pulse from Luna. Josh actually finds the opener. Jigsaw goes down. Not sure exactly where that was. I can see Josh is hanging out in Customs at the moment. Also been a big pick here from Speakeasy. Brendo loses his head. He had such a heater on the first map on Chalet, but early shutdown looking a bit sketchy.
Really liking this strategy from the Knights so far. It's really fluid. There's so many rotation holes that are, but the rotation holes they made are only ones that are necessary to the players that are there, right? They're not opening up too much that it's so ambitious that they're going to fall off to a line of sight or something like that, right? Now Speakeasy, he's been able to take down Fisher Guy, leaving Repix in the 1-on-4, and it just felt like there was a Knights player every step of the way to meet Bliss players as they made their entryway into the building, and Bliss just not able to shut it down. Really fluid strat.
Yeah, amazing how spread out Knights can play and yet still feel really in control of everywhere. All of those 1v1s, the first 3, went in favor of the Knights. Bliss ended up looking a little bit desperate and started to cave in, make some mistakes on the back of that. Now we go to Armory Lockers Archives, which to many would be the primary bomb site here. And everything so far, Mandy, going according to plan, right? We expect Knights to, I would say, win 4 out of 6, if not 5 defenses here.
Wow. Okay, that's a big call.
70% defense win rate. They got a 70% defense win rate on this map. It's a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of huge, hey? That's big. They're going to
They're
go
good on this
over
map.
to this top floor bomb site, and look at that. They're even going to play a rotation hole in that triple wall. Typically, that would be reinforced off in the old border. I will add in the old border. Typically, that's reinforced off, but they're actually going to play that one open and extend out their hold as far as they can. I anticipate from there's going to be a player on Easters that will play in tandem with the triple wall player, as well as someone in CC. That's where the frost mat is currently being set up, and a rotation hole as well from that 90 hallway. So they're spreading out as far as they can, but mostly on that top floor. There's not a lot of presence in the ground floor for the Knights.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb. Defender exposed.
Speaky's just looking for drones, but I think there's actually a drone in CCTV. At least there was in the previous round. Now, what's Fisher got cooking up here? Glaz and Ying, and an archive-centric spawn. Very curious. Some kind of cheeky execute perhaps on the agenda. No Warden. No, we do have one bulletproof camera that can see through smoke here on the Knight side. So that's something to counter against this util. But the jig is up. Like, they would have all heard that Glaz DMR and be fully aware that Bliss have brought that operator to the table.
Something is about to go down, is probably what the Knights are thinking. And whoever is on the site, on the other side of that little soft wall is getting pre-fired through. I don't know who that is. Oh, is that the Frost play? I believe that's Luna on the other side. Is like, guys, bad times are about to happen. I can hear Ying. I can hear a Glaz. Someone help me.
Yeah, and the first smoke goes out, and he's no doubt calling that. Fisher guy engages that flip scope. Oda just watching for runouts on his position. Luna gets very aggressive for just a moment. I like the way that, oh, here's a nade. This will work, surely. No, it just didn't land. Luna taking a bit of damage now. He doesn't need to overpeak this. He is the linchpin of this defense. If he falls, surely the site falls with him.
But look at the setup that Luna has got going for him. He's got an Azami barricade with a teeny tiny crack to try and prevent that entry from coming through. But here it is, Oda with the diffuser swinging in through the sandwich window, and Fisher to take him down.
Oh, he's just going to plant straight here at the window. Are there people covering him? There are. Coming in from Armory. And it's so difficult for them to find a denial. Oda does get down on his way out, but he's safe outside to be rezzed if possible. And it looks like Repix has gone large here in Armory, and it's an easy post-plant for Bliss. What a strat. I love that attack.
I really like that as well from Bliss. That was really exciting to watch. Oda perfectly timing that execute along with the entry that came through from that Armory breach, right? They identified that Luna was actually the only one on the site inside of that pesky Azami shield position. There was no one on that half wall. There was no one playing the box office. And so it allowed Jigsaw and one of his teammates to walk into the bomb site and cover the plant that was going down from Oda. Just really well-read, opportune situation that Bliss were able to take in that round.
Well, Knights are going to have to reinvent something here on this. Oh, yeah, actually, they're not even going to dwell too much with Armory. I think that's good. Honestly, Knights really flourished in that first round because they played the map, right? They didn't let Bliss get inside. In that second round, Bliss didn't need to get in the map, really, aside from during the execute. They played a very heavy execute-centric attack. And so if that's the way Bliss want to play, Knights is just going to pick sites that don't really favor that kind of playstyle.
I completely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. And it's really enabling Josh, especially here on the Oryx, who's been super mobile in his position so far. I think last round, like you said, he wasn't really in a position where he could be enabled. There was no attackers running at him, right? But now that it is this ground floor bomb site, it's going to force Bliss to have to take at least some of the adjacent rooms, right? And so it's really leaning into the mobility of the strategy.
I'm going to admit here, it doesn't even seem that strange seeing Luna Metal play on the team. I don't know why it is. Maybe it's because he's just such an infamous player in the region for such a long time, but he seems to fit right in. He's not shy to playing these supportive info gathering roles. What an angle. What an opener. Only takes 2 bullets out of the barrel from Jigsaw to land that headshot.
It's really great seeing Jigsaw on that front line first entry role. It was taken away from him when he was on Tide in APAC South and has been handed back to him now that he's back with the boys on Bliss, and it's super exciting to watch. Fisho as well there on the cutoff one side of that main double door. Once again, contained attack for Bliss. This is not ambitious at all, Dev. They're just taking control of one room adjacent to the bomb site. That was customs. That's that main door. If they can get a plant down inside of a vent, or if they can go deep inside of workshop, an execute could be on the cards for Bliss.
Good long angle for Jigsaw. Doesn't quite land enough shots to secure the kill onto Luna. There might be a revive possible here. Are there any players nearby? I don't think so. He's going to try and crawl back. At the very least, he can do some time delay. Stig's tempted to try and go for this kill. He doesn't want to forfeit his position. At this rate, it's probably not worth. Perhaps Sage is going to go for this revive. I mean, it would be pretty big to be able to get that res.
Oh, it seems like you're right. Sage is going to go for that revive onto Luna. Meanwhile, Stigs is holding the ground on that top floor. Once again, though, Bliss, what are they going to do about this? Are they going to dedicate something to actually clearing this room? Because these vertical lines are what's preventing them from getting inside of ventilation. Flashbangs to come out, and Brendo trying to take an engagement over on Eastez doesn't go his way.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it was worth getting that res onto Luna, because now he's been able to stay alive. He's been able to take out a player and likely get back into a position where he can use that pulse scanner. But like you said, with this vertical position... Oh, no way! Stig survived that nade! He's just barely alive. A second one he cannot survive. But they won't know it yet. They won't know he's down. Not just yet. Now time for the entry. Sage is traded back, and Jigsaw takes the opportunity to walk onto site. Fisho guy, 3 kills on the round, apparently. And now Speakeasy has to clutch the 1v3. What's he going to do? Loitering around the metal stairs is not going to work out for him. Jigsaw watches it, and he is so good with this ARX. First bullet headshot every single time.
Well played once again from Bliss. Jigsaw spearheading the push, the first one in the building to take down Josh. As soon as that opened up the ground floor bomb site, the rest of Bliss, they didn't jump straight into the site. They didn't get too hasty about their decision making because they realized, all right, there's some vertical angles that we have to deal with. We can't just walk into the site quite yet. And instead they put that pressure on the armory balcony, on the sandwich window, and even a little grenade from below to clear out Stigs from Halfwall. They knew what the win condition was to allow those ground floor attackers to wiggle their way into the bomb site, and that was distracting those top floor players and even eventually finding those kills. And Bliss just overall, a really great macro gameplay from them, not being too quick about it and knowing what they had to do to win out that round.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It's not every day that you get to see in prep phase in a pro level game someone actually hack a drone. This is some really good drone denial here from Knights. In the first couple rounds we saw Bliss really got so many drones in the building early, and I wonder perhaps that's why they banned out the Solus. They know that they have a lot of good pre-plays. And here's one, in fact, on the bomb. They know that both sites are fully clean right now, Mandy. Is this a potential call for a rush? We've got 3 spawns here.
Their lineup.
I mean, they need to get in, waste no time, because it only takes a moment for Knights to get back to site, and they will have lost this opportunity.
You're so right about that. Fisher guy's just going to check his drone one last time in the bomb site and go, yep, there's one person there. Well, I actually haven't even seen anyone there, and he's thinking, all right, boys, let's go for it. I've got the diffuser.
It may well be a bait, though. There's so many ways that players can kill the players on site. Luna's been fully flashed. He spots a player on the window. The jump in is there. Luna goes down to Jigsaw. Not sure where that angle was from the Maverick. Oh, no way! Oda not able to cover. Sage finds one before he gets taken down. Despite everything, despite the plant denial, Bliss do win the exchange. It's a 4v2 right now. Jigsaw trying to sneak his way in through vents, as these 2 final Knights players are very separated. Speakeasy caught between so many different angles, so many players surrounding him. But Bliss, they have plenty of time to work with. They could slow it down. Here comes Brendo. Round in the corner, sees Stigs, goes for the shots, lands it, and there the easy finish off for Jigsaw on site. What a round from Team Bliss. Really nice rush strat, and it worked perfectly.
And there you go, you called it exactly. As soon as we saw that drone that was on the site from Fisher Guy, and we saw the lineup that they had brought, we knew exactly what was going to happen. The Knights, they were almost ready for that. The execute came through and Sage was able to take down the planter, but by then so many bodies had been thrown at the rush that was happening that in fact Bliss, you've got to back him in to win some of these gunfights, and eventually Bliss, they take out another round.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, this is really difficult now for Knights, because the only bomb site they have won this map was that Teller's bathroom, which they just got destroyed on. Now we go back to Armory Archives, which resulted in quite an impressive
not quite rush, but execute from Bliss with that Ying repelling into the locker's window. And that Glaz on the balcony. It looks like Bliss aren't going to gamble too much on it. Of course, we have Luna playing the Warden, and he was the one in that pivotal position, so he's not going to get flashed out this time.
The thing is, I feel that Bliss and their formula of going for a more contained, more minimalist attack is definitely the play against what the Knights are bringing to Border. It's definitely the play against the Knights brand of Border in general, in my opinion. I think they're playing this really, really smart, to be honest. I don't know how much they need to change their formula in this instance. No, they're not bringing along Glaz, they're not bringing along anything funky, but that doesn't mean that they can't consolidate their players in one spot. It seems like, once again, they're going to open up that detention nice and early, force Josh out of his position. He doesn't want to take that entry fight anymore, and it's allowing Bliss to just take this western side of the map.
Repix is seemingly aware of those Capcan traps. Even though he does lose his Twitch drone, he managed to take down, I think, at least one. Here comes a nade. Player falls back, and that nade, oh, Josh going to be thanking his lucky stars he moved back when he did, otherwise he would have been toast.
I actually like this from Knights. Playstyle change a little bit. They're not holding onto the entries for as long as they previously did. They're actually looking to fall back throughout the map. We can even see Speakeasy. He's held onto CCTV, but his game sense is telling him, okay, they must know something I don't. I haven't been cleared yet. My team is falling off, so I also need to fall off. And Knights really looking more on the same page off the back of playstyle change.
That said, Bliss closing in. Almost a nade there. Brendo almost loses his life. I like that from Speakeasy. Great use of the Kiba to allow him safe passage back across into CCTV. Jigsaw's all out of nades. There are some beautiful drones on the board, aren't there? But haven't been able to deliver fatal blows to any of these roamers on the back of them as of yet.
So there is still a set of nades on Brendo. I'm not exactly sure where he...
Oh, no!
Repix is trying to jump in just behind that horseshoe desk. He's managed to make his way in through the window. About to take an engagement with Speakeasy, and in fact does win it out with that F2.
Oh! And the second player as well. Very lucky with the timing there. Stiggs just looked away at the wrong moment. And Bliss have once again collapsed. The man advantage is in shambles for the Knights. It's just Luna left in the 1 versus 5. Been droned out. Surely there's no hope in hell for him. Might have a good operator and a good gun. Is he able to find one kill? Nice wallbang there. Brendo goes down, but Repix does it in style with the revolver, and Bliss are dominating here on their attacking side. 4 rounds on the trot.
I feel like Bliss have just are riding this momentum wave. Once again, minimalist attack. They didn't try and do anything too special. They just went, let's just take the east side of the map together. They had players on the ground floor playing nades. At the same time, they also had Repix who jumped in through that CCTV window as Speakeasy was being pressured out from below, right? It feels like Bliss right now are really on the same page with the same philosophy, doing this very simple attack each time. It's nothing too complicated. It's just, let's take what we can and we'll fight for it as a 5-man and try and make these gunfights work. Force the Knights players to fall off or force them to come to us. And I think that really overall Bliss are winning out in this macro game, and it surprises me because this is Knights map pick.
Yeah, it really does. And I've got to wonder, like, this is where I start thinking, is this... Can we look at the Luna sub-in as, you know, a reason to blame for this? Or is that kind of just copium? You know, would this kind of a scoreline have been met even if Bliss were, you know, playing against the full stack of the Knights roster?
Well,
it's so hard to say.
Juicy is more well-practiced than Luna, just not to make fun of Luna or anything like that, but Juicy does play this game every day, you know, it is his role, imagine that. And so, yes, it does mean that you have one player that's more out of practice, but I think overall, the vibe of this game, the aura of this game is that Bliss are really comfortable with what they're doing. That's sort of what I'm going with right now, right? Whereas Knights, they try and make things work, but just can't pull it together.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, it feels like narrow margins that have won and lost these rounds. Despite such a dominant scoreline here. You know, some people would say, oh, Bordeaux attacker-sided, but, you know, the stats don't lie. Knights love their defense of this map, and that's the real scary thing here. They're a 70% win rate team on this side, and their maximum they can get here is 40% of the rounds. Speakeasy does kick it off with a nice kill.
immediately traded back, however, so, I mean, they might got something, but then they immediately lose it, and then they lose more for it as well. With Josh going down, good information here for Bliss too. They saw that player at top east. Brendo's on a tear.
He absolutely is, isn't he? The entry player now for this roster is making his way in through the east stairs. Sage on the other side, the older brother, of course. A brotherly rival here inside of border, and it's just so scary for the Knights, right? There are Bliss players entering in from all across the map this time. They've changed up their philosophy a little bit. Fisher Guy, he seems like he's ready over on the other side of the map, over on that east side to make a play in if he wants to. Jig is over on Armory, complete stark contrast. It's giving the Knights a lot to worry about.
They're just waiting patiently, these Knights players. Does mean that, of course, the cogs are wearing inside Fisher's brain, preparing to call this push from Bliss.
Scary though. Brendo's pretty lethal. He's making his way in through the ground floor once again. Brendo just holds his gun up. He barely does any joining. He just holds his gun up and walks in where he can. He takes the real estate that's given to him and takes the path of least resistance. The time is ticking away though. A smoke has gone down. That's the smoke of Fisher Guy, who doesn't have the diffuser in hand, but Luna's getting aggressive on it. He can even find a pick off the back of it.
Yeah, that's really nice, and maybe this is winnable here, Manny. 30 seconds left, but of course Brendo once again turns it up and trades back Luna. 3v2 for these attackers here as Bliss start to march on forward, but that time is ticking away. Sage does find one. Brendo's done for, but the trade is there. Player above, they know exactly where he is. It's up to Steegs now to clutch in this 1 versus 2. Where is Jigsaw? He's covering from inside of Tellers now. If Steegs can win this 1v1 onto his rival, he might be able to clutch out the game. Plant down, but Jigsaw, of course it's Jigsaw to close the half. 5-1 for Bliss as they are dominating Knights on their own map pick.
This is so dangerous for the Knights. 5-1 scoreline is so dominant for Bliss. Even though Knights go onto the attacking half, which is, well, has been attacker favored so far in this game, they need to replicate the same success. And that was a crazy scoreline for Bliss. It's off the back of some of those entry players, right? Brendo, he's so sneaky in this series. He's just being able to make his way into the map and fight off some one-on-one duels that are almost always going his way. We're really backing him into here to open up the round for Bliss and open up another pathway that they can get into the bomb side, or open up another option for the execute. And I just think that, yeah, he's been such a valuable addition to this roster.
Funnily enough, it tends to be Brendo that opens up these rounds and Jigsaw that closes them. Let's see how they can fare on their defensive side.
I actually wouldn't have guessed that from how this series has played out, but now that you've said it, yeah, it totally makes sense. That both of them are very much in their own right. They don't play exactly the same style of entry or exactly the same role of entry, but both of them in their right have their ways to open up the round depending on where they are. It's really fascinating how Bliss have been able to make it work on this map. Anyway, I digress. Look at this drone parkour from Sage, by the way, going through this 90 way. This is impressive. He's been able to get some info all the way up to 90, realizing there are no players playing on those east stairs. He's going to call that out to his team and say, guys, let's try and get control of this area. Actually, there is a defender now that has just rotated up to it, and so it's going to be a little bit more dangerous.
Speakeasy just putting a bit of pressure here on Archives. Open up the door and the window. So funny seeing Luna and Speakeasy back on the same team again. Good information here. We're going to see a nade from Steegs, perhaps. The ping 5 C4 goes out. Just pre-ripped now. Raps could deal some serious damage. It's also a player pre-ripped a C4 in Archives. Out goes that C4. Steegs just waited patiently. It was the right play to make. But Fisher Guy elsewhere has taken down Sage. I'm not sure where that was going down. Sounds like in the 90 hallway perhaps, as he has made his way back into CCTV. Josh downstairs, cautious of Aroma below, sees him and does manage to take down Brendo. What reaction times from Brendo to even land a shot there. He's going to be able to find the second player as well. There's Fisho guy gone down. The Knights are back in it.
Yeah, this is not bad from Josh Hay. 2 picks of his own from the other side of the building from where the main push is coming from. It's Repix to hold on, about to take an engagement with Speakeasy on the other side. But is that a second defender there on that half wall? Oh, Speakeasy, he's got no idea.
Oh.
He can try and connect the shots onto the first, but not before being traded up by Jigsaw. And he's still in a pesky spot to try and contest Stiggs on the other side too, connecting shots. But no, it's Stiggs to take him down. Now Oda in the 1-on-3.
All right, Oda, mate. You got 1 kill on the board. Jigsaw has 12. Let's see if you can make this a 1v3 clutch and redeem yourself for, I mean, a bit of an unnecessary. He hasn't really needed to see many people this game. Now he's gonna, there's no two ways about it. Waiting for Josh to peek. It's a quick peek. Doesn't land the shot needed. Plant going down. Very awkward now for Oda. He has to try and isolate these ones. Doesn't get the first one. I mean, that's a difficult crossfire to enter. No two ways about it. Knights, Mandy. On their attack, they show that they've got a little bit of fire left in them.
I don't know if it's the Knights or if it's Josh, yo. He weighed that solo play in on his own from the other side of the map. The main push was coming in from that triple wall and from the east stairs. Stiggs, he looked hesitant. He looked like he was fighting a lot of resistance over on east stairs and over in that 90 hallway that he didn't even want to go in. The C4 was ripped. He didn't even try and contest it with a grenade or anything like that. He was just being super cautious. Meanwhile, Josh, all on his lonesome, is able to walk into the building, kill a player on top main stairs and kill a player on the CCTV hatch. Not only that, but he closes out the round with the third onto Oda. It was really him that opened up the round for the Knights.
Yeah, big player for the Knights. Sometimes he can be a bit inconsistent, but when Josh is on, he is red hot. It's so crazy just looking at the kills across both teams right now. Like, how do you have Jigsaw, who's, you know, way above double digits, and then look at the Knights players, you know, it's like 3, 4, 5. Even, funnily enough, the rest of Bliss is kind of in that same vicinity as well. It just goes to show how one-sided the first half of this game was. And now Knights looking to turn that around.
I think it's a difference in the team structure between these two teams as well. Not to say that the Knights should have the same amount of kills, they have lost more rounds, but for Bliss, the way that they've structured their team is very frontline, backline, right? You really, really do have your 2 frontline players of Brendo and of Jigsaw, right? The rest of the players, they sit in spawn for a very, very long time, making sure that they get their entries into the building. It's actually crazy how enabled they are on this roster, and it's honestly, it's perfect for Jigsaw. He totally gets away with that. He's a great entry.
Yeah, absolutely. It is funny though, it feels like Bliss every single round, every single map rather, there's like, they change which player goes off. Like it's Jigsaw or Brendo, whose turn is it to like hit double digits, you know, pop the 20 bomb. I just love changing it up. It is Jigsaw, of course, this game, plus 10 KD at the moment, and hungry for more here up in Armory. Holding on, this is of course a Teller's bathroom defense, and here are the enablers that you were talking about. People like Brendo downstairs, getting information for his teammate. He has been droned out, but he's also managed to call out where these players are and aren't pushing Jigsaw upstairs.
Okay, so what are Knights going to go for here? They're doing something pretty similar, opening up the detention wall, allowing Josh to enter in through that position and put a little bit of pressure here horizontally on that ground floor. Meanwhile, the rest of the Knights shaping up around that ventilation window, around the main lobby door. They're actually looking for something relatively minimalistic, quite similar to what Bliss brought on their attacking half, but Brendo's able to take down Sage, who's looking for a lurk on the other side of the map, but not before being traded out by Josh, and he's going to look for a second.
Yeah, well, Jigsaw's not done yet either. Bit of map control taken now for the Knights, but there's a lot yet to be done with 4 players still up for Bliss, and the top floor still firmly within their grasp. Josh is actually tempted to just try and work this ground floor. While Lunar Metal rotated over towards Customs and now into Passport. Player on East Stairs is going to be thwarting his progression. Josh has managed to open up onto the site, onto the hallway of the site. He also has an opening right on the bathroom as Luna starts to drone him on up. Also droning up for himself. It looks like these players on the defense have just really chilled out.
This is still really tough for the attack though. Yes, the bomb site could be open to them if they manage to find the pick onto it, but the retake that they have to deal with afterwards is going to be so tough to manage. Luna's actually trying to bait out the execute going into the bomb site. He's just hopped in, planted a kill, going for the plant, but can close out the round for Bliss.
Yeah, good start to the round and good close. Bliss consolidating their advantage there. And believe it or not, man, it feels like we've only just started this map, but Bliss have themselves 6-2 match point, and with it, the series point as well. Knights have really struggled on this second map, and time's run away with us. Knights are just, I don't know what you can say. They've dropped the ball here, and it leaves Bliss just moments away, potentially, from booking a spot against Direwolves in the semi-finals.
I want to say, look, it's just Bliss. They've gone Goblin mode. They are in their element. They have gone full gamer mode here. It feels like Jigsaw has just got the license to just run and click. And that is what is going on for them, honestly. Like, Knights just, every time that Knights have tried to go for a lurk even, they've tried to probe their attack, they're met by Jigsaw, who comes around the corner and he finds the one-on-one duel, and there's no Knights players to trade it because of the way that they spread themselves so thin throughout the map, right? And I just think that, especially against a caliber of a player like that, who's having such a good game, it's such a dangerous way to play.
To be honest, the only thing stopping Jigsaw from getting 100 kills in a series is the length of the series. It's not his ability to deliver. That's for damn sure. 14 kills across just 8 rounds. It's nearly 2 kills every round on average, which is insane. Like KPR as a stat, a good KPR is like 0.8. And this guy is like nearly 2.0. So unreal stuff from him. But of course, the whole team stepping together, and it's Repix this time on the pulse. We've seen a lot of pulse from both sides, getting that information, enabling these plays. And here's a great drone from Sage, a bit of info on his own right, and that is going to enable the kill from Brendo, or onto Brendo rather, from Stigs.
Much better work this time from the Knights to find that early pick. Fisher as well, taking down a bit of damage from an engagement, and even some more intel on Jigsaw, of course. The man, the myth, the legend, inside of 90, ready to contest the entries that might come through from CC or Break.
A bomb has been located.
I love the way that Speakeasy has been using that line as well to lock these players in place. Repis has got the information. Oh, Josh seems to have the info as well as he pre-fires that supply window. Like this setup upstairs we've got, but Speakeasy is continuing to whittle away here. Fisher guy taken out. Speakeasy has a lot of top floor control. We still have the one player, it's Oda, up in Armory, just near half wall. And he's able to do a lot of damage holding onto that site. But these Bliss players are going to have to start getting active.
Nice early round though from the Knights. They're taking it a lot more cautious going into the building. Sage on that drone has enabled both Speakeasy and Sticks to get their kills inside that top floor, and now they've been given a lot of room, but the time is certainly ticking away. Not only that, but they still have to worry about the C4 that might be pre-placed from Jigsaw, and in the hands of Repix as they get this vertical gameplay down.
Yeah, it's up to Sage, isn't it, to get that vertical game started here on the sledge. Oda goes for a flank. He finds one. Is he able to double down? A loose nade rattles on out, and he is able to get the second. Sage goes down. This could be the match point that Bliss have been looking for. A huge potential for a clutch. Jigsaw's found Luna as well. From a 3v5, the 2v2 rests upon the shoulders of Oda and Jigsaw for their best chance at the 6th Invitational. Stigs and Speakeasy will try and hold on to their best efforts. This nade could be good. Oda's so low, but that still doesn't take him out. Speakeasy, his position revealed by the metal detector. Oda trying to duel it, but Speakeasy finds him straight between the eyes. Guess who? It's Jigsaw left. 15 kills to his name, 15 seconds left on the clock, with Speakeasy walking straight into his line of sight. Stigs now has to clutch it. He's got to hunt for this kill. But Jigsaw, he knows he doesn't have to do a damn thing. He goes for the peak anyway, because that's just who he is. And it's GG's in the chat. Team Bliss dominate Knights on their own map pick. It's a 2-0 for the series. And the Flower team goes forth to take on the Dire Wolves in the semi-finals.
Such impressive stuff from Bliss to close out that series. So dominant fashion, they carried over that momentum straight from Chalet into Border, defeating Knights on their own map pick. No small feat. What a big day for Bliss. Not only have they taken down major team of Fury, but they've even taken down the Knights to secure themselves a spot in what I believe is the semi-final against Direwolves tomorrow. That is some huge results from them today. They must be feeling absolutely stoked.
There was a lot of expectation put on Bliss coming into this tournament after another really strong year. And after getting Jigsaw back onto the roster, a lot of people are looking at them like, you've been, at this point, one of the best teams in OS, but never progressing for quite some time now. Where do you make that next step? And like you said, it's been a huge day. I'm having a look now. It was, 4 p.m. AEDT, 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Time.
Oh my God.
That they played their Fury match. That was when that game started. It is now midnight. 8 hours of Siege these guys have played at the highest level, sitting through breaks, and it didn't even go to 3 maps. Jigsaw was keen to get it done sooner than that. What a showing. And, this is heartbreak for Knights because there's so much outside of their control that went into this game. So, obviously we don't even need to address that, but there's no doubt that Bliss deserve this opportunity, and they're going to give it their best shot against Direwolves tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think Bliss, they fully deserve to be where they are. I think their progression throughout the year has really come into form in this entire tournament. I'm not even just saying that series against Fury, against the Knights now. It just goes to show that Bliss are turning from a team that are national level to possibly international level. They're ready for that Pro League spot. They're ready for 6 invite if they can continue the form that they have. And against the weakened Direwolves tomorrow, they could definitely be in the running for the grand final.
Well, we are going to break down that game, but first a little break. Stick around and we'll hear no doubt from the team after that match as well.
Well, we're back, and that was the performance that we have been waiting for out of Bliss. Little bit of an asterisk next to it, of course, the fact that we don't have a Knights full roster or the strength that we would hope from them. But regardless, Bliss have now done it in 2 very important best of 3s. We saw them take on Fury. Well, we didn't see them. We heard of the result from Fury, and now we've seen the dominant performance that they've put up against the Knights. Guys, this was a really disappointing night for the Knights. I think I just want to preface that. Obviously, there are things outside of any human's control in this. And I think that we can all sit here and say that this is not what we had hoped for coming in for tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's pretty fair to make the argument that this is the most challenging meta in the history of Rainbow Six, to just pluck a player out and pluck another in. You need to play in such a dynamic form compared to what you would previously, where you might be able to just play a super simple basic strat and see if it sticks. But obviously, especially on a map like Border as well, which is all over the place at the best of times, it was always going to be a challenge for Luna. He put up a good fight, had a couple of decent moments, but Bliss, to their credit, were very clinical in the way they approached this game. They stacked a lot of rounds on attack, which can sometimes be so tricky. They were really, I think, formidable in their ability to clear out positions and take map control, which is the most difficult part of Border. So I think we just need to praise Bliss for what they were able to achieve. And as we mentioned earlier, at least in my opinion, I see Direwolves as being a pretty weak team at the moment with everything that's going on. So I think Bliss are a fantastic chance to make the grand final. And it's not every day of the week that we see, I guess it's fair to say Bliss are a tier 2 team because they're only in OCN. Make it all the way to SI. It has happened before in other regions.
and it's starting to feel like it could become a reality for these guys. And if they meet Sandbox in that grand final, I have no doubt that it's going to be competitive.
There's a bit of a fairy tale coming along with this story, I feel. Before we hear from Xenox, we're actually going to hear from someone much more handsome than him. Let's welcome in Oda from Team Bliss, someone who we love here on the East region. But Oda, my friend, it's lovely to see you. All smiles from you. It's been a bit of a long night. How are you feeling?
It's been a long night. I went to bed. I didn't tell my team this. I went to bed at 5 a.m. last night and rocked up today. And we've had a long day, eh? We've had a long day.
Why are you like this? It's not like this is probably one of the biggest, days of your bloody Siege career. Anyway, look, we won't dwell on that too much. We didn't get to watch the matchup against Fury. So before we talk about the Knights, I do want to talk about Fury. How is the team feeling heading into that one? Obviously, a 2-1 victory is massive up against a team that has been proving quite difficult to handle in 2022. So what was that like in the server?
Well, first off, we went the vetoes. We felt pretty confident a lot on ping. So yeah, to be honest, we're kind of just ready for whatever they throw at us. Well, we had some VODs from Tesla, so we knew it was coming. And in the server, it looked like they were just scared to fight us, I'll be honest with you. They looked like they were scared to, get aggro, get in our face, and we kind of just had info on them and fragged them.
Now, obviously, a big player from that series and also from this last map has been Jigsaw, and he's had a little bit of a hiatus from the team, about a solid year. He's come back in and obviously made the impact that you're looking for. What does it feel like to have a full roster again that's, like you've kind of already known and you're building upon now? What's that feeling like?
Well, it feels good to have Jig back, He always felt like he was, Team Bliss.
Yeah.
And, since he's been back, we've been putting in work, and it just shows him and Brendo are absolute machines. And don't forget, we've still got Repix. The firepower on this team now is just insane. Mean Fish, Brains, iGelling, just getting the boys info so they can do what has to be done.
I wouldn't go as far to say Brains, mate. Come on. maybe the brawn of the team, and I don't mean firepower, I'll tell you that much. But obviously, let's turn our attention to this Knights matchup. Some confrontation, we'll say, unfortunately, for the Knights. They've only been able to pull 4 together, plus Luna jumping in. I need to ask you, before we go anywhere, what are you doing in those moments where you've got to wait to hear for that decision? What's the mental like as we're building into that first matchup?
Honestly, the boys, we're just chilling in Discord having a laugh. If you go over to my Twitter, you see me just taking selfies around my house. It was good. I was just chilling, vibing, just waiting for the game to start pretty much.
Well, mate, I've saved those photos, don't you worry.
Of course you did.
They're getting saved for a later date. Look, one of the things that we're talking about in the green room with Knights were able to approve pretty much in that second round. Did you let Border sneak through? Because your team looked far too damn comfortable when we head there. Were you prepping for that?
Yeah, we've prepped Border. I think this is the best map pool and the best team Bliss has ever had. And then so I don't know. The vetoes were just everything we wanted, really. We weren't expecting, Border wasn't a surprise. We were ready for it, and as you see, the results, pretty good.
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. You're only going to see yourself through to the grand final of the lower bracket, the lower portion of this. Obviously, you come up against Direwolves tomorrow, and we've been saying on the desk, it looks like a week in Direwolves. Obviously, they're going through some turmoil themselves, having to pull in 2 players that they haven't been prepping with for months now. They've only had a couple of weeks to prepare this. How are you feeling in that matchup? Do you reckon we're going to see you through to that grand final?
I can't be too cocky, The Doubles are a pretty good team. Even though they've lost some decent players, you can't, look at them and take them easy, you know what I mean? So definitely just come into the day, having a strong mental and take them as serious as we can. And then, we get to that grand final.
It's almost a fairy tale qualifiers that we had last year to, us talking about the fact that you guys are really one of the front runners in this tournament. Must feel like a massive accomplishment for you and, of course, all of the org owners. But obviously, we always let you have the last say here. Was there anything you wanted to let us know, let the audience know before we let you go?
I'll just say shout out to Team Bliss. Say shout out to Chef Jeff we've had so many cancelled scrims like last second, and Chef Jeff's team has pulled through every night to scrim us late. So shout out Chef Jeff.
Chef Jeff, there you go. The shout out that everyone, that no one knew they wanted, but everyone actually needed. Oda, absolute pleasure to have you here, mate. Congratulations on, again, a really successful day, and we wish you all the best in your matchup tomorrow.
Cheers, man. Have a good one.
Well, this is now turning into a very exciting prospect for all OS fans. Something that used to be that now is... I don't think you could script it much better than that, Xenox.
No, look, I think it's a big moment, not just for Oda, but for the entire team, for Team Bliss today as a whole. You know, really tough, hard-fought series against Fury 2-1. They probably weren't expecting it, in all honesty, to go to that third map. They had a very good start on the second map, and then Fury really brought it back. And then obviously, as we know, Fury, I think it was 7-2, took the third map, and then 2-0 against Knights, of course, not without its controversy. But that's 2 best of 3s, 1 in a row on a single play day. I can't recall if that's ever happened before for Team Bliss, right? So that's kind of the history building moment has sort of come into this position that we find ourselves in now. It's like 2 more. You know, you've done it today. You've won 2 best of 3s. You got to do that again tomorrow. So they've shown us at least the capabilities that they do have. And Fury Knights, they're no slouches. And in all honesty, our weakened Direwolves is not really going to be that much more of a dangerous task. If it was a full strength Direwolves, you know, with Edie and Reaps, sure, it'd be different. I would be backing in Direwolves to the hills, but I think Bliss are favourites going into that semi-final match tomorrow. Remains to be seen what the grand final will look like. And obviously for their sake, you don't want to be looking too far ahead. You've just got to keep focus on that match against the Direwolves, but they should be quietly confident that they can get the job done. You do that, you're into a grand final. And as we know, Rob, anything can happen there.
Well, it's Championship Sunday, which is always the most important and sometimes the most entertaining. Guz, I want to ask you about Oda's response. You know, like you're obviously, I mean, we're all quite close with, you know, most of the teams and players in OS, but I know that you've obviously spoken to Oda on a number of occasions. Do you reckon this is probably the most sound his mental has been, that the team's mental has been? Like, they actually seem like they're taking this seriously now. Yep.
I don't think that they came into this tournament necessarily with the expectation to go all the way, but equally, I don't think they came in to take the piss. Right?
Yeah.
I've heard a lot behind the scenes. This team has probably been working the hardest of any team in the region, right? And
yep.
It even was shown a little shout out to Chef Jeff. Like, these guys are I am muted.
Apologies, I'm muted. Sorry, I've thrown. I had my one mute for the year. I've done my one mute. I get no more for the next 11 months.
You've used it up early, mate.
Yeah, I've used it up very early. I've joined Rob. But I was just saying that I don't think Oda and the team came in with the expectation maybe to make it all the way, but equally didn't come to take the piss either, right? They're not here to make up numbers, and they are, from all accounts, one of the, if not the hardest working team in terms of hours put into the game recently. So it's shown today. And of course, again, the asterisk is on that Knights result. But I look back at the Fury result. I think that gives us just as much insight that this team's here to play, and very excited to see them against the Direwolves.
And of course, just to remind everyone, shout out Chef Jeff. Apparently, that's the shout out of the day. Let's go ahead and bring in our wonderful casters that we've had joining us, because it has been a full-on day for all of us
what's
here.
up?
Yo, can I just say, don't shout out Chef Jeff. That man steals way too much of my rank dealer. Don't shout out that man.
Sure.
I swear, that sweaty 5-stack is on every night at 2 a.m. when I'm just trying to do my one more game before bed.
We love it. We love it. Mandy, how did you feel about that one? Obviously, Bliss have performed really, I would say, above expectations in their first 2 best of 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bliss have shown their progression. They've shown the promise that all of us here at home in OS really wanted to see from them. I think it's just, honestly, a super exciting result. I love backing in teams that have these like crazy gunners on them, and they put in so much work to enable them and make the game flow work. It's just super exciting to see a roster like that come together and pull out results. It's really great.
And Xenox, one of the best parts about being on the analyst desk is, of course, the graphics. And, well, we've got one ready. It's called the bracket, something that's very important. And, well, we know that Xenox likes to talk for the entirety of it. But if you want, you're more than welcome to actually wrap this one up if you want to, because there's been a lot that's happened today.
No, there certainly has. And there's actually a lot that is technically still happening. A reminder, Northampton and Fnatic both still playing. They've actually just started their best of 3. That one on Chalet in the first round they go. So, I mean, look, Northampton Scars basically kicked off the day. I think many of us thought it was going to be closer than it actually ended up being, but that's not necessarily a case of us underestimating Northampton. I think maybe there was a bit of overestimating on Scars. And lo and behold, as we sort of discussed in the pre-match show, the recent form from Scars, especially their 0-2 loss against M1, proved to be something that has now become a bit of a trend. They lose out to Northampton. Fnatic and BSG, well, I mean, look, it would probably take me quite literally 5 hours to break down that one. Let's just say Fnatic won, BSG lost, and move on. As we know, of course, Knights champion forfeit. And Bliss and Fury, this one happening off stream. Bliss won basically their 2 maps respectively rather comfortably. Fury, though, coming back from a deficit in map 2 to steal that one. But as we just saw, Bliss and Knights, a bit of old OCE rivalry, plagued with issues, unfortunately. Yeah, Northampton and Fnatic happening at the moment. Northampton up 1-0 on Chalet in the first map.
Dev, what do you reckon of that one? Northampton and Fnatic, a rematch of the qualifier that saw Northampton through to this last chance qualifier.
Great point. I actually forgot about that. Of course, little asterisks of that one, it was a seeding game, but yeah, how funny is it that it's the 2 teams that played that North qualifier rather than the teams that came through from winning the national leagues that have actually made it on forward? It's hard to split this one because I haven't seen them play each other, and like I think you were talking about, Mandy, when we were casting Northampton Scars, Northampton, I feel like, is a team where like it really depends on how this playstyle matches up with other teams, because Northampton, they love that aggro, the flanking, the spawn peeking, and for Scars, that was just a no-bueno. They were not chill with that. If Scars played against a more passive team, they'd probably dominate them, but Northampton was the kryptonite to them. I don't know how Fnatic will deal with it, but you know, if Fnatic is a little bit more on the ball, happy to play in that chaotic environment, then I would back in Fnatic, but you know, otherwise, we may see Northampton through to Sandbox. And yeah, I'm inclined to say Sandbox probably has the upper hand against either of those teams.
So we will kind of turn our attention now to tomorrow, I guess, outside of, you know, the Fnatic and Northampton game. The winner of that will go up against Sandbox. But the big one that has really been the talking point of tonight is the Bliss storyline and the fact that they're going to be pushing through. And it's unfortunate, Mandy, that we do talk about Direwolves and where they're at the moment. But, you know, where are you sitting in that one? If you were to give me a definitive answer, are we all in the Bliss camp at the moment?
I think I would back Bliss to win the series because of the form that they're currently in. I think they're just riding the momentum wave. But I don't want to say that the game against Direwolves is going to be easy. That's a roster with 3 players who are very competent coming off the back of the last major. They got some huge results at the last major. And then also Harambe, who's been coaching the roster. He's very fluid with the team. He keeps the hype up. He's the dance man. And I think that the Direwolves still have something going for them, although they're quite weakened. And so I wouldn't count them out yet, but I would lean towards Bliss taking it.
Guzzler, this is your favourite part of the night, and I'll let you have a moment. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Well, this was probably one of the most interesting nights of my career. It was certainly a day, wasn't it? We had everything. We had some great games. We had some tantalizing rehosts and everything in between. And I couldn't think of a better team to do it with. And heading into tomorrow, very exciting. I'm fully on the OS hype train, backing in Bliss to get the job done. But that North bracket, I think, still looks incredibly competitive. So very intrigued to see how it plays out. And I think it's time that I go to bed. Otherwise, I might not wake up in time for tomorrow's broadcast.
I'll give Xenox the chance.
Guys,
oh, no, Dev the chance.
I was going to say, guys, you say you're already backing in Bliss, but I've literally already put my predictions in the spreadsheet, mate. So I want to see yours in there. I also said Knights was going to win the whole thing, so I
yeah. So I mean,
left, right, and center. I assume you're already sitting down, but if you weren't, I would ask you to sit down.
Okay, mate. I'm going to drive down to Carlton right now and put you in your place. And I just
hang on a second. Hang on a second. How's the docs on him, Xenox?
It was a lie. It was another lie. Jake's just sitting there like that awkward kid.
Losing the plot, mate. Nah.
Xenox, you can talk now, mate. You have permission to talk now.
The most unique day that we've had here. Obviously, I don't think any of us were expecting it to play out the way that it did. But I think when you look at the results in terms of Bliss versus Direwolves in the semi-final tomorrow, I don't think that's a surprise. I don't think any of us are sitting here like, oh my God, how did this end up happening? I very much would have envisioned, that being the case. I would think the Knights, had they had a clean day, no issues, probably could have got the job done, but it just wasn't to be. Very excited to see who's obviously going to be taking on Sandbox tomorrow as well. So it makes it a little bit difficult to sort of dissect that northern side of the bracket. And I got to say, we don't have an official MVP, but if we were to give one out, probably goes to Jigsaw for his performance today.
Absolutely.
I was crunching the numbers: 44 kills versus Fury, 21 kills versus Knights, 65 kills.
I don't know if you were crunching them, mate. I don't know if you crunched them.
I crunched those numbers and put it in the chat for you.
Very hard. I've worked very hard to get those numbers. I had to scroll up on Discord and read Dev's posts. So 65 kill day in the 2 matches from wonderful Jigsaw. What a return. And obviously, I think, as Oda said, probably has always felt like he is Team Bliss, and that's where sort of he rose to his stardom and kind of coming back, and it's almost like movie-like in a way to sort of close things off and maybe get them to a magical run at SI. Brendo as well, shout out. I mean, what was he had a 15K as well. Had a really good performance too.
21 kills, my guy. Lucky you don't crunch the numbers, hey, because otherwise we'd all be out of a job.
Don't do maths on stream. But no, I think that Brendo Jigsaw power duo, as Oda said, and then you really still have red picks. It's very devastating. I don't see how Direwolves are going to stop it, and I look forward to tomorrow.
Well, that will pretty much summarize everything here for day one of the last chance qualifiers for APAC. I got 2 reminders for you. Number 1, if you want to watch the Northeption versus Fnatic matchup, which is being played right now, it's only in its first map. The best of 3 series is currently on twitch.tv/Rainbow6JP. It's the Japanese team that is covering that. So please feel free, go ahead, check that match out, because obviously the winner of that will go up against Sandbox tomorrow. That's a very important matchup to decide who will be facing either Direwolves or Bliss. But an even more important reminder is to grab your tickets for SI, the big, elusive, the all-powerful Omega of events. It is SI. You can grab your tickets at ticketmaster.ca. So please be sure to go ahead and purchase yours now. But as I throw to the end of this, can I get a Harambe dance from everyone? And we will see you tomorrow.
Nope.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big. Foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. Gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, what I'm say by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus the case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sentence. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my kids. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bag, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking in gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sipping only 96. I can do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the air, it's everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up